Good morning and welcome to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. We are just about to get start for the Headley Weeks Tri-Series, and just to let you know that the West Indies Academy would have decided to field today. They're coming up against the Team Weeks. Joel Manning, our colleague today, was at the toss, and we'll give you a breakdown in terms of what happened right here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, at the toss this morning.
Today we're once again at beautiful Coolidge in Antigua and Barbuda. It's now the turn of West Indies Academy and they're taking on Team Weeks. The captains, Alec Athenaze and Naeem Young. The match referee is Mr. Stephen Proverbs. I believe Alec has the coin. Call is tails. And it is tails. All right, Naeem, so you won the toss here. What did you decide to do?
We're going to bowl first. I think it's like a similar depth to last game, and looking to execute what we did in the first innings.
Coming off of a win, how are your boys feeling today?
Yeah, very happy. You know, it's obviously good to get a win, but need to take learnings from last game to this one to ensure that happens again.
All right, and then finally, any changes to your side for today?
Yeah, two changes. Unfortunately, Johannes is out due to personal issues. So McKenny Clark comes in and makes his first class debut, and Teddy Bishop also misses out, and Akeem August comes in.
All right, thanks a lot, Naeem. All the best. Slide a little closer there, Alec. All right, so you're going to have a bat first on this surface. How do you feel about that?
Well, I too would have bowled first based on the stats and how the last game played. The wicket, you know, you get the best out of the wicket first up as a bowling unit.
All right, and well, this is the first game that you guys are playing in this Headley Weeks Tri-Series. What's the mood right now in your team?
Well, I think the guys are really confident. We know based on the net sessions and how we look really good. You know, we are just confident and excited, you know, to get out and play some cricket.
All right, well, Alec, congrats, or rather, not congrats because you lost the toss, but all the best in this match. So news from the toss, Team West Indies Academy, they've won it, and they're going to have a bowl first.
So they heard from Joel Manning at the toss this morning. And just to give you an idea in terms of the teams for today, Naeem Young captain, Kirk McKenzie, Keegan Simmons, Kevlin Anderson, Tevin Imla, the wicketkeeper, Kevin Wickham, Joshua Bishop, Ashmin Ned, Kelvin Pittman, McKenny Clark, who joins in, and Akeem Ogis. We'll go to the next segment. And just to give you an idea in terms of what's happening, Alex Atten is captain. We have a situation here with Tejan Ryan Shandapal, Zakari Makaski, Casey Carty, Brandon King, Jama Hamilton, Versami Permol. We also have Dominique Drakes, Niles Smith, Jaya McAllister, Kevin Sinclair, Raymond Reefer, and Devon Thomas out of the squad. The umpires are out, so too both teams. I think we have a situation here where tribute will be paid to someone. Good morning, Seth Burton.
Hi, good morning, Vernon. Yes, the tribute, well, it's not quite a tribute. It is an unfortunate situation, the death of the mother of young Johan Lane. And that death will mean that we would have a minute silence in honor of that. Johan Lane, the young Barbadian who really came and had an opening burst that set the tone for game one between Cricket West Indies Academy and Team Headley. He had to return, now had returned to Barbados because of the death of his mom. So the teams will pay tribute, the umpires also, and we also in this, the broadcast booth, will pay tribute. So that's why the players and the officials are wearing their black armbands. So yes, he's out as a result of that. And it's really one of those unfortunate factors of life.
So as a matter of respect on behalf of the Leeward Islands Cricket Board and the Leeward Islands Development Company and the nation of Antigua and Barbuda, by extension, we also express our condolences to Mr. Lane and his family. I see Shivner and Shandapal, and I understand Jeff Miller is also here too. So most of the officials moving out. Cricket West Indies, Philip Spooner, media organizer Mally Richards has just arrived. And all of the other officials, Nikita Miller and company, trying to get there so that we can have a minute silence. The flag of Antigua and Barbuda being flown, as well as Cricket West Indies. It's a touching moment here.
Yes, and I'm sure the whole coaching staff, Andrew Coley and his staff, Kenny Benjamin and the others, will then Cornwall, they want to stand firm by their young prodigy.
So I think the minute silence has started. And we have a trickling of spectators attending here as we speak. Got some visitors from overseas. And they are getting themselves organized to pay attention. Yuan Lane, emerging young fast bowler, under 19 prospect from Barbados. And to the entire nation of Barbados, we extend our condolences to his family. And Mom would have had an opportunity to witness her son picking up 5 wickets in his first class game.
And perhaps contemplating his future. He's also at the Cave Hill. He's also a young student at the University of the West Indies.
Also just see the arrival of Roland Butcher and His Excellency Dr. Desmond Haynes, who've just come in. Graham West, also part of the arrangements here this morning. And so we're now down to game time. And we hope for an exciting 4 days right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies.
Yeah, morning. Good morning.
Shivnarine Chandapal, the legend himself, maybe just passing by, maybe to just have a look at his son today. Stuart Williams, one of the coaches, Curtly Ambrose, bowling consultant, Kenny Benjamin, also part of the academy setup, Andrew Coley, and McKinley Clark. He's going to be a handful today. I think they just had the official ceremony of maybe the cap being handed over. So anytime now, we'll be off and running, ready and ready to go in this important encounter. All to play for here.
Well, it is all to play for because it was set up by a good match, with the exception that it really lasted just over 2.5 days. The Cricket West Indies Academy taking the initiative and showing that they have one hand up to hold this trophy, putting down Team Headley by 7 wickets in the opening game. But now it's a time for Team Weeks to measure up against the West Indies Academy. And I think that is going to be a big thing here. The openers are clear, McCaskey and Chandrapal. I think the youngsters, they will be delighted to be bowling on this track because the news is that there is some moisture on the track, more moisture than was the case in the opening game. So how well they use the moisture, how well they use the conditions. The conditions here, though, we had more sunlight on the opening day. Well, in fact, equal sunlight. It's still hot out there. We're not having quite a lot of breeze. You look at the flags are still just in their limp position, so that is clear. The difference is we have umpires Nigel Duguid and umpire Reefer. They're the ones doing duty in this game. And umpire Leslie Reefer has already made his call.
Yeah, see Rakim Cornwall who's come to support some of his teammates just on the restaurant side end, just passing around. You know, he's getting ready for his big semi-final clash.
Tomorrow in the cool and smooth.
Yeah, it's the PIC Liberta Blackhawks, the defending champions, taking on the unknown Bowling Blasters. And then we have 2 of the top nation clashes. Empire Nation coming up against Pigots Crushers, 2 of the biggest communities outside of St. Paul's community. So I think we are set for a real ding-dong showdown. We're starting here with McKenny Clark, and he has bowled quickly the last time we saw him. Look like he's grown.
Yes.
He's more in stature. Put a little muscle on.
Yes, the muscle is evident, slimly built, but you can almost see the cuts. So
Starting with 3 slip set, gully, backward point, cover, short mid wicket, mid off, fine leg. McClark around the wicket straight away, pitched up, and Chandapal just stroking it out. It's just a pattern set. I just don't understand. His first delivery to Chandapal is around the wicket. I would have preferred to see Clark
him over the wicket.
Over the wicket.
With the 3 slips.
Yeah, with the 3 slips
the
to
gully.
get the ball. Chandapal struggles very, 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 very early with the ball into that area. I think you're putting him into a comfort zone when you're coming around the wicket. But
perhaps he may have discussed that with his team, perhaps part of the team plan.
who is Vernon Springer? I keep talking about this. It's just a challenge for me. I can't get a grips of it yet. Balls are wide, gone all the way past Imla. No ball signal there, and it's good save there by Kelvin Pittman. Oh.
And he tumbles.
It tumbles there. Maybe his foot in there into that area. Maybe down in that area we had some early morning showers. Hope that he's okay.
Well, he's smiling. Did Kelvin Pittman open the batting last night?
No, Kevin.
Kevin.
That's his brother.
Because I got that call. I said, no, he's in camp.
Yeah, Kevin. Kevin is his
Yes,
brother.
I missed that game because, I had to do sleep after the first. So I was wondering what I was hearing.
2 without loss. Clark to Chandapal. No ball again.
Wow.
And the reason for that set is because he's coming around the wicket and he's trying not to bowl into the danger area. So he's overcompensating, so he's trying to get close so he can fall off.
So perhaps the option of over the wicket would have been more comfortable for him.
To start up with.
And it is strange. Well, we had a laugh last week when the game started with a no ball.
Yes.
And now we're seeing 2. I'm not sure what is happening. We're having a doubling up situation.
Maybe.
Ronnie, I hope we won't have double days. So
Never
we
know.
may go beyond 4 days.
Clark maybe might be setting up to get a 5-wicket haul here today also. Chandapal back and cracking that past the backward point fielder. It won't have the legs to go into the boundary because we had some early morning showers. And they come back very quickly for 3 runs there. It was short and wide, and Chandapal pounced onto it and clobbered it past backward point. The fielder in that position saved 1 run, I would consider it to be. So Chandapal is finally off the mark with 3. Brings the right-handed McCaskey from Barbados.
Well, Chandapal, he played that shot with authority. Hammered it into the ground. The deep backward point could not really stop it fully. But at the end of the day, most batters, especially the left-handers, tend to play it aerially. But he didn't give that chance. He was really aiming for the boundary along the ground.
So Clark will bowl to the right-handed McCaskey. Hop a jump, and then he moves into his rhythm. Another no ball. So
Wow.
the third in the opening over here is almost like a cardinal sin.
Yes. Your first over, you have to end up bowl 9 instead of 6. I would also like later on he will certainly pull up his action, his run-up. Because you mentioned there is actually a hop and a skip before he gets into stride. And
Well, the last time I saw him bowl set was at the Sir Vivian Stadium. He came from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Seems to have changed a little bit. Good line, got that one right. I don't know if this is a new move from him, but it's maybe his own style and pattern to get himself going. I have to monitor and look at him again.
let's look at it. 2 steps, then hops.
He looks like
then
a
skips again, and then he
like a
gets
long jumper.
That's right. Then he gets into the stride. The question is, how does that affect the fluency? And then you speak about the no ball, because I have a theory about no balls, which I would share. But that could also affect his impact.
Another no ball again.
That is
So
Strange.
I'm
And the
wondering.
run-up is strange.
Yeah, I'm wondering where he got this from because I don't remember seeing him bowl this way before.
That's right.
So
When we saw him earlier, he was just a natural flow.
natural
We see
athlete.
players make these adjustments. We are not sure where they come from. We're not sure. But I would be thinking that when I'm coming up, okay, Michael Holding, you may want to say I'm too idealistic. Imran Khan, you may want to say I'm too idealistic. But you go beyond that. You saw the older ones, the current ones who are flowing through you. Currently Ambrose, you come right down the line. Even currently Alzari, Joseph, the younger ones, Seals, they come right through with that flow. They don't encounter too much of the no ball problem, and they don't have a problem with pace, especially on the end. So I'm not quite sure.
How
what
you
is
walk
happening
is
to
how you run, Seth.
McKenny Clark, because he didn't have that approach. With the no ball, there are two factors that I gauge for no balls. Number one, you must make up your mind where you want to deliver the ball by the time you're at the top of your mark. So you don't want to make any change. Secondly, your rhythm. Barring the fact that there may be some obstacle there, which would not be the case in the first class level, a no ball should not be repeated this frequently.
Bang on target again. He finally got this one right.
But now he has to compensate for pace. He has to slow it down. So definitely there is something that is. But he's in good company. I think he has a bowling coach like Kenny Benjamin. And he is a guy who can work out
He
things.
might only have Benjamin in the camp.
But after the camp.
And he goes back home.
So I guess that's why the shout out for men like Joel Garner. Franklin Stevenson, a guy that a lot of people may not pay attention to.
But he's got a good program going in Barbados as we speak. Another no ball again. So what is the issue here? Because the thing about it, Seth, is that he is not looked at where he's landing. So because normally you would tend to check there too. You'd ask the umpire how close I am, and maybe sort that out. So he seems not to be able to have got his rhythm going here.
I'm sure it has never happened to him. Well, we haven't run any.
This is 5
We don't
sets.
have no stats to run, but I doubt this would have happened to him in club cricket in Barbados in the setting that I have a fair understanding of. But definitely there is a challenge here. And it cannot be nerves either. Yes, you would have nerves, but I don't think nerves may be associated with no balls. But an unusual situation, 5
In the first over.
in the first over.
Well, the thing about it, Seth, is that if practice makes perfection, so if you're going to the practice and you're bowling no balls and then you come into a game, then you would more or less formulate that concept. But as somebody said, it's going to be a long day here for Clark. He was very disgusted with himself when he bowled the fifth no ball.
Well, we made an error, and we were attributing that to Barbados, but just checking that he's actually from St. Lucia.
Yes, my bad.
So,
My bad
bad
Joel.
too.
Yeah.
So he's actually from St. Lucia, so therefore some work would have to be done.
I
because
just think
he's
it's
good
I just think
youngster.
it's a mental thing. Maybe he's changed his run up.
That is evident.
He's
evident.
maybe not comfortable with it. You know, what I mean, he's maybe got to get it right. Let's
So
hope
the
that he
captain
gets
may
it
well
right.
pull him out for the next over and
No,
then bring him.
I'll give him another one again. He has to learn. You
Well,
got to put that behind you.
He would have learned well the fact that he has gotten this far.
Bang on target is Kelvin Pittman hitting the bat very hard there, Seth.
Yes, his spell in the last game, that was a really quick bowling on this track. He had 3 wickets, but the notable ones for me was seeing the off stump of Josh Da Silva, the West Indies wicketkeeper, bat just being rocked back by pace, and then the snorter that he gave Powell. Those were really special moments that you won't see all the time.
No, you would love that, Seth.
Yes, I love to see real pace doing destruction.
This looks a whole different ball game here now. Shanda Paul has to be thinking about it because first ball hit the bat, the next one was drawing him a little wider. Pittman, he's got good rhythm here.
And they are Starting the chattering now. Imlak making some adjustment to the slip cordon. You were speaking about that the last time, so they're paying attention there. He has Mackenzie and Anderson at first and second.
Pittman from the CIUN, bounding away. It's got good rhythm here. Down the outside, he pushed that one. But that's okay. You could see what he was trying to execute in the process. They got 3 slips. Mackenzie at first, Anderson at second, Wickham at third, Keegan Simmons in the gully, and at backward point, just waiting to turn and see the number 55 on his back. Looks like Akeem Ogis is playing his first game. That one is close. That one is close. He was darting at the pads right there.
Yes, that was a good delivery. Right up, Vernon. We would have a look at that soon.
Ronnie, can you show us that back again? Because that looked very, very close. He was neither, he didn't really get a big stride out. Might have been doing a lot there.
The guy said
10 without loss set. Let's look at it again. Maybe height.
That's a maybe.
Pitched up right there.
That one looked to have struck in line.
I'm putting myself in the umpire's position. Set. And
that's
so,
a good one to be in, Vernon.
Yeah, so you would want to say maybe height. He would be in the best position. We're on a height, looking down.
When you look at that, Chandapol's left leg came right across and then shuffling. The back one that looked, well, maybe, perhaps, but it was full length. So that's a close one. The umpire has the benefit. He's the one in charge, umpire.
10 without loss. Chandapol 3. He's tugging this one down to the boundary. Clark comes around and fires a return back to Imla. Good take. End of over number 2. And Team Weeks batting here. They're 11 without loss. Chandapol 4. McCaskey not.
Well, you mentioned Ogis. Ogis would have come in for Teddy Bishop, who had, 2 ducks in the game because of poor shots. In fact, on the occasions, he got them off to 1 without a run on board.
Well, the thing about cricket is that you have to play poor shots to get out, otherwise the batsman will bat all day.
But sometimes,
like
sometimes there are some brilliant bowling. Sometimes, like
brilliant bowling,
look at the one that Powell got.
Yeah, well,
he couldn't. I mean, what could you do? There's some deliveries that you just
As long as you're playing cricket set,
it's
you know
not
cricket,
just poor
right?
shots.
Somebody always has your number. That was just Powell's number on that day.
That's right, but it's not always poor shots. I would die on that point.
11 without loss. Chandapol to face Clark's second over. Down the onside, he's pushing this one away now. So he's not got his radar right here yet. But he's going to be a handful on this track.
Yes, I think it's just a matter of time getting the adrenaline pumping and getting rid of the early jitters. The added pressure is that he would now have to be focused in, ensure that you don't overstep. The credit you give him, you mentioned that he started from around. After he had his problem, he went over. So he has assessed both options and now is prepared to do his work.
He's working away. He's got a plan. Chandapol playing around that ball there. Trouble here. He's punched down to mid-on. And he had to try and get back into his crease.
Ogis was really pretty quick on that.
He was.
Because they were looking at the single. Clark is warming nicely.
Still feel that Chandapol could have done a lot better with that set by punching that down the ground. He got into position. He sort of just kind of stabbed at it.
But as you know, Chandapol takes a little time to really warm up to stroke play. Does well on the shorter ball in the early phases. But otherwise, he takes some time to get going.
He's focused here. Chandapol. Back and just punching this up to 9 young.
Clark is getting it right. looking more confident. I know he has to sacrifice a bit of pace to get it steady, picking length and line.
Looking at to the new set, I saw Johnny Bairstow coming back for England in a practice game, scored a 97, and will maybe keep again also. So he's pushing a claim to try and Joffa Archer also, I think, went up to Belgium to maybe about last month to check out his elbow. So a lot of things happening in the cricket circle. Full toss, no ball, and he's confused. His punch down to the third man boundary for 4. Another no ball, the 6th by McKenny Clark.
Yes, he's definitely struggling. And good support there. Kevlon Anderson coming out having a chat with him. And Captain Naim Young is there also at a distance offering a word. It was a full toss. I got the impression he was trying to swing that because that, though it was a full toss, it had a late swing. Started wide and was swinging in. So perhaps in his mind, sometimes you could be thinking about doing too many things. You just want to get the first over right. You just want to get it. And he didn't get the first over right in terms of his positioning. And now he's remarking, yes, not a bad idea. Remark your run-up.
Strike pattern has to be consistent.
That's
the
right.
way you walk is the way you run.
That's what you practice. That's what you practice.
You got to get that right, and it's all in your mind. As I look through at that delivery set, there's a hop and skip twice, and then almost into the third part, there's another hop and skip, right? So, like I said, I don't know if he's working on something. I don't know if it's
I would love to see I would love to have a personal discussion with Kenny Benjamin, which I would do after this because he has very keen eyes. I remember him sitting in this very position when we were assessing the West Indies under 19 back in 2019, and he was able to point out a few flaws that he thought needed straightening out. And you have seen players thereafter. It's still 16 without loss here for Team Weeks. But in assessing that, you have seen changes, and these including bowlers, some of them including seals, including, from that previous era, if I may call it. And you know that he did that work with Alzari Joseph after the injury. And he was appointed by CWI to oversee that directly. And now Alzari Joseph is back. So apart from the biomechanics, the run-up.
Clipped away. Down to the fine leg long leg area. They get an easy single. Chandapal gliding along onto 9. Brings McCaskey into strike, who's a naught.
And Andy Roberts is another. Andy Roberts, at times you're thinking away, and you would have reasoned with Sir Andy Roberts. He would just hit it on the spot, what needs to be done. There are some guys who have, that eyes, and Andy would tell you that bowler can increase his pace with these changes. And the truth, they may result. So I think it's just a matter of time, and young Clark will have that worked out.
So Chandapal will be in strike to Pittman. Pittman starting his second over. West Indies Academy opting to field after they would have won the toss. Naim Young called right. And Kelvin Pittman on his home ground to Chandapal. It's just back and just turning this into the leg side area. Ned comes around. He can't stop the single. Score goes up to 18 without loss. This is a whole complete different track as compared to when they played in their last encounter.
That's true. 2 tracks away to the west. Behaving differently.
3 slips. 3 slips on the gully, all taking place here.
And this is a good test for the young fast bowlers.
Good experience. Pittman playing his second first-class game. Opportunities provided. Oh, that landed into the right area. And McCaskey was just there looking, searching. He'd be advised to cover his off stump.
That's right. You remember Josh De Silva.
And I think to be able to cover his off stump, you'll have to treat this as he's in England. The right foot will have to
That's right.
get deep and get across and make sure that you cover that one. Don't leave
I
any.
always say I prefer to be out LBW than to be bowled.
Support you. Set. Pitman. Beautiful rhythm. Oh, that hit the bat very hard. Down to the gully feeler in Simmons.
And good, it made some height from just back of the length. So I guess he's working up something. He hails from the village of Bethesda. That's on the southeastern side of Antigua. Some may say east, but I would say southeast. And he plays for the CUB Golden Eagles.
3 slips go down. Gully, backward point, Pitman to McCaskey. Pitched up again, he just punches that down the ground. We get a couple of runs here. 9 Young is after it. And very comfortable, low full toss. And didn't try to overhit it, but kept a nice straight bat, McCaskey. We say good morning to the folks in the wider part of the Eastern Caribbean, all around the world, tuned into the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel.
I would also like to say a special good morning to Ed Lewis over there on that other side of the Atlantic. Ed, a former Leeward Islands batter.
Driving again. Beautiful piece of work there by Ned. Diving around there. That's good work there.
In Ed days, he would be happy if something like this would have happened, because you remember his big 100 against Barbados with the likes of all the duo of the Joel Garner and the Malcolm Marshall, etc. Scored, what, 170? I can't quite remember. But then thereafter, the team was too good after some consistent scores. He's in fact the brother of Enoch Lewis, director of Cricket West Indies.
Just want to say good morning to, I'll come back to that in a little while. Don't know if you would have remembered Leslie Irish from Montserrat.
Certainly.
Well, he lost his wife
Wow.
last week.
I'm so
Yeah, about
sorry
a
to
week
hear.
and a couple of days ago. So Devon Williams, his close mate, is in England, giving him all the support that he can. I think you got a couple of young Montserrat cricketers who will be heading out today also. Jemuel Kirby and Jaman Williams.
over to England.
Yeah, we also have some cricketers from Antigua left from yesterday. A couple of guys have left. Jahari Francis. So England is becoming a hot spot for some cricketers.
And that is good. That is good. Les Roy himself would have played there for a while. There was also Les Roy Weeks who went up there. So quite a bit of guys who have benefited.
Tyrone Greenaway.
That's right, and have been able to play first-class cricket. At the same time, the younger ones now are latching on to these opportunities, because those were the opportunities that actually molded or grounded some of our illustrious cricketers years ago.
But the system has changed, Seth, and until we recognize that, come back to that, 9 Young starts the ball to Shanapal, full toss, and Shanapal guilty of not putting that one away. He was in two minds. He really didn't, his right foot didn't stay low enough to caress it across the cover area.
Looks a little uncertain, although that one was full, it was angling in. And I think there is something that both, well, Young has that. I saw Clark sort of working at that in a full toss. He bowled to Shandapal, was swinging in late. So that...
Another full toss again. This time he finds a gap, 4 runs. No, I don't think so. He's going to be able to pull that one back. Heavy outfield here, and like I said, we had some early morning showers. Ned with a big, powerful return. Ned has really improved on his fitness. He's got quicker. Just looked at Ned shotting across there at cover. He really looked like a super athlete. So he's putting some work
and
on his
that's
fitness.
important. That is important. The youngsters, they will be given their instructions, what to work on. And good to see all of them in good stead here.
22 without loss. 9 Young maybe just not getting maybe the ball, the seam of the ball might be a little wet in the context. Shandapal 12. Back and across Shandapal, and good link delivery. This is a good comeback here from Naim Young, landing in the right areas after his first 2 deliveries were full tosses.
Some thought for Young while he bowls, whether he would hold the strain here, and at what time Clark comes back after the combination of himself and Kelvin Pittman, because it's important for him to get his confidence together in the context.
2 songs. He just halted. Naim Young bang on target right here. I'd like to still see him come over the wicket to Shanda Paul.
Let's look at this. Lovely flow. Ooh.
Take a pitch
Well, it's
outside,
outside
the
right,
line
and
of
he
the
played a shot,
outside the line of the
and
off
the ball
stump.
would have, yes, beaten off stump easily. But good movements from him.
He's going to get the ball to reverse swing here, Naim Young. You know that for sure. That one's going the other way now. So this is going to be a seaming wicket here.
He's a crafty young bowler.
Full of talent.
And full of confidence.
He's got a bright future ahead of him. He could be the new name. We also seen Matthew Ford, who's been playing in the cool and smooth competition here.
Naim Young played the last time as well.
Yes, he did.
Cool and smooth.
Casey Carty also participated in that. Jamal Hamilton. Devon Thomas. Bang on target. Sheldon Cotwell, who started and missed off for a while. So over completed. 5 overs bowled so far. 22 without loss. Tej Chandapal is on 12. Zakari McCaskey is on 2. We say good morning to Sean Devers, Akeem Green, Joseph Rex Pereira, Basil Morgan in Montserrat, the former Combine Islands player also, Jim Allen, who's always follows the cricket when Basil gets a chance to go across and have a chat with him. All of the Basils in Montserrat, and wherever you're listening to us all around the world, we thank you very much for choosing Cricket West Indies YouTube channel to follow West Indies cricket and world cricket. Kello. Pittman starting his 3rd over.
Pittman is looking good. Young's first over was a good one. I think the only struggle is Clark, McKenny Clark, and I think he's going to come back well.
I like the rhythm of Pittman. He's really charging up. And he's landing the ball into the right areas. He's got a good groove going here. He's got good rhythm, good control. And I don't think that he's really pulled the throttle yet, because he can bowl faster.
He's building up, I think. Recognizes it's a new day, a new game.
Could be a long day too.
Yes, he could optimize it as he goes along.
I know he bowls well set with the new ball, but also when he gets the old ball, he tends to swing a lot later. He bowls some in-duckers very consistently.
Pull down.
Ferociously hit to square leg. Now Pittman will have to understand that McCaskey is from Barbados, and they tend to play those shots very well. If he's going to bowl a bumper, you got to look at the badge. That just sat up. There was no pace on it. Really, let's look at the replay set.
It was punished.
Yeah, think it maybe after lunch. Don't think McCaskey would try that to him.
Short.
Yeah. We are almost like a long hop.
Yes.
Lost his rhythm too, just about on the approach set, and forced him to bowl that long hop. It's like he decided that he was going to bowl a short ball, but it wasn't quite there. Just needs to get back into the right straps, the right area. Pittman into bowl to McCaskey. He's back short again, and it's gone to this. Oh, beautiful effort there. That's good work by Clark.
Well, Pittman is saying, you went after me, I'm coming back again.
But he got to get it up.
The line was different. Really.
He's got to get it upset.
That's right. Didn't really get up as much. Perhaps he's also testing the pitch. He's testing the pitch, but he's testing the batter. The batter may have had first strike to say, well, I've put you to the boundary. Pittman is saying, I'm going to test your capacity. Good cricket.
I'd like to see Pittman bowling a fuller length delivery right now, because McCaskey also might be thinking about another short one. Yes, just as I said, short and wide, and punched away down to the boundary for 4. So he's falling away there. It's just like he's convinced that he has to bowl a short ball. These 3 deliveries have been very poor deliveries by Kelvin Pittman, and they've been put away nicely by McCaskey for 2 boundaries, 10 off 3.
And let's look at this. This was short, and it was wayward. It was not body line. Looked as though he pulled it down to be a slow one. It was the shortest of all, the gentlest of all, outside the off stump. The batter had all the time in the world and gave it the full treatment. 10 runs or 4 deliveries in the over.
He has to refocus again, Kelvin Pittman. Oh, that's the area. That's where he has
the
to
delivery.
bowl. That's a heavy ball. That's where he has to bowl, because McCaskey, when he comes into that area, that 2-4 meter area, McCaskey tends not to come forward. His hands go, and he just has to be consistent, Kelvin Pittman. But it's a learning process.
It's a beauty. Look at it. Right up and left him. Excellent comeback. Perhaps, as you say, that should have been the case for ball number 2 or ball number 3.
Well, nothing wrong with him trying to bowl some short balls. He will learn. He will understand the pace of the wicket. Beautiful delivery.
But driven for 4.
Got to make a bigger effort than that. Have to cut off that Naim Young. Was to the left of him. And a boundary there. 32 without loss at the end of 6.
An expensive over. 14 runs coming off Pittman's third over. 3 fours and a couple. Marley Richards and Joel Manning will take you up to the break.
A beautiful day for cricket here at Coolidge once again. Naim Young starting to get into a decent rhythm. So far had a full toss or 2 in his first over, but since then he started to use his surface, and I think that's probably what West Indies Academy need to be doing. They won the toss, and that was obviously because of the conditions at the start of this morning. It was a little overcast, it was rain at the start of this morning. This pitch that we're playing on just to the left of the one that we played on in match 1 had a bit more moisture in it as well, and a heavier grass covering also. And I think that was the reason why they opted to bowl first, but I don't think they've just used the conditions just yet. Naim Young, like I mentioned though, gotten into a decent rhythm coming on to the end of his first over, and now here into his second. Good morning, Mali.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning to all the watchers, wherever they may be, here in the region and around the globe. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Just slightly different conditions here in terms of maybe the moisture in this pitch here on day 1. We've had quite a bit of rain in the last 48 hours or so. It's really had an effect. But Naim Young just building nicely into his spell now. And I think a hallmark of not only this spell, but the previous match has just been his accuracy.
Well, they thought they had something there.
I think he hit the stump, but the bail wasn't removed, to be honest. I'd love to see that again.
And there's that movement now that we're talking about in terms of just using the surface. I mentioned the fact that he's gotten into it quite nicely here. Naim Young, that one just jagging back in off of the surface quite nicely to Zachary McCaskey. There we see it, and indeed it took the off stump. But the bails were not removed, and that's why Naim Young thought he had something there.
And that's something we're seeing more often in the modern game. Balls just grazing stumps, actually hitting stumps quite hard at times, and the bails not being removed. So Zach McCaskey. Can we call that a life, Joel?
I don't know, but the thing about it is that it had to hit it with enough force because I saw the direction of the ball change.
Yeah, almost like an edge
as well.
off the bat.
Goes a lot further there, but that's exactly what we're talking about. Not necessarily that delivery, but using the surface, because I don't think that is necessarily that one where you need to be an out-and-out fast bowler, whereby we saw Kelvin Pittman the over before going a bit short, trying to test out the surface, and that was nice, yeah. But in terms of what your stock ball, your steady delivery needs to be, it's using the morning conditions and letting the surface do the rest for you, just putting it in the surface and seeing how the surface responds.
Well, it's proven quite difficult when the ball is in that fuller, but not quite full enough to drive length. With a bit of movement in and out from Young as well. Just there, McCaskey caught on the crease. Not quite sure what to play, what to leave. So Naeem Young showing all his skill here. And we were just saying, just to go back to the previous match against the team Headley, he was led by Naeem Young, especially in that second innings. That spell of his, quite a long one as well. Ended with 10 overs for 17, 3 wickets. 3 big wickets as well. And also with the inconsistent bounce that we know that's available here at Coolidge. Naeem Young, very much a danger man in these conditions, Joe.
Yeah, certainly the end of 7, it's 37 without loss. And definitely a morning for accuracy, because you're thinking of the fact that they won the toss and they opted to bowl. It tells you that they're looking at the conditions.
100%. And it's one of those days where, as you said, you probably don't pound the ball into the wicket. You're looking to kiss it off that good length, allow that pitch to do the work for you. You mentioned that consistent grass covering, still quite green. Will probably change over the next couple of days. You know, the natural wear and tear of a 4-day match. So the bowlers, especially with the new ball in hand, is key. They put the ball in the good areas. The good areas being just slightly fuller. Even if you get driven, you don't mind that.
Worked away. It's been a heavy outfield, but that one finds the boundary.
Yeah, it has been a heavy outfield. We mentioned the amount of rain that's come in Antigua in the last 24, 48 hours or so. But good enough timing from Chandapal to find the boundary. That's a hallmark of his play so far. You know, it's just how late he looks to play the ball. Gets a lot of runs behind square. Both offside and on the leg side.
One thing I can say about Chandapal this morning, how he's gone about things, he's quite positive at the crease. He's capitalized on what was a little wayward bowling that he had from McKenny Clark and a couple from Pittman as well, especially when it was short outside the off. I remember a cut that he played off of McKenny Clark, and that was probably the third ball that he faced. One that you would say, you know, he might have left relatively early in the inning, and something that we've seen him do. But today he's really come out and he's looked positive at the start of this.
Yeah, we're probably just seeing someone who's played international cricket not too long ago, coming back down a level. If you think about his initiation in Test cricket, it would have been up against probably arguably the best seam bowling attack, fast bowling attack in the world. The Australians in Australia in home conditions, and the way he stood up to that test was probably the one shining light on that tour. So just coming back down now to this level, you want to see that positivity and him just growing into his game. It's good so far, 19. And as you said, he's looked positive, even when defending. McCaskey has looked good at the other end as well. Played some fabulous drives, pulls in the last over. Seems to really like it short, doesn't he, Joel?
Yeah, absolutely. Anything fractionally short, Zachary McCaskey will latch on to. I think he really gets into some wonderful positions. And not just gets into position, but gets into positions early. Because we think back to those 2 pull shots that he played off of Kelvin Pittman, and it looked like he really had a lot of time to pull those balls. He didn't look rushed at all. Yes, the surface is not the quickest, and Kelvin Pittman isn't the quickest either, but he really got into position very quickly and executed quite well, and that's certainly, I guess, Zachary McCaskey trademark.
Yeah, he looks really strong on those short deliveries. He drives the ball quite well as well. Just one maybe little minor issue is just that transference of weight onto that front foot. Just at times maybe just caught on the crease. But this, his debut season in first class cricket, you'd say he's made a pretty admirable start. Hasn't quite picked up that 100 yet, but scored some 300 and over 300 runs. Picked up 2 half centuries, 92 being the highest. Yeah, can't bowl there.
Once again dispatched by Zachary McCaskey.
Yeah, he loves it short, doesn't he? Kelvin Pittman in the last couple overs, probably just losing that length that made him so successful last week here at Coolidge. Probably just gone a bit too short. And without that pace and bounce in this wicket, just easy from Zach McCaskey as we see it again. Yeah, just a long hop pretty much outside off stump. Didn't get up too high. And McCaskey well balanced. And as you said, got in a good position, Joe. Strong base. And he moves on to 20 now. So he's made a pretty positive start. Team Weeks overall have made a positive start. And just looking through this batting lineup as well, Joe, compared to probably Team Headley, I'd say Team Weeks maybe just the stronger batting lineup. Would you agree?
I could slightly agree there. I was actually having a discussion about that this morning. I said, yes, I do think it is stronger, but I also think that the roles in it are a little more defined. As well in terms of how certain players score their runs as well, because we look through that batting order, and at the top you have Tage, who usually is that grafter, that accumulator. Zachary McCaskey probably scores runs a little quicker than Tage, but once again Zachary McCaskey is that accumulator. Then you have the captain in Alec Athanaze, who has really imposed himself on batting attacks this first class season.
Yes.
We think about Brandon King as well, who likes to get after the ball, and when he comes to the crease, I'm going to talk about a couple of runs that he scored as well back home in Jamaica in their competition. Then you have also Casey Carty in there as well. So it's a case whereby, yes, there is batting and batting talent, but also batters who go about their workload is slightly different. And I think that poses now a different type of challenge now for the West Indies Academy, because when they were playing against Headley, yes, there were guys with talent as well, but guys who you could probably keep quiet for a little longer than you could probably keep the guys from the weak side quiet.
So I think probably what you're saying here is that there are a few more stroke makers in this Team Weeks 11. Oh, that's close. That's close. Not sure what. You see Tage looking at his bat there. I'd love to see that one again.
Yeah. Possibility of maybe an inside edge or probably even going down, because we look at the angle that Naeem is bowling from around the wicket, and he's been getting the ball to swing going down that leg side, and some movement there, and in fact probably taking the edge of the bat and going towards that left pad of his.
Yeah, that back foot actually. So that edge saving Tage on that occasion. Naeem Young threatening that length again. Once again, darting in through the air. Not so much off the pitch, through the air. Swinging into Chandapur. He gets a good bat on this one, though.
Yeah, he played inside the line of that one. That brings up the 50 partnership for this pair. But you saw the movement off the surface there, even from that full length. And that's what kind of caused Chandapur to have to play inside the line of that one. At one point, from our angle, I was thinking it was maybe heading down. But that movement that he got, just take it, or rather have it to straighten. Because Chandapur is also getting across his stumps quite noticeably.
He is.
As well.
And he's getting quite square as well. You know, that's how he plays. Pretty similar to his father in that vein. That technique. Always looking to get two eyes on the ball, lined up with the bowler, especially around the wicket. That head in front as well. You can tell those two would have drilled for hours and hours and hours together. Hit thousands of balls. Unorthodox, but it works for him. Once again, getting square.
That's the interesting thing about these days. I think back to conversations whereby people were saying, well, you have to have a certain technique to be able to score runs. But you hear coaches talking a lot now about the fact that come as you are and we'll work with what is there, essentially. So it's a case of becoming a lot more accepting of the various techniques now that we have. And if we look across oh, that one is going to find its way to the boundary off of Naeem Young, and no ball. And also a full toss and dealt with by Tage Ryan Shandapal.
Yeah, probably the worst delivery we've seen from Naeem Young in 2 weeks. Rank full toss outside the off stump. Just had to get any bat on that. And it was 4 runs. Shandapal moves on to 25.
Yeah, just outside of the off stump and just needed to open the face of that one. You hear the umpire saying no warning, but he opened the face quite nicely, which allowed him to access that backward point region, and it trickles away into the boundary. That one looks good.
Again, yeah.
And the dreaded finger of umpire Leslie Reefer goes up.
Yeah, it was just almost a matter of time based on the way Naeem Young was honing in on these pads of Tage Narayan Shandapal. Fantastic delivery again in that fuller length area, and we're just possibly just seeing Shandapal struggling to access that ball, that front foot. He was very conscious of keeping it out the way, but with that late movement once again from Naeem Young, we did earmark him as a danger man in these conditions, as we see the replay again around the wicket. Shandapal with that shuffle across ends up outside that off stump. Yeah, misses the bat, and I think that's a very good decision, Joe.
Yeah, certainly a very good decision there by umpire Leslie Reefer. The umpires today, Leslie Reefer and Nigel Duguid. But I guess you would have to say that it always looked as if it was on the cards for Naeem Young, especially the fact that he was that bowler that was going into the surface. And you see that bit of movement he got in towards Tage Narayan Shandapal. Also the fact that the pitch isn't necessarily coming on as quickly as well means that the batter has to make slight adjustments. Also unable to make that adjustment, got too far across probably, and that one an easy decision for umpire Reefer. The end of over number 9, the first bit of success for the West Indies Academy. It's 55 for 1.
Yeah, we're seeing that shuffle from almost crab-like, pretty similar to his father in that sense. Just missing that one though. I think Shiv always backed his eye more than anything. Always thought about, okay, survive until the next delivery. Actually developed the art of run scoring as his career progressed. Tinkered quite a bit with his technique over his career, but managed to be ultra effective, becoming the highest run scorer in Test cricket for the West Indies. Shiv Narayan Shandapal, one of my favorite players from the West Indies, especially in that era, 90s onwards. Actually would have watched him in his debut series here in Antigua. I think it was 1995, if I'm not mistaken.
I hear you talking about 1995, and I'm thinking, ooh.
Yeah, I was 12 years old, Joe. Yeah.
I was either 2 or 3. It's going to be McKenny Clark being brought back into the attack. Bat into the ground more than likely there. But just given the 2 overs from this media center end, and he never really got into stride, did McKenny Clark. He had the no ball problem, and then it was a case of the full tosses as well, angling, going down the leg side to Tage Narayan Shandapal, especially bowling around the wicket. Been given a change of ends now, operating from that CYU end.
Yeah, pretty similar to Kelvin Pittman last week against Team Headley as well. Would have started from this end and struggled mightily with his run and his rhythm. Pretty similar to Clark here this morning. Just didn't look like himself. Really struggled, bowled a multitude of no balls as well in those 2 overs. So he's been switched to the CIU road end. Let's hope he likes this end a little better. Just seems to be putting it there at the moment though. No real rhythm, no pace. just yet for McKenny Clark. He's a skiddy guy. He definitely has that extra pace up his sleeve. Would have seen that personally in the Regional Super 50 a few months ago here in Antigua. Rushed quite a few of the batters in that tournament, that's for sure. Casey Carty, the man at the crease, being one of them.
On first class debut is McKenny Clark, hailing from the island, the Helen of the West Indies in St. Lucia. Nice little young prospect. He is, as I mentioned, those 2 overs he had, they really look, you know, as if he was just here yet. And maybe that is why we're seeing him not necessarily bounding in just yet from that CIU end. Just a case of trying to get that rhythm going, put a couple deliveries down, you know, get through what could possibly be a maiden over for him, and then, you know, settle and get a bit of confidence from that, and then look to work from there.
Just feeling his way. He's feeling his way through at the moment.
And the thing about that too is that he has the opportunity given that there's time. You know, because you look at those 2 overs, and had it been a limited overs cricket, then you would say, you know what, you wonder if, you know, you might bring him back coming. But the fact that it's 4-day cricket, it means that Naeem Young can throw that ball back to him, because they have the confidence in him as well. If not, they would not have given him, you know, to bowl the first ball of the day. So the confidence is there, the talent is there, and they're just hoping that, you know what, with time now, the execution can be there as well.
Yeah, no Johan Lane today. Probably a well-earned rest for the tall man.
In fact, Johan Lane being left out because of the passing of his mother.
Oh, wow.
In fact, so our condolences to him during what would have been the break that we had between matches. And certainly cannot be easy to lose your mother at any stage of your life. So, you know, hoping that the support system is certainly there for him to help him through what will be a very trying time. We look forward to maybe we can see him back out on the park.
Yeah, the man's got a remarkable talent. Picked up 5 wickets on debut last week, so we wish him or send him our condolences here indeed. It's the end of that Clark over though. Not a bad comeback, Joe, considering.
In fact, I would consider it a fantastic comeback
just
for him, because I think about those 2 overs that he bowled, the fact that they were pretty much off line, off colour, and coming back, you certainly want that first over that you bowl to have some form of consistency to it. And in this case, the consistency was landing the ball on the surface. He did that across the 6 deliveries. Consistency in the fact that he didn't bowl a no ball as well, so he ticked off 2 boxes, and that would give him a little confidence going into over number 2. He can say, okay, I'm liking this end a little more. Okay, maybe I can start to put a bit more behind it, and then we might now start to see a bit more effort, you know, him coming out of that quote-unquote shell.
100%. It's going to be Naeem Young to continue from the media center end. And I think it's fair to comment, Naeem Young as well has shown remarkable fitness and stamina, hasn't he? To be back here again with this new ball in hand. Seems to like to bowl quite long spells. Bowled a 10-over spell in the previous match as well. Had to pry the ball out of his hands almost. He's very accurate, doesn't waste too many deliveries to the batters, always asking, actually putting pressure on that front foot defense more often than not. Once again, that's a Jaffa cake.
Yeah, that movement off of the surface for Naeem Young, similar to what he had in match number 1. It was a case of he was moving the ball back in quite nicely to the right-handers here, just getting it to hold its line and slightly go away from the right-handed Casey Clark. It has been fantastic bowling from Naeem Young thus far. Into his 4th over.
Yeah, all the skills on show, moving the ball both ways.
And go searching there. And clipped away for the first runs for Casey Carty.
Probably one of the first times we've actually seen Naeem Young just get a little greedy there. went for the magic delivery. You would have seen that previous ball touch down and beat the outside edge. So he's thinking in his mind, okay, I'm going to go for the innie. No, but just probably went a bit searching, over pitching to Carty, and Carty is away.
Yeah, it would have just been his 3 first-class games this season for Casey Carty, given that he would have travelled to go across to South Africa with the West Indies side. Got a 95 versus Trinidad, and 95 and 11 not out, and that certainly was the bulk, I guess you could say, of the Browns. Not that you would really judge it, given that it was literally only 3 matches, 6 innings that he played. He got a 226 in the first one here at Coolidge versus Jamaica, then that 95 I mentioned, and 11 not out, and then 23 and 21 versus Guyana.
I'm actually glad to see him here, Joe. Probably would have been touring with the West Indies in the last year, 18 months or so, the white ball team. But in my opinion, I think he's better suited to the test game or the first class game. Not saying that he can't play white ball cricket, but I think he's actually better suited to this format, per se. So another opportunity for the young man to try and force his way into the red ball reckoning.
Yeah, certainly, especially with that 18 tour coming up to Bangladesh. Overbowled of 57 for 1.
Yeah, that 18 tour to Bangladesh. I'm sure quite a few players have got their eyes on that. Young guys as well. It would be interesting to see for Kevlon Anderson or someone like that will be given an opportunity. I'm not sure of the arrangements with the academy or even a Naeem Young. You know, he's been a standout performer in this series so far. We've still got the 1 match left after this. But it will just be interesting to see what young talent is actually given the opportunity.
I'll put my neck on the block here, Mali, and say that two guys from the West Indies Academy will make that 18. And this is nothing about inside information. I've heard absolutely nothing. I've heard nothing whatsoever.
Nah, I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
It's just a case of I have that feeling, that one clipped away nicely by McCaskey, and that finds its way into the boundary.
Seems like you've been having a few conversations with the Right Honourable Desmond Haynes at some point, or even a Roland Butcher. Well, I'll take your word for it. Not sure which two. So we see this one again. Kenny Clark just straying down the leg side, and McCaskey just glancing that, playing that quite fine down to the boundary for 4.
The man at fine leg really wide on that occasion. Had no chance getting it around to cut that one off. But certainly no, I've not been having any conversations. I just get a feeling, you know, a little tingle like Spider-Man.
Spidey senses. That one just touches down, a bit of bounce, carried through to McKenny Clark. So maybe just starting to find a better rhythm here from the CIU end. Slightly more downhill, I'd say.
I can see Teddy Bishop on the field. He's the 12th man for today. Played that first game, and unfortunately for him, didn't necessarily have the impact that he wanted. In fact, had 2 ducks in that game, and I think that's probably the reason why we're not seeing him here now in match number 2. Oh, glorious. But it's going to just run out to that man who's coming around on the point boundary. It's a little unfortunate that it's just the 2 games that they get to play, and it's like, well, you know what, you could have a bad day in here, rather a bad 2, you find yourself with 2 ducks, and
then you're out the next one, and then that's the end of the series. But I think in Teddy Bishop's case, it's slightly different. He's a member of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. He would have actually played quite a few first-class matches already. Maybe, though, and like you said, I'm probably just putting my neck out here on line, but I think maybe just not quite showing the development you'd probably expect from someone who would have been given the opportunities, also been a member of World Cup Under-19 squad, the CPL as well. You would have been in and amongst that. So a young player, but he's had a few opportunities already. Maybe just hasn't quite fulfilled it just yet, but definitely a player with a lot of potential.
Yeah, certainly has the potential, and hence why we see him in that academy setup. I just had to quickly look back at what he would have done in what would have been the first class championship. Just had the one game for him versus the Leeward Islands, and he got 4 and 16 in that one.
I think he's been a member of the Volcanoes now for a couple of seasons, right?
Yeah, he's certainly been around that setup for some time, has Teddy Bishop. He's been a name that we've been calling for some time, because he's a young man that showed potential early as well, and because of that, we've seen him in and amongst the names being called for West Indies cricketers.
Yeah, I think it was that under-19 tour of England. He would have scored, I think, a couple of centuries. Probably would have been the leading batter for the West Indies under-19s. Since then, he's just been given a few opportunities at a higher standard. You just want to see these young guys kick on maybe a bit more. Kevlin Anderson, though, has been a real bright spot for me. Not just the runs that he scored, but the way he went about it and the temperament that he showed as well.
Yeah, I certainly enjoyed that Kevlin Anderson innings, and as you mentioned, not even for the runs per se, because the runs the landmark is fantastic, but I was looking at the adjustments that he made throughout the innings, and that told me that there's the possibility that he could maybe repeat it.
Yeah, looks a real thinking batsman. This one slightly aerial, but into that vacant, almost mid-wicket, wideish mid-wicket area. Is it going to beat him into the bounce? Fantastic fielding.
Akeem O'Geist.
Akeem O'Geist playing his first match of this series. The young St. Lucian as well.
12 gone. It's 66 for 1.
Looks like it's going to be drinks. Yeah.
Yep, the first hour of play has come to an end. 66 for 1. Team Weeks, you would have to say that they would certainly be happy with that, especially having lost the toss this morning, being put in on a surface that you probably thought might pose a problem or two. But as we mentioned, I don't think the West Indies Academy have truly made best use of the surface so far. Still a lot of cricket to play, though. The one wicket of the day going to the captain, Naeem Young. The removal of Tajanai Shandabal, he went for 25. Not out Zachary McCaskey, he's there on 25 from, funny enough, that same 35. And then Casey Carty, he's 5 from 10. So a bit of a refreshment, a bit of water, and right after this, a bit of a change in commentary as well.
So, welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. First hour's players produced 66 runs, and the loss of Tejan Chandapal, who was out the leg before, to Naeem Young. Casey Carty has since come in and looked composed, but Zachary McCaskey is just growing in confidence, 25 from 35. And you see that Clark was shifted from the media center end and went to the CIU end and sort of looked a different bowler. Welcome back, Seth.
Yes, and it's really good to see, as you mentioned, the youngster settling in. And Young is preparing for a marathon spell here. Good one. Straight up off the bat after the break. And Carty recognizing that it's a good one. He goes to prod at the pitch. But I don't think that was the pitch. I think that was just a good delivery, Vernon Springer.
Touching down on the top of fourth stump line. No Raymond Reefer, no Devon Thomas today.
What do you think the thinking is? Is it a thinking that they are already would have been on the test team, or they are selected upwards? Because Raymond Reefer would have filled a void, which I think is a temporary void at number 3. Devon Thomas, well, he only had one test in Australia, but toured.
Interested to see the squad that would be going to Bangladesh, the A team, because some guys would need some cricket.
And that travels out on the 16th. In fact, they start the tour on the 16th to the 2nd of June.
Worked away by Casey Carty. If they want, they can get 2, and they get 2 quite easily. So there's some intent shown here by McCaskey and Casey Carty. The score in the meantime goes up to 68 for 1.
And it's good to see positive scoring. Yes, you want to grind it out. Yes, you want to be there. But we spoke, I think, a few weeks ago regarding the West Indian brand. And I think it is not careless, but it is authoritative. It's entertaining, and it is dominant. So we have seen that approach. As you mentioned, the new wave approach of Test cricket and first-class cricket. England being part of their revival recently, and we want to see that at the West Indian level. Not a good one by Young, but driven down the ground nicely by Casey Carty. Just a nice little push and down past the vacant mid-on position for 4.
Perfect on drive. You got to turn your hips to be able to play the on drive, and it was balanced at the crease. Casey Carty didn't try to overhit it, and pitched up and put away nicely. Good balance. Lovely shot by Carty.
Lovely shot. He's one of the young bright prospects from St. Martin. Led the way, the first from St. Martin to play international cricket.
He's propelled so many other youngsters. Soft hands died on the second slip. You've got young Nathan Edwards who's come through. You've got Michael Palmer, who we
saw last night.
We're now seeing. He's got a bright future ahead of him, Palmer. Just look at Casey Carty, just playing with soft hands.
Good back of the length delivery. Watched it all the way through. Good fielding there at second slip.
3 slips on a gully. Carty leaving that one.
What is noticeable though, the cordon, the slip cordon, they have come in since that. Realizing, well, the over has been completed, it's 72 for 1. Dark background suggesting that we could be in for some weather challenges. I can't quite judge this one because last night, well, yesterday, Vernon, lots of rain, and then in some parts, not a drop.
Yeah, it's the sort of time of day. It is set 72 for 1. It's going at a very consistent and heavy rate here,
which is good for the cricket.
Thank you.
We break for a while as Clark bongs away, clipped away by McCaskey. If he wants, he can get 2. That has to be 2 runs.
Should have been. That should have been the initial thought. But then, by the time they turned, you heard no. And no was the reality.
You know, I find it strange, Seth, where you have a situation where we're playing a 50 over, we're playing a T20 game, and there's more urgency. We come into a red ball setup, and the intensity is not there. We're just coasting along.
Cricket is cricket, and I think that's what made the difference with the West Indies team of old.
Driving again, getting another easy single.
They played with the mentality cricket is cricket. It's test cricket, it's ODI. That's what they were playing. That generation that dominated world cricket, they never really played T20. But if they had T20, wow, what a classic that would have been. You'd have been seeing the classic shots.
Yeah, you certainly would have been.
You'd have seen the good steaming bowling. So why not play it that way? I think that's what England, they're waking up to. That's what Australia did after the West Indies dominance. And India, they are balancing the equation well. So we, as West Indians, it's good to see that somehow the intensity in this game is a bit on the up.
So one of the slips have been pulled away. It's now 2 slips, a gully. And Clark bounding away to bowl to McCaskey, who just helps this one all the way for 6.
Yes.
If we were at the Survivor-rated stadium, we would be saying that's an INET maximum. Short delivery, no pace here. And for some reason, Pittman and Clark feel that they have to bowl short. And I don't think this track has any pace in it. And that was a nothing ball, put away nicely by McCaskey.
Definitely, and he's heading down the leg side, so he just had to raise the bat. Did it well, carried all the way through. Pitching the line needs better, pivoted nicely. Needs to change the line, hops and bounces. Feature of his bowling. This time a better one. Short but just outside the off stump. Batsman was not induced though, he was making shape to go after it. But as you recognize with McCaskey, he favors it coming on the leg side.
Well, from Barbados, you know, Seth, they would tend to hit the ball square. Anything square, short, wide. You know, they because of the tracks that they grew up on in Barbados, they would certainly exhibit those shots. McCaskey is 32. Down the onside, good take by Savory, just pushing that one. So Clark has really not settled into a rhythm here at all so far.
No,
High proportion of boundaries set, 9 boundaries hit.
And I
far.
think that unsettling in terms of Clark may have started with his first over.
5 no
when
balls.
he bowled 5 no balls. He has not fully recovered. His second over, he still continued 2 sides of the pitch. A bit of uncertainty. Rightly pulled out of the attack by Naeem Young. Then he has been brought back now from the CIU end or the northern end. He has been given a chance for a reprieve.
Driven out to the sweeper. You get 1 run. Ned is patrolling there. I even thought that with Pittman is a swing bowler. Yes, he can bowl fast. And so you got to bowl a fuller length on these tracks here. So you'll have to remember this is a different track compared to when they played against Team Headley.
That's right.
Yeah, so you've got to make the adjustment. We had some overnight, the last 48 hours we've been having early morning showers, even this morning. So the moisture in the track, so I just feel that when Pittman comes back on, he has to bowl a fuller length, because when he did, he troubled the batsman. Driving loosely, Carty goes. There was no fit movement there at all from Casey Carty. Just the hands going hard at a nothing delivery. That might give Clark some opportunity. Casey Carty goes, caught behind.
Wicket number 2 goes down, 82 for 2. And Carty would not be pleased because he just wanted to throw back at that one outside the off stump. Good opportunity for young Clark. Feeling good, having a flow. Wide outside the off stump. Casey Carty on the knees, and the confident appeal was there. Imlach having no problem at all. Wicket number 2, and in comes the man of the moment, the captain of Team Weeks, young Alec Athanaze, for whom much has been said across the region for his consistency, Vernon, his consistency in the Super 50, leading scorer, and then consistency for the championship. So he just wants to maintain that, yes, leading scorer for the past year in regional cricket.
Well, the thing about it is that you want to see consistency, and too many times that one of the things that I have found for years gone by following West Indies cricket, if Seth Burton scores 500 runs this year, then everybody thinks that you should get into the West Indies team. It's maybe not that simple and easy. You got to come back and score not just 500. You got to come back and score 1,000 runs. And I think when you look around in regional cricket, you have people like Devon Smith and company Stuart Williams. When they played, they would have dominated and scored huge amount of runs. And this is what you want to see happening. And Alex Athanaze has sent a statement. Yes, he didn't get selected for the South Africa tour, but he came back to the Caribbean and demonstrated that, hey, I'm going to keep working on my game.
And I think that sets the right tone, the model for young batsmen. He's from Dominica. Dominica, who would have had few West Indian
Shillingfords,
the Shillingfords,
Norbert Phillip,
Adam Sanford, who did migrate to Antigua and became a test player while being in Antigua playing for the Leewards, but is also Dominican. Shane Shillingford among them. And there were some on the periphery who would have played really good cricket. May not have made it onto the international stage. Lockhart, Sebastian.
A household name. We say good morning to Lockhart.
Thomas Kentish. So look at Alec Athanaze's stats. Solid in his 5 games, 596 runs, a strike rate of 69.95, 203 half centuries, the epitome of consistency and dominance in his batting. Good delivery again from Young. So that's what you want to see. Positive batting. Most of the time he can guide his team from a challenging position into a better position.
And for anyone to score 647 runs set at an average of 64.70, the next closest to him is Darren Bravo, 446. Leon Johnson, who's retired, 388.
That's almost by 200, a gap.
Yeah, you understand the dominance. Wide delivery. The need to him to follow that.
And usually, sometimes you may find guys get over 500, and it may be one big 100, but you're speaking about 200 and 3 half centuries. It simply means, and you're playing 5 games, that in each game you have an impact. And that continued, along the lines. It picked up from his performance here in the Super 50 in October, November, between the games played here and at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Stadium. So we have had a long looking of him. It's 82 for 2. McCaskey on 33. Athanaze, the man to whom we have spoken, is yet to score. Shandapal may not be happy 100% on 25. There was some discussion regarding his dismissal, that perhaps an earlier one that we saw we thought was pretty close against Pittman, but then this one against Young was given. But you die by the sword, you live by the sword, the same thing, or live by the sword, you die by the sword. Don't allow too many balls to hit the pads.
I thought he got a good stride in with that decision. Talking about McCaskey scored 303 runs with a high score of 92, an average of 33.66. Mosley, 355. Kyron Powell, 347. Sonny Lambris, 363. Kevin Hodge, 387. And the next person up from Ghana would have been Kevin Sinclair with 285, and Matthew Nando, one for the future, 273.
So basically all of the top batters would have been rewarded with an opportunity here. Obviously Leon Johnson has retired, called it a day.
A deserving
not
day
easy.
too.
Yes, he has really been a soldier for Guyana and
And
briefly
we will-
played for the West Indies.
When we look at the bowling, you see Cornwall with 35 wickets. For Sammy Pomal with 28 will break for a while as Clark turns from the CIU end. There's a appeal for caught behind.
Yes.
Without caught behind. Did he get a
Martinez,
nick onto that? He did because the umpire's giving him out. He
And-
looks a dejected man.
and the optimism of the appeal, I thought, was rife. And a wicket number 2 for Clark.
How crude this game can be.
Down the leg side.
Set.
A delivery
Almost reminded Seth of what happened with Kyron Powell in the
in the first innings
in the first game.
of the game, going down the leg side. And
got on the edge. Did he? Seth, let's look at that again. Let's see how close we can. Did he get something onto
it
it?
is likely. Highly
Yeah.
likely.
Well, his body language also indicated that
His
he was
disappointment.
in getting bat onto that.
But he looks down with the umpire projecting the index finger. And Clark, this is how cricket can be strange. It's now 82 for 3. Clark started with 5 no balls. Was
But-
really struggling
But I
on
think
both ends.
I think
and
I think I said that to you in the interim.
and now he gets
Ewan
2 wickets.
Ewan Lane started with a no ball and took 5 wickets. Did I not tell you that,
Well,
Seth?
keep your eyes on Clark. This game of cricket.
Continue with the wicket takers. Like I said, Raheem Cornwall, 212.2 overs, 58 maidens, 502 runs, 35 wickets. For Sammy Pomal, 189.4 overs, 43 maidens, 426 runs, 28 wickets. Akeem Jordan, 22 wickets to his name. Brian Charles, your spinner from Trinidad and Tobago with 21. Marquino Minley, 19 wickets. Kevin Sinclair, to complement his runs, 18 wickets. Ransford Beaton, 18 wickets. Jair McAllister from Barbados, 18 wickets. Niall Smith, 18 wickets as well. Shem Holder, 18 wickets. Justin Graves, 16 wickets. Preston McSween, who I would have loved to see in here, 15 wickets. Will break for Clark.
The happy man Clark. Being struck about. But getting the reward. This is another 4. So Clark serves up something easy for Brandon King. Brandon King, a good addition. That's what I wanted to see, and I'm sure Sir Desmond Haynes and his crew, they're happy to see Brandon King coming and playing the white ball game. So let's look at it. So you mentioned Raheem Cornwall, Virasamy Pomal, Brian Charles, whom I thought would have been a great addition to this. Here is Clark. Once again going down the leg side. So a single here. Yes, so as we were looking at that chart, well, Raheem Cornwall was not made available for this, understood, but 35 wickets, that's a lot. Virasamy Pomal, always, those two are always in contention. But back with the Brian Charles issue, he, I thought, is the one who may have been left out, who could have been looked at. He is always a threatening bowler, good flight, good drift, has a good sense of his angles and utilize the conditions. A lovely hook shot, pulled away, in fact. An easy shot in the end because it was a gentle long hop. And Brandon King is not going to make mince meat with that. In fact, it's not Brandon King.
It's McCaskey.
It's McCaskey. Has played that like meat and drinks. And he has shown that propensity to play the short ball and to play with authority. Let's look at it again.
But more or less, it's a nothing ball.
Yes.
And they continue to, Pittman and Clark continue to still try to bowl short balls. You have to settle into a groove. This is almost like a two-pace track.
Better delivery.
Got a bowl full on this track here.
McCaskey really playing well. Really scoring at a good rate. And that's what you want to see. 37 from 48 deliveries. 91 for 3 after 16 overs. Real good aggressive batting. But I think for Team Weeks, losing the 2 wickets with the score on 82 would have really been not their downfall, but would have been a bit unsettling.
So Clark has bowled 5, 2 for 42 with 5 no balls, settled into his groove. They've really scored at a clipper rate, 91 for 3 from 16 overs. Pretty interesting period of time here.
Yes.
When we consider what is happening.
Going at a rate of 5.69. So Naeem Young, he's going to continue his spell. Young is that sort of bowler.
Break for a while.
Oh, that one kept a bit low, but a good delivery. He's that sort of bowler. He's going to be moving the ball away. He's going to be moving it in, and then he has a way. He has about 4 different deliveries, all attributed to him playing T20 cricket. And what I like about him is that he has brought all of it into play in this first-class game. And when you saw his performance in the second innings of that match,
Young to Brandon King. King missed out there, overbalancing. Just needed to just get bat onto the ball. That should have gone to square leg.
But
something set that I don't normally see these days. And in the days of, playing Sinkits or Antigua against Nevis and you bowl in the vision on the pad, you could say goodbye. It's clipped away so easy. We don't see that anymore.
And I'm going to tell you why that has changed. That one has been clipped away because it's a top-notch batter, one of my favorite batters, I would say, in the region. Brandon King would not allow that to pass. But the point I'm making about Naeem Young may not have had the pace of Lane or Pittman, but he came in that critical stage of the second innings, and he gave his team that start with the first 3 wickets of the second morning, really set the game up to something special. And I think he's a youngster for whom one can invest in. He has his batting ability. He's not going to be top pace, but at the same time, it's so good to see him being brought into this 4-day setting, because too many of the youngsters, we're losing them to the fast track T20. And he is one of them I know who is earmarked for that. So it's good that he is in this setting and it's taking full advantage of it.
Well, Seth, I'll say to you that is not going to change anytime soon. Because if you look at the ICC World Test Championship, based on the cycle of how many test matches are being played, fellas are always going to be exposed to T20.
Right, and I have no issue with
hold on, Seth. Hold on, Seth. Hold on. A young man is not going to wait around to play 6 test matches. He's not guaranteed. He's not guaranteed sure that he's going to play 6 test matches. And we got to face the reality as to what is hitting us. We are being encountered. And in fact, Test cricket is under threat.
Well, it is. But when you ask the youngsters the other day, I heard an interview with Kofi James. That's another youngster who may have played the white and the red ball. 96 for 3 here after 17. He was saying that his preference would be test cricket. And then you look around and you'd say, he has never played a test. He was one of the top bowlers in the Super 50, among the top 2. Then he came, he scored, 100 in the T20 the other night, the leading score. But he's saying that test cricket is what he's hoping for.
Well, if that comes from the history set. So if you follow by the history around world cricket, the greats always talk about test cricket.
That's
but the new modern day ICC who run the game, they're into a business model. They're into competition. So they're really not worrying too much about test cricket. And it's
that's
sad.
a problem. So I'm going to give my solution. I know we have had a bowling change indicating at the not Joshua Bishop is going to come.
So it's almost similar to the women's program set. The Stephanie Taylors and the DeAndre Dottins.
But here's my solution. I want to see world cricket moved away of FIFA, world football. You play for a club, and you play for a club. So all these T20 league hop-ins, that needs to be managed. That needs to be centralized. So then ICC.
I'd love to have this discussion with you, Seth, because I want to know how that. I want to hear your model on this one.
We don't have enough time here. We don't have enough time here. So I must have that.
Seth, we have to have a discussion. I hope lunchtime we can have a discussion because I'm going to challenge you on that, Seth. You know who run the game, Seth?
Lovely, lovely.
There are only some countries that run the game, and I don't know if they're in the mood to
We
change that
cannot
model.
lose Test cricket. That's my point. We cannot lose Test cricket. It is the epitome of the sport.
Okay,
It
all right,
is.
sir. I respect your set, and I love that. I like Test cricket too, Seth,
And-
but
and
I'm dealing with the reality
We have to mold these youngsters so
to play Test cricket.
Go on, Bish. Keep working,
so the
Bish.
model has to change
From which end?
from the top.
The
Has to
top
be
don't-
driven down.
The top is competing against itself, Seth.
Okay, I
Every
don't-
year there's a T10, T20 World Cup. How do you save Test cricket?
Keep working, boys.
Well, we'll get there. Young Joshua Bishop, I'm sure he aspires to play Test as well.
Joel Manning
Good
coming up
shots.
next, along with Mally Richards.
Well, they are of that fast food generation. So
No,
perhaps they are going to be
I
fighting.
think Joel wants to see Test cricket. He'll be inclined to see Test cricket as well too. But the reality of the situation is that it's not possible.
Bish, lovely, Bish.
So, over has been completed. A good start. A good maiden on the part of Joshua Bishop coming in. And it is 96 for 3. And I hope Joel does not take offense that he's thought to be part of the fast food generation. But I grew up seeing Desmond Haynes and Viv Richards and Gordon Greenidge and Larry Gomes and Clive Lloyd. And I grew up seeing Andy Roberts and Michael Holding, Malcolm Marshall, etc. And that's the best cricket I have seen in my lifetime. So, Vernon and I would have it off. But Joel, it's your time. Please change the dynamics because I get passionate in discussions like these. So the youngster Naeem Young. He's happy to plug away Joel.
Certainly bowls the hard yards. Does Naeem Young, just thinking about what he would have done in that last one. He went on a spell of 9 overs, and that was the morning of day
Yes, on
number
the
3
trot.
where he picked up those 2 wickets as well. So he's certainly
And he
one.
had one overnight, so he ended with 3 for 17.
Yeah, but he's certainly one who's inclined to bowl the longer stretches, the longer spells. Naeem Young, fitness is not a question for him. He's certainly enjoying it here into his second first-class match. Joined once again by Mally Richards to take us towards what will be lunch on day 1 of match number 2 of this Headley Weeks tri-series.
Yeah, I think the team Headley have scored at quite a good clip, Joel, but they've just lost those 3 wickets. Those 2 of Athenes and Carty in particular. Short space of time in between both wickets. It's just brought the West Indies Academy right back into this match.
Yeah, it certainly has brought them back into this encounter. And funny enough, when you look at it as well, McKenny Clark is the one who took the wickets, and he might probably tell you that it's not really his best 2 balls that he took those wickets with as well, because I still don't believe that he's really bowling what he wants to bowl just yet. But funny enough, that's the thing about cricket. You don't need to bowl 2 gems to pick up wickets. You just need to bowl the ball.
Yeah, especially that Athenes one, strangled down the leg side. Probably the worst way to be dismissed if you're a batter. You could tell by that slow walk off just how disappointed Alec Athenes was. I was pretty disappointed as well, considering he's been the standout batter in regional cricket in the last year or so, and I was very excited to see him up close and personal, but it wasn't to be today, and it's just the nature of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Over 600 runs in the first-class championship and got absolutely none here today.
Yeah, strangled down the leg side. But McCaskey, though, he's gone about his business pretty much unfussed.
Yeah, McCaskey.
Few wickets have fallen around him, but he's been particularly severe on anything short as well.
Yeah, just over 300 runs for McCaskey in the first-class championship. The reason why he's here, and I think that 92 especially, is what got the eyes of the selectors opened. That 92 that he got versus Trinidad and Tobago, I believe it was, as we come to the end of that over. In 96 for 319 have been bowled, but the first innings of that game, and in fact he scored a 55 not out as well in the second innings of that game, but that 92, it was almost flawless from him, to be very honest. And it's so interesting because he had a spate of 26s. It was about 3 26s that he got in a 29 before he got those runs, and that was where the conversation was. And I actually asked him, what is it about that number one that you like to start with, and two, what is going through your mind at that stage? He said, he was asking himself a lot of questions and doubting his technique, doubting his defense, and he said, well, Zach, why not sing a song? And I'll tell you this, he said he sang Chronic Law empty to get that 92 on day one.
Wow. So just showing you the power of music as well.
Well, yeah, it was just a case of that distraction. I think that every player that I guess, considers himself a talent or a world player finds that distraction, because you always find cases where you talk to yourself in your brain and catches the cry, but it will not be caught. And that's going to be 6 for Brandon King.
Yeah, and Brandon King just flexing his muscles. Looks like he's actually been in the gym. He's looking very strong here. That one was timed sweetly off Josh Bishop. Landed outside the leg stump, just helped it on, and landed full on the rope. 6 runs.
Yeah, just to complete that point, that you find yourself just overthinking the cricket. And it's just that distraction that you need from time to time, whether or not it's a song, whether or not it's something in your pocket, just fiddle with. Just simple things like that. Coming closer now to the cricket, Brandon King at the crease. This is certainly the mode that we expect him to go about his runs. And even though it is a longer format, he's a very positive cricketer, a cricketer that plays with intent. I had a chance to see some highlights from him on TikTok. He was playing for, I believe, the Kingston Club, Kingston Cricket Club back in Jamaica. Oh, glorious from him. Absolutely glorious.
Yeah, Brandon King, as you said, just continuing in that positive vein, picking up another boundary here. So he moves to, 20 of just 18 deliveries. And Team Headley showing that positive intent. Josh Bishop under pressure. These are definitely a different class of batter so far that we've seen here in this match. Looking to really put pressure back on to the academy bowlers. And Brandon King, he'll be wanting to push that case for inclusion in the red ball format. I think he's got the potential to be one of our all-format players, the way he goes about it. Quite an imposing player. He's got a very solid technique as well. Yes. Not just in attack, but defense.
Yeah, certainly one that could be that all-format player, Brandon King. And here's what we were talking about a little earlier in terms of the fact that the roles are probably a little more defined in this week's side, because you had those who were your accumulators and going about, but Brandon King is that very expressive, that get on top of the bowling type of a cricketer, and he scored 138 of 84 balls.
Wow.
Just back in March, and so not too long ago, playing for the Kingston Cricket Club, and that was in a 2-day game. And then he had another innings there as well. It was another 50. It was 89 off of 65 balls in that other 2-day game. So those are 2 matches that he had coming into this. Those were the highlights that I saw as well. Beautiful highlights from him, Ali.
Right, good to see.
Change of bowling now from this media center end. It's going to be Ashmead Ned to bowl his first of the day.
So they've gone all spin attack here. Maybe just looking to arrest this run rate. Run scoring has been easy, especially for this pair. Zachary McCaskey may be a little more circumspect out of the 2, but when the ball is in his area, he fully commits to it.
And just the one for him, and you described him quite well there, Mali, in terms of when it's there in his half, or when it's there in terms of the type of shots that he enjoys playing, he's going to go after. And we saw that, especially with the short bowling. He usually, as I mentioned, likes playing off of that back foot, and that also too was where he was finding his downfall as well with his shot selection, and that's why he was getting the 26s and the 29s. In that 92 and that 55, his shot selection was sublime. to be very honest, and he played within himself and he allowed himself time at the crease.
Yeah, and you just want him to go to the next level now. The next level being scoring those big hundreds at the top of the innings. Big 100 double centuries. Really laying the foundation for your team. I think that's the next stage of Zachary McCaskey's development. He's got all the shots, all the tools.
Yeah, the end of that 107 for 3. Yeah, I certainly agreed. He definitely has that. And even along with looking to get those big runs, I think another area that he might also want to look at is the types of dismissals that he has as well. Because for me, I think that to really see the development in a player, you also have to look at how they're getting out. Because you expect them to get out. That's the game of cricket. At some point, you will get out. But how are they getting out? And that's where the shot selection for McCaskey came here by the type of shots that he was playing, the type of dismissals that he had is why he was disappointed. Because you do expect that you will get a good ball here and there. Somebody will praise you out. Somebody will work you over, especially as you go up the levels. But it's a case of how are you getting on? If he gets to improve on that, I think also he would be quite happy with that, because he can say, you know what, I am actually developing as a cricketer, even if the big runs aren't coming, because you can get a spell whereby somebody works you over 3 games and, you know, a couple low scores, but it's how are you getting out? So I think that, you know, even in going with those big runs, if you could work on that.
Yeah, the mode of dismissal, very important for especially an opening batter of McCaskey's ilk.
Keep working, Bish. Oh, lovely, lovely.
To be fair, I think a key to McCaskey's batting is his front foot play. We know how strong he is off the back foot. It's just those balls that just on or off, actually outside the off stump. What to play, what to leave. At times, maybe just looks to drive balls that aren't quite there. But as we said, just 26 years old now. But he's going to have to learn quickly. The opportunities are there. One has to grasp them with both hands, but he's made a good start so far here today. He's played quite straight as well. Hasn't looked to play across the line. He's made good contact more often than not. And his drive, though, that one you think of off McKenny Clark through cover earlier. When you see McCaskey playing those shots, you know he's in pretty good form.
Certainly 107 for 3 now. 22 overs have been bowled here on day number 1, match number 2 of this Headley Week's Tri-Series. Tri-Series meaning that there are 3 matches in this. A pleasure to have everybody who has joined us, you know, on the YouTube stream.
Oh, that was in the air for a little bit, but not close enough to that short leg fielder. Maybe just pushing a little hard at that one, Brandon King. It's so difficult for these players to just go from format to format as well.
Cracks that one away. A good looking shot and a good result for him.
Yeah, and it's the sound of the bat that made. You know, we're probably seeing a different class of batter here, Brandon King. He's hitting the ball very cleanly off both the front and back foot. That one's just short outside that off stump, making a bit of room to free the arms as King, but gets good value. And this outfield just quickening up as well, Joel, as it probably just dries out. The sun's been out now for a couple hours, a few hours. Maybe this pitch just settling down.
My producer just reminded me of the fact that I missed out on a very critical part of the Tri-Series factor, which it means, in fact, 3 teams as well, Mali. And the thing is, I was getting there, but I had to take a pause. And that is what happens when you're on commentary. When you're forming a point and you have to pause. It sounds as if, you know, you forgot something. Yeah. So
a 2-team Tri-Series.
Yeah, a 2-team Tri-Series. But thank you for allowing me to know that, you know, I didn't finish developing my point, because I was going to go with all the 3s, you know, the 3 matches, and I was getting into that, but I had to make a pause. Apologies.
Yeah, the perils of broadcast commentary, I guess, Joel.
It goes again, this time further backward of square. There's a man that gets around to it, though, in the form, it looks like Akim Mogist.
Once again, sweetly timed, isn't it, from Brandon King. And from ball one, he's just come in here and seems like he's taking the pitch from Kingston here to Coolidge. 25 of 26 now. Finding things very easy so far. We were mentioning just going from format to format and maybe the different modes of operation. Oh, that one just kept a little low.
Over.
Well watched from McCaskey. The end of that, Ned over. Team Weeks, 112 for 3.
Yeah, I think that one probably also just held in the surface just a touch as well. Just looking at how Zachary McCaskey, you could say almost tried to force it a little bit, looking more so almost a wider mid-on type of area. I think that one probably just held in his surface as well. Indications of the fact that it's not necessarily still perfect conditions for batting just yet, and we do expect that his surface dries out towards what will be the end of day one, the morning of day two, because in fact the sun hasn't really been with us here on the morning of day one, and that's probably why it's taken a little longer to actually dry out. So I actually think that the surface will get a lot better in terms of batting. They probably see the best of it on the morning of day two into the afternoon of day two in terms of for the batters.
Yeah, if there's no rain or anything, and that would be pretty similar to what we saw last week. Josh Bishop.
Not too sure he might approve of the photo that we've opted to use of him there.
Yeah, we found that day two in the first game of this tri-series, day two, especially when Anderson was in, it's probably the best day for batting here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
And gives himself room. Beautifully executed. And that runs away.
Yeah, once again, getting full value for his shots is Brandon King. He's just been so balanced in this inning so far. Just faced 28 deliveries, but he's very balanced. He's picked length early as well. He's gotten back, used the full depth of the crease, and he's put pressure on Josh Bishop. Just staying leg side of the ball. They actually pitched on the stumps. So the margin for error for Josh Bishop, very small to a batsman of Brandon King's class.
You hear Tevin Imlach behind the stump saying, find the length, Bish. But to be fair, that delivery wasn't a bad delivery at all. It was really the craftsmanship of Brandon King there and the fact that he created the room for himself, and that was his skill set more so of the player on that occasion. And it goes back to what we kind of talked about earlier this morning in terms of the difference in proposition that the bowlers for the academy will face with this lineup of Team Weeks, because they're guys who go after the bowling a bit more. Guys who, I wouldn't necessarily say have more shots, but play more shots.
Yeah, but probably more settled in their careers as well. More comfortable with their game, their mode of operation, how they go about run scoring. We saw Tej Narayan earlier, you know, in a similar mode to how he generally goes about batting. And Brandon King flexing his muscles here so far.
Yeah, certainly the task for them will be how do they keep it quiet, especially if they could just tie down one end, because it was a little easier for them to do that versus Team Headley because of the type of batters that were in that lineup. Now it's a case of, okay, how do they begin to dry it up from one end and begin to maybe try to plug away from the other.
Yeah, this margin for error is so tiny for these spinners. Anything just slightly short, King's going to go back. Probably in this circumstance, the best serve, just bowling to Zach McCaskey at this stage. Probably more traditional in his batsmanship. Here's Brandon King, and this is why he's such a good player, in my opinion, or potentially such a good player. Shows great adaptability. We've played in a multitude of conditions now, franchise cricket around the world. And good to see him here, pushing his case, as we said earlier.
And we just wondered how could he keep them quiet, and Ned is showing how into quite a nice little rhythm here into his third over. Is Ned just 6 runs from him so far.
He's just found his length, and at the same time he's almost gone to a one-day style bowling here. He's gone flatter and faster. Look to run the ball on. And that's what good players do. But he's still a young man. He'll learn. This is all valuable education here for this academy team. But it's after 25, 117, 3.
Yeah, certainly will be helped, Ned, by his, I was going to say vast limited overs experience, but vast may be stretching it a bit too much, but he certainly has that experience, especially in the list day format, into the T20 format of this cricket. He's drawing on that because, yes, it is a 4-day match, but you still also want to keep batters quiet. So you wouldn't necessarily go looping from both ends, as you would say, almost. So he's been able to tie them down from one end and allow Joshua Bishop now to be maybe that searching bowler a bit more in terms of the variations of the pace or the variations of the lengths that he goes with.
Nothing.
And there we see on that occasion just slightly different from Bishop to what Ned has been bowling. Bishop just going a bit more, or rather in the air towards Zachy McCaskey, get him to come forward and drive it, and then he might look to vary the length from there and vary the pace to use the surface.
To be fair, I think it's the beauty and the uniqueness of cricket in general. You know, having these 3 different formats, and in this format you see different aspects of those at times. For example, Ned just probably going to that one-day style bowling to just maybe keep Brandon King quiet, flatter, faster, not allowing King to really use the depth of that crease, get back, hit through the offside.
Oh, lovely Bish.
And here Bishop as well. He's followed up pretty solid over from Ned with one of his own, and that's what you need, bowling in partnerships as well. Not just batting in partnerships. Maybe playing for a bit of spin there was McCaskey.
I heard a sound there. Not sure if it was the outside edge. The completion of a maiden over by Joshua Bishop. It remains 117 for 3.
I think Brandon King actually. Let's see that one again. You reckon he took the edge, Joe?
I heard a second sound. I'm not sure what it is, so I won't put my money on it.
This one is full in length. Just bounced maybe a little bit on McCaskey. Maybe took the glove on the way through. Quite a strange shot, seeing it again.
Yeah, it looked almost like the bottom edge of the bat taking it down. The angle towards the ground, if my eyes haven't failed me on that occasion.
It's going to be Ned to continue. And you did mention you'd have a fair bit of list day experience. I remember him playing for the Leeward Islands as well in list day cricket. So these guys are quite well travelled in their young careers. You'd have made a World Cup squad as well. Been a part of the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots in the CPL. But we mentioned this last week, and I'll say it again. It's the fittest I've ever seen Ashmead, Ned. I've been watching him for a couple of years, and boy, does he look fit. He really looks like he's been working very hard on that fitness. Dropped a few pounds. It's a bit sloppy from him, though. expect him to save that one. He's pretty sure against his own bowling more often than not. No real turn on the show yet for him, though, Joe. It is still just day one, before lunch on day one as well. Expect to see more as this game grows. Tomorrow, day 3.
Yeah, certainly probably don't expect it to turn much here on day 1. And if it does, certainly will be slow turn out of the surface. I think back to match number 1, and you really start to see the turn come into play probably onto the morning of day 3, especially from Shem Holder. That too was slow turn as well, but it was a little sharper in terms of the square nature of it on that occasion. Maybe on to maybe probably the afternoon of day 2, and then we can really start to see the signs of the turn coming from the surface. As it starts to dry out a bit, maybe 1 or 2 cracks might begin to appear, a feature that we've certainly seen across this square here at Coolidge. Overbowled 118 for 3.
But just looking at Ashmead Ned there and his position on the crease when delivering, I think at times he can just probably get a little straighter. Maybe just mix up his positions on the crease. Maybe it's a little too easy when he goes wide and just looks to angle it in. I think if he gets straighter, he can start the ball in the wickets, bowl in between wicket and wicket, force the batsman into to playing, maybe at balls that they don't want to.
Just 2 minutes left until lunch now, so this could possibly be the last, or maybe not. Could probably get in one more given how quickly this pair have been getting through their overs.
And you can tell Bishop is a little closer to the stumps, so he's more in between wicket and wicket here, threatening those pads of Brandon King.
It's interesting that you mentioned the use of the crease by Bishop, because in fact umpire Zaid Bassarat, who's actually the 3rd umpire for today, made mention of that, and the first time he's really seen Joshua Bishop use the crease in that first game in terms of delivering from behind and alongside of the umpire at times, getting and using the crease and using all of it, stepping a bit wider as well, and all that changes the angle, changes the pace as well. So it's interesting that you mentioned that, because I remember hearing the comment about the fact that Joshua Bishop was really doing that quite well in that first match.
Yeah, the arm level of your arm positioning when delivering. Actually, the height of the arm, maybe just dropping it a little lower to slide it on. Releasing from the highest point for a bit more top spin.
And cut away by Bukowski. Work by Kevin Wickham on the boundary. And I don't think he's pulled it back, so that's going to be 4. A valiant effort by the young man, but the ball just winning the race on that occasion.
Yeah, valiant effort from the young man. McCaskey picks up yet another boundary. Yeah, it moves him on to 42. There's a chase all the way to the end. Actually, I'm not sure what happened there.
I think that had we had another angle and a slow motion,
Wickham
could have probably given himself some credit there, because he's who signaled 4 to
like
the umpire.
Saved it.
Maybe he knew that his hand was in contact with the boundary rope when he flicked it. That's the beauty of angles and replays. And
this is a game of angles, Nick. Joe.
So the end of that over, and what it is the signal of the start of lunch here on day number 1, match number 2 of the Headley Weeks Tri-Series. 123 for 3 Team Weeks after losing a toss and being invited to bat first. And you would have to say, Mali, that it's been good going by them in terms of the scoring rate. They would probably be a little disappointed with the wickets column, but nonetheless a day where you might say that maybe even Stevens at lunch.
Yeah, they probably feel they've lost 2 wickets too many here. Casey Carty, Alec Athenes in particular. Athenes going strangled down the leg side, and Carty just wafting at one outside that off stump. But as you said, it's lunch here, 28 overs gone. 123 for 3 team Headley. McKenny Clark probably been the pick in terms of the wickets column. Probably hasn't bowled as well as we've seen him in the past. Kelvin Pittman as well, he's been expensive. Naeem Young leading from the front, almost picking up where he left off in that first match against Team Headley. And Josh Bishop and Ashmead Ned, the spin twins, rounding out this academy bowling lineup so far. So McCaskey, 42 not out at the break. Brandon King, 32. Tejan Ryan Shandapal would have gone earlier this morning, 25 from 35. Will so join us in rough approximately 40 minutes or so for the resumption after the lunch break.
Welcome back to a coverage of this, the West Indies CWI Tri-Series. We're looking at that game that started this morning at 10 between West Indies Cricket Academy and Team Weeks. We are just resuming after lunch with the West Indies Academy deciding once again to insert the opposition. They inserted Team Weeks, and Team Weeks at lunch 123 for 3 with Zachary McCaskey on 42, Brandon King on 32. McCaskey, he started this morning opening the batting with Tangerine Chandapur, so he has been going well. He was able to see, Chandapur going LBW for 25, Casey Carty going for 12, Alec Athenes going without scoring, and he has really been there at the start and may well be the platform on which Team Weeks will build. Joel Manning is beside me. Joel, pretty much a good solid start on the part of Zachary McCaskey, and also Brendan King really adding some flair as well to the innings. A very quick fire 32. 2-4, 42. McKenny Clark, the man who had the initial breaks, and Naeem Young 1 for 22. Okay. So Mally Richards is going to come beside me, and Mally, it is after lunch here.
Yeah, it is, and they've gone to the spearhead so far of this attack that we've seen in this team academy. Naeem Young, he's really led from the front with ball in hand.
Yes, as he did
in the previous match.
That's right. On day 2, started it and then extended it into the what was the final day. But Brendan King looks so assured, and once he came in, it was as though a different touch of class.
Yeah, he looks a real
over the park.
Yeah, looks a real confident player, doesn't he, Seth?
Yes.
Scored with real fluency off both back and front foot. Once again, sweet time in there.
Yes, he's so assured. Clearly prefers the offside, but plays on the onside as well. Has a variety of stroke play.
I think that's the key word you used, actually, assured. A player who's just more assured of his game at this stage. Pretty comfortable, settled in the limited format arena. Well traveled as well, vast experience around the globe, different franchise T20, T10 leagues.
Those are meat and drink shot that should have been coming from the mid-wicket boundary. I know it's just after lunch. I'm not saying it should be sailing over for 6, but a full toss on the pads. After lunch, before lunch, even when you have been awakened at midnight, those are the balls that should be coming from the boundary.
Yeah, McCaskey. Maybe still a little full from lunch.
Good excuse. I guess I am just
a bit lethargic, I guess. But that's a good transference of weight there. So he's right back into that mode that we saw just in that first session.
Yes. And he has batted well. He has batted well through a period. Has shown preference for the shorter stuff, going both forward and backward of square for at least 2 4s and a 6, and then on the offside 1 square of the wicket. So those have defined him so far.
Maybe not quite getting up as high as the batsman would have expected there, Naeem Young. Something we've seen from him quite frequently, the end of the first over after the lunch break, 124 for 3.
In fact, Naeem Young perhaps would have a longer bowl today, because we saw at lunchtime Kelvin Pittman
off the field
and heavily strapped. thigh. I believe he may have sustained an injury this morning. Remember when he slid, clearing one on the third man boundary, and I believe that has impacted him. Tried his best to bowl, run in and bowl, but then he's off the field. Teddy Bishop is coming as a replacement on the field, so it would be interesting to know whether or not Pittman would have any further impact in this game or participation. It's still early, but it was a heavily strapped thigh.
Nothing.
And unfortunately, we've just seen a few injuries just creep in, force a couple players to miss this series. You think of Shane Mosley in that first game.
Unfortunately.
Had to pull out of the game, was replaced by Sunil Ambris.
That was while he was batting.
Suffered a knee injury.
And that was on the first day as well.
It was.
You could call it a freak accident, but it was enough. We haven't heard much about, we know he had the scan, but we haven't heard much about the level of injury that it is. We just wish that he's okay. Shane Mosley, if you're listening, we wish you all the best.
A change of ends here, though, Seth, for Ashmead Ned, now coming from the CIU road end.
I think it's a good move on the part of young Ned, is the flatter of the two between himself and Joshua Bishop.
Nothing.
Yeah, it's probably played more of the holding role, per se, in that spin partnership here on the first day. Not too much turn on offer.
Nothing. We come. Nice.
So, Brandon King not quite timing the ball as sweetly as we saw earlier, but as you said, just resuming after this lunch break. Just has to get himself in again.
Well, I know he wants to bat long because he had his pad on for a good enough time.
Yeah, he looks well up for it here, Brandon King, and I think it was Joel and I that were speaking in our first stint about just the possibility of him being that all-format player.
Yes,
modern player.
I'm happy that this window has come, or this opportunity has come, because I always looked at him as that sort of player. You look at him in T20, he's never overhitting, he's never slugging, plays through the line, he can drive, he can flick, he can pull if he has to.
He's got a pretty solid defense as well, added to all that.
Yes, and that is important in all formats, I think. And that sort of player, technically sound, I think perhaps the most balanced of the bunch of the West Indian players who are going around the globe. There are others who may be more ferocious, but he's balanced in terms of his technique, timing, and stroke play.
Has come back sharply. I think an inside edge would have saved him there.
I believe the inside edge.
Gonna have a look at that one again. Once again, this bounce from Naeem Young, quite skiddy, going through a bit lower than the batter would have expected. Yep.
Yes, an inside edge.
Just
That's
saving him on that occasion.
Saved him. Good bowling on the part of Young.
It's that length again. Just luring McCaskey forward. Not his most comfortable on that front foot. You can tell he's severe on anything short. But on the front foot, just probably has to think about it a little more. Doesn't transfer the weight as naturally. That's a good shot, though. Clipped away. It's going to be the first boundary of the second session. McCaskey approaching his half century now, moving on to 46, just 4 away.
Yes. If he gets there, I don't want to say when, it would be a good knock. he'll be happy with that knock.
Just erring in line, Naeem Young.
Yes.
Started outside that leg stump, kept on going. Actually, McCaskey had to catch up to that one.
When you're going down leg, you should be put to the sword.
It's a good single.
We were talking earlier about batters not maximizing their scoring opportunity on the leg stump. Vernon was making the point that even in sub-regional cricket, in Leeward Islands cricket, you go into a player's pad, strain down there, you'll be taken to the shreds regularly.
I think a lot of players have set up to actually just hit the ball through the offside. A lot of players have. Those are the shots that they practice most often than that.
The 50 partnership comes up. A good little one between Brandon King and Zachary McCaskey.
And to be fair, if you think back to even, Sir Viv and Richie Richardson and the like, a lot of those balls that were being flicked through the onside were being flicked off that off stump and middle stump as well.
That's right. Hit across the line.
Yeah.
But that took a level of confidence, good eyesight,
Yep.
and judgment.
That's for sure.
Because the average player doing that would be back in the pavilion.
More often than not.
How has cricket changed over the years? Some of it also affected by the rules because the wides given, for instance, in the white ball, that has changed slightly in the past few months.
Maybe a bit more latitude being given to the
That's
bowlers.
right. And that may have affected some of it because you go down the leg side, it's a wide. Similarly with the bouncers being restricted or limited rather. That affects. Does it affect your hooking capacity? Not necessarily, but the rate at which you would expect the shorter ones.
And just looking at this field now, you've got mid-off and mid-on. Mid-off in particular seems quite close there. I know Brandon King will be eyeing up that area. Anything straight down the ground.
And even that one coming into him, that arm ball, he's backing away to push into the offside. There's the forward short leg though. There's no leg slip.
He's got a deep square on the boundary. Deep backward square. Probably there for the sweep. Flatter, faster. Going on with the arm is Ashmead Ned to Brandon King. He's kept him relatively quiet since the break.
That completes the over. One of the things that I think is commendable, yes, the West Indies Academy struck a double blow with Carty and Atenes, 82 for 2 and 82 for 3. But I think the scoring rate, you usually after lunch on the opening day, in most first-class matches, a team may be grinding it out for 80 or sometimes
If that.
70, if that many, maybe 60. But this team, they went in on 123 for 3 at least. They're showing the propensity to take the runs once they balls. 50 partnership between those. Brandon King had 36 of those.
Yep.
So that batter who could make the difference often balances the wickets that you have lost with runs.
And to be fair, that scoring rate has actually come down
Yes.
quite a bit. They've been scoring at above 5s for the majority of that session. That first session here, just stringing a few maidens together now. And that rate has come down to just above 4.
I'm going to ask you a question, put you on the spot. What do you make after this delivery? What do you make of the I don't want to say selection or omission this morning. Both are Raymond Reefer, who has batted number 3 position for the West Indies, Devon Thomas. Neither would have been included in the final 11. Is it just a matter of seeing others, or?
I guess just looking at the situation, I anticipate that's the reasoning. Both would have been in the most recent test squad. I would have known all there is to know pretty much about Raymond Reefer and Devon Thomas. Devon Thomas has been in the system now since he was under 19.
That's right.
So just an opportunity for a few others here, I guess. And I anticipate that when Team Weeks and Team Headley meet next week,
it may be a different selection.
Maybe a different selection indeed. Seen them hard at work though.
Yes.
Both Reefer and Thomas been hitting the nets, maybe been to the gym as well. Still trying to get that working as this game's going on. And it's the life of the modern day player. Long gone are the days where you come to the ground, you're not in the 11 and you just maybe just run a few drinks on and sit around.
Yeah.
Especially with these purpose-built facilities, nets on site, everything available at your disposal.
So they say they're Brandon King. 5 4s and a 6. McCaskey 8 4s and a 6. He's 2 away from his half century.
Keep working,
This
boys.
partnership of 52 has been quite breezy. As you said, it's been led by Brandon King. He's done the majority of the run scoring, ably supported by McCaskey though.
Just enjoy the cricket, man. Keep going there, boys.
And what's been good about McCaskey is that he's really capitalized on his strong areas. He's been slightly short. He's gotten back and really rocked them away, pulled them hard through that onside. And at times, he's driven quite nicely as well through the offside and down the ground. So looking a pretty good, compact player here, Zachary McCaskey, but he would have to go on. Laid the foundation. As we were saying, the next level for him, Seth, is scoring those big hundreds from the top of the
important.
innings.
Because in his 300 plus runs this season, he had not gone on to score the 3 figures. 92, his highest score. So that is so important, getting 100. Well, you know about triple 100, so I'm just speaking to the listeners.
Nothing.
And it makes a big difference in terms of confidence, in terms of, you look at some of the players, you're asking how many hundreds do they have? And that's a scarcity in regional cricket. We look, for instance, at some of the other players who would have been on the fringes. We spoke of Devon Thomas, he has 7 first-class hundreds. We look at Shamar Brooks, he has 7 first-class 100. So you need to speak in the 100 terms.
They've played quite a number of games as well, to be honest.
In order to get there, which is important.
I think Brandon King, though, he's got one of the better first-class records of this current crop of West Indian batters.
He may not have played as many.
Just the 32 matches, he's got 300s, 12 50s.
That's a good rate.
He averages 35, the first class level.
Yes, and that is pretty good in the context of what we see here. Other players maybe in the 20s and command the play
yeah.
in the West Indies team. So he's a good guy. I'm not quite sure how they would work it out with King, but for years we have been saying he belongs in the first class arena.
Well, it's such a challenge, isn't it, with the cricket schedule just
That's
becoming
right.
more and more packed each year, more and more white ball cricket, T10, T20s, and that being the most lucrative format
That's
as well.
right. But I also believe in streamlining, and that's what I was saying earlier, that who manages that? We'll get to that. Who manages that? Well, territorial boards, but also as we got at the top, it's the ICC. And I'm not trying to say they don't manage it well, don't get me wrong, Mally. But I was just using the FIFA model that, okay, we're providing it, but we're providing windows. Yes, a window is provided for the IPL, but what happens to...
To be fair, we're just seeing it in all sports as well. Just stroked away nicely by McCaskey, and will bring up his half century. So the first half century for Team Weeks in this Headley Weeks Tri-Series. McCaskey on to 50 now from 94 deliveries.
And he'll be happy, 8 fours and a 6. He'll be happy with his half century. He just needs to go on, Mally.
Yeah, dangerous times for him in terms of his accumulation. He's got the half century now, still, as you said, yet to get that maiden first class 100. We saw that last week with Kevlin Anderson, bringing up his maiden first class 100.
He got a big enough one, 153.
Big 100 as well.
Yes, you can't just be Josh De Silva, even though it wasn't his maiden. He would have had others, but in the context of this,
as a young player as well, that temperament is what you're looking for. That's been timed sweetly behind square.
Well played. That was really good batsmanship, and he just steered it. Third slip looked and watched. The point looked and watched. The man running off the cover boundary, he ran but recognized that it was just too sweetly timed. Look at how he played it.
Yeah, good example of the one-day skills or the limited over skills here in the longer format. That's a shot you'd see in the limited overs version. Just looking to run it down, use the pace. He's gone straight.
Good stop from McKenny Clark. 140 for 3.
Yeah, McCaskey's played very well here, hasn't he, Seth? He's been quite balanced. When the ball's been full, he's gotten forward and driven. It's been absolutely severe on anything short. He's grown quite nicely into this innings. He's understood the conditions.
And it's all about that, adapting to the condition. We may speak and say Barbados may have more bouncier pitches, but you're going to be always away.
Yep.
You go to the subcontinent, you go to Australia, you have to adapt. And I think the best players are those who adapt to the situation. Wow.
Missing out there, Brandon King.
So some of the other players may be thinking that they would have missed out. Chandra Paul, 25, may have thought he could have gone on, but I thought in particular Casey Carty and Alec Athenes. Athenes going at one down the leg side.
Yeah, very unlucky really, to be honest. As we said earlier.
On the edge,
yeah,
bottom edge.
Probably one of the worst ways to be dismissed as a batter strangled down the leg side. I think Casey Carty will probably be more disappointed with his shot.
Yes.
Just playing a bit too far away from his body there. Early in his innings as well. There's a valuable opportunity missed.
Yes. They would think that they have second innings or the possibility of another bat.
This one he's played quite late. It's McCaskey. Tends to just hang back in that crease to the spinner. Short leg. No one on the, actually he's going around now to the offside. No, he's actually taking off the helmet. Yep.
In fact,
He's
maybe
going to the offside.
Yes.
I was right the first time. Good move this, I like this.
Yes, I'm in agreement.
Yeah, just looking to catch McCaskey on the crease here. He probably doesn't have the biggest stride already. But with that man right there in front of him, he'll be very cognizant of the fact. That's good timing, though.
Oh.
You know what they say, never run on a misfield.
That's right.
Sent back quickly by Brandon King.
Keep going, Eddie. Keep going, Eddie.
.36 overs completed so far in the day's play. 143 for 3. Kenny Clark still stands out as the man who have taken most of the wickets, though he really started badly with 5 no balls in his first over. But at least the 2 wickets would have given him confidence. The question is it time for him to return, Mally, or should you continue with the Ned Young combination?
Sorry, who you asking about?
McKenny Clark,
Oh.
would it be time for his return, or would you continue with the Ned Young combination?
Yeah, probably. Well, what we did see is that McKenny Clark struggled from this media centre end. Got a bit more comfortable when he was moved to the CIU road end.
Elegant stuff. Really classy stuff.
Yeah,
King at his best.
just open the face slightly there to find that gap, Brandon King. And that fluency that we were speaking about has been a hallmark of this innings. Especially when the ball has been full in his area. More often than not, he's made the bowlers pay. And on this outfield, you get full value for your shots. He just has to beat the inner field, and it's going to be 4.
Left foot planted, and everything is over it.
Yeah, good balance as well. The transference of weight, superb from Brandon King.
And that's what he brings to the game. He lets batting look so easy.
A real clean strike of the ball, isn't
even in defense. As I said, assured. He looks assured. And that is critical. Well, I guess the selectors should know that.
You can tell he's just probably starting to feel more comfortable here after the resumption. That shot in particular, he loves to hit the ball on the up, Brandon King. Maybe this pitch not quite as conducive to playing that shot. But he's looking to play it, looking to be aggressive, Young under pressure.
Because Young realizes that, he's bowling to someone who is not going to allow him the latitude that he has or would have with other players. In fact, surprisingly to King, he's not hitting the wicket-to-wicket line that is his stock bowling.
He's tend to hang it a little wider to Brandon King.
And then he would be punished. Look at that shot.
Yes, hitting that on the top of the bounce.
The middle of the bat.
And the sound that it made in our headphones, Seth, absolutely remarkable. Let's have a look at this one again. You just sensed that he was starting to feel like, okay, I'm going to be the dominant Brandon King here, looking to hit the ball on the top of the bounce. That isn't a half volley in any way, shape, or form. Look how he stands tall. Good balance as well.
And that thing about that left foot just coming across as though he marches into the delivery. people speak of hand-eye coordination, but with him, the entire body is coordinated, the balance and the flow.
You see that heel and that step, that transference of weight, hence why he gets full value for the shots. The end of 37, 1-5-1 for 3.
Yes, so the 150 has come up after 37 overs. An excellent restart, because oftentimes team lose wickets quickly after the interval. On this occasion, they don't. Joel Manning is going to replace me. Mally Richards will stay just for an over, and then Vernon Springer will take it away.
Yeah, Brandon King, this partnership between King and McCaskey, 69 now. 45 of those being scored by Brandon King, and he's just creeping up on Zachary McCaskey now.
Hey, why so far behind?
Looks like Ashmead Ned to continue. He's done a pretty good job in terms of a holding role. Run scoring from that CIU road end since he's begun his spells, proven to be a lot more difficult than in that first session. That run rate's just hovering around 4 now, as I'm joined by Joel Manning. Good afternoon, Joel. You had a good lunch?
Good afternoon, Mally. A sumptuous lunch indeed. Ready again for the cricketing action. It's certainly been fantastic action. The partnership now gone up to 70 between Zachary McCaskey and Brandon King, but it's just not that, but the pace at which they're scoring as well, going at over 4 and over so far.
That's actually come down, to be fair. It's hovering at above 5s for the majority of that first session.
Come on, fellas. Come on, boys. Come on. Keep going, Asher. Keep going, Asher.
Ned has strung some dots together here, though, since the break. You can tell he's not really looking to spin the ball, especially to Brandon King. Maybe just looking to cramp him for room, as we see that man goes into the offside. So just added protection there. King loves to stay leg side and hit through that offside off the spinners.
Run. Keep working here, boys.
In terms of the timing, it's been a different class from Brandon King here so far.
Ooh. Ball, Ned. Keep going, Ned. Keep going, Ned.
That's the area. He was looking for that area. You thought that maybe that long mid-off was a bit close, and knowing Brandon King and him loving to hit down the ground, presented with the length that he could get that elevation, and he takes it fully. Just one away now from a half century.
Lovely flowing shot by him. He really got close to that one, probably a little fuller than the rest that Ned have bowled. He got to the pitch of it, and as soon as he got there, you knew that he was going over the top. A lovely shot from him. Takes him up to 49.
Keep going, Asher, Ned. Keep going here, boys. Nothing will come. Back up. Go on, Andy.
I would love to ask you something quickly, Joe. Is there any inside information, though, on Kevin Wickham? 50 to King?
Yeah, fantastic knock from him. Going to 50, Brandon King. From 79 deliveries, his 1350 at the first class level. A wonderful knock, you would have to say, by him. 157 for 3 after 38. From the time he came to the crease, you almost told yourself that he picked up his own surface and came out here and batted on it. He's looked quite wonderful as Brandon King. In terms of the question that you just
Kevin Wickham and his bowling status. We haven't seen him bowl. We didn't see him bowl in the previous match. And we know what he can bring to the table. I'm not sure if he's carrying an injury or anything. Just wondering if you know anything that I don't. Privy to any information, I wouldn't be.
pretty much privy to exactly what you know at the moment with regards to Kevin Wickham. What I can say though is that he's always bowling during the warm-ups. He's bowling at the net sessions in the days leading up to the game. So I'm not certain if there's actually a specific reason as to why he hasn't bowled, because he didn't bowl in the first class championship either for Barbados. I'm not certain though if there's something specific with regards to that. For our viewers, you've probably missed Kelvin Pittman for some time off of the field, and that's because of an injury to his thigh during the morning session. He said thigh, and more specifically the hamstring. He told me that it was feeling a bit tight yesterday during training, and then today there was one particular delivery that he fielded down on the boundary, and after that he started to feel it, and now he has some heavy strapping on that hamstring, Kelvin Pittman. So we'll wait to see if there's any more news on that and how serious that injury is for him. Hopefully we can see him back out onto the park at some point. I'm joined now by Vernon Springer. Good afternoon, Vernon.
Good afternoon. Spoke to Andrew Coley at lunch. Said that it was just temporarily. They were just making sure to go through the necessary treatment. So he really should be back out on the park sooner rather than later. But I wanted to engage and to also support the system of having Kevin Wickham bowl. And sometimes when you have players of that nature, with that vast amount of talent, it's always good to use them. Maiden over, in fact, over completed 39. They're scoring at a brisk rate. Joel, 157 for 3. And Brandon King has come in and really just turned up the heat here, because McCaskey is 57 and King is 50 from 85.
Yeah, King batting in the fashion that we certainly expected from him. I'm hearing some birds coming through. Stunk Mike just to the top of the picture there on screen. The pair of them have joined us here at College to take in this action. It's quite heated out there at the moment. Not much breeze blowing across the College ground at the moment. But the birds are enjoying, the spectators are enjoying, and we're enjoying all the action here. It's going to be McKenny Clark to be introduced back into the attack from that CIUN, the end from which he picked up his 2 wickets in the morning session.
Two slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off. They got a deep backward square. Don't know if they're bluffing. And I don't even think that he should be thinking about trying to see if he can be able to bowl short balls, because this track has demonstrated that it has no pace. So you really got to be thinking about pitching up the ball. As Clark bongs away from the CIUN.
Yeah, McKenny Clark will be hoping to have a better spell in this afternoon session. Yes, he picked up the 2 wickets this morning, but he would know that that's probably not the best that he has bowled. Strangled Athenaeus down the leg side. Casey Carty going at a wide one. He's also had some issues with the run-up as well. He started from this media center end and had quite a number of no balls, and never really got that run-up right. A couple full tosses in there as well. He changed to that CIUN. Things started to improve for him in terms of that run-up.
Protection on the offside. Score in the meantime goes up to 158 for 3. Went over number 40. Some 21 boundaries hit so far. and 2 maximums. So the boundary percentage has been very high when it comes in terms of what has been happening here from team weeks. And if you know Brandon King, he's a powerful player. He's somebody who likes to get on with things. And he's going to play shots.
Shots like that.
Make that 22.
He's been fantastic all across this game, Brandon King. I made mention of the fact that he's coming on the back of some runs playing back home for the Kingston Cricket Club in Jamaica. And he's brought that form that he had at the start of March here to the back end of April at Coolidge. It was a full toss by Clark, and just need to get back onto it. Brandon King, a vacant leg side field, and he did just that.
This would be his 33rd first-class match. Gets a single quietly. Before this, 1,196 runs, about an average of 34.84. And really, when you look at him, I said to you, Joel, I saw him score 192 for Jamaica against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at Warner Park, along with Devon Thomas. Trust me, it was a blistering knock from King. He hit the ball to all parts of the outfield. Don't know if that is necessary, Joel. See Clark trying to bang one in, but already McCaskey has shown you that he's a good puller of the ball and also a good hooker. I think Clark could be better on this track to be trying to pitch the ball up on a more fuller length.
I think it's probably just a case of looking at the field, the man back at deep backward square leg, the man at what is a whitish fine leg, just seeing if Zachary McCaskey will still take on that pull shot, because he's opted to do that across today.
It's meet and greet for McCaskey. Plays the ball square very well. You want to pitch the ball up so you can get him to drive.
The end of another over is 164 for 3 here at Coolidge.
Quiet period. Brandon King marching on, and unlike what we saw with Team Headley, Joel, we now see a more authoritative way and pushing back on the West Indies Cricket Academy's team here. You know, Brandon King and McCaskey has decided that they're going to take the attack, especially Brandon King. He's come out and he's really looked good. I'm not a selector, but I hope he's on the tour to Bangladesh, so at least he can play some red ball cricket and learn the conditions there, especially with the West Indies preparing themselves for the ODI series, which will be in Zimbabwe. He can get himself acclimatized. Clubbered. Pass mid on. Down to the boundary. It now hits the rope, 4 runs, make it 23 boundaries so far hit in this contest.
Well, Zachary McCaskey has spent some time at the crease. He's been there from ball number 1, and he's really grown in confidence on that occasion, just getting closer to the pitch of that one from Joshua Bishop. A bit of bottom hand in his shot as well, but that was what was required to get it wide of Ashmead Ned at mid-on.
Interesting scenario here. Young just trying to just roll his arm over. It's back and turning that to the short mid-wicket fielder. Clark is in the conversation. They've still got a slip, so they're looking to try to see if they can prize this one out. Short leg, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. Young, bang on target. What needs to happen is that they need to build some pressure. It's almost like every over they've been allowed to get a boundary. So batting is so easy when you look at the contest. And in today's cricket, if you can get a boundary every over in 4-day cricket, you'll take that any day. Six runs off the over. 170 for 3.
Yeah, I think this pair has really done that quite well. And you made reference to Team Headley. And now with Team Weeks, I think it's really just a case of the style of the batters, especially in terms of Brandon King. We mentioned that somebody like a Sunil Ambrose is one who likes to go after the bowling and impose himself on the opposition. But looking at that Headley side, there weren't many batters like that. Here with Team Weeks, there's certainly quite a number of them who enjoy going after the bowling, being quite positive, who also possess the ability to play a few more shots, especially when I think about the likes of like maybe an Athenaeus as well. He didn't get off today, but his sweeps and reverse sweeps also come into the conversation. And with Brandon King, he's really made good balls into scoring opportunities for him. And that, to me, was the difference, especially to some of these spinners. He's really turned what would have been another ball that a batter would just worked for one into the leg side. He's made room for himself and accessed that offside field, and he's made it difficult for the West Indies Academy to keep him quiet or to kind of just put the ball in a particular area and ask him to only score on one side of the field, because he's scored leg side runs, he's also scored offside runs as well.
2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off. King is just steering this to the left of Kevin Wickham. He can't stop the single. Score goes up to 171 for 3. Joel, on behalf of our entire commentary team here and the 360 crew who are here in Antigua and Barbuda, we want to wish the CEO of Cricket West Indies a very happy birthday to Johnny Grave. And it's so synchronizing. The players are clapping while we're wishing Johnny Grave a happy birthday. So they'd want to come up with another birthday gift for the CEO. Short delivery down the onside, pushing it really. Kaski's not interested. Tajan Raishanda Paul, LBW Young for 25, Casey Carty caught Imlak, Bo Clark for 12, Alex Athenaeus caught Imlak, Bo Clark without scoring, Brandon King not out 56, McCaskey 65 not out. God, I pulled that one away. It's gone 1 bounce for 4. The 24th boundary hit so far in the innings, McCaskey. In the meantime, he goes up to 69.
Yeah, we're just wondering when would Zachary McCasey take on that short ball, because you can see the very deliberate ploy from the West Indies Academy at the moment with that field set that I would have mentioned earlier. The man at what would have been the wideish fine leg and the man at the deep backward square leg. He opted to take on that particular one. I was in good control of it as well for the majority of it. Yes, it was uppish, but the control is what kept it away from the man at fine leg. And it runs away into the boundary. So he continues to go about his innings quite nicely.
Bowling figures so far for the West Indies Academy. Ashwin Ned, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 17 runs, no wicket. Joshua Bishop, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 26 runs, no wicket. 9 Young, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 45 runs, 1 wicket. Clark bungs away. Driven, square, 4 more. Wide delivery and punished. Just squeezed it down to the vacant third man boundary for 4. He rushes up very quickly to 73.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries for Zachary McCaskey. That one probably easier of the two, simply because of the width on offer by McKenny Clark. It was full, it was wide. He just needed to get back onto that one. Zachary McCaskey opened the bat face slightly as well, but it was always 4 from the time it left the bat.
No ball. His 6 for the day. His woes continue here. Bowled 5 in 1 over. In fact, this might be 7th. Kelvin Pittman was off the field. 4 overs, no maidens, 29 runs, no wicket. And Clark is trying to work up some steam here. He's got 2 for 60 so far. Slow that he got on top of it is almost like a tennis. Roll the wrist. Got an easy single. McCaskey goes to 74. And the over finally comes to an end.
On that occasion, probably opting for the variation was McKenny Clark. Rolling his wrist onto that one. Also held in the surface as well, allowing for what was that tennis ball bunks. But Zachary McCaskey, instead of going for the upper shot, which could have probably presented a chance, got on top of it and collected a single to end the over. 181 for 3, and everything setting up currently in the favor of Team Weeks.
A total of 103 dot balls has been bowled so far in the innings. Only 42 overs bowled. We're talking about a 90 over day. It's really going to be a long day as Young starts. That single is just too easy. Joshua, if you bowl, you got to be able to cut that off very quickly. 100 wicket partnership coming up here for 162 deliveries. And the contribution has been McCaskey has got 40 something out of that. They come down and acknowledge. And King most likely will be pressing McCaskey to go on to get a big 100 here. He himself would want to send a statement. Teddy Bishop can't stop the single at short mid wicket. Naim Young has a headache. He's short of a bowler, and so he needs some containment.
Yeah, in fact, he's probably short of 2 when you think about the fact that McKenny Clark is not really bowling that well. I mentioned, yes, he's picked up 2 wickets, but looking at him, sweeps that one, McCaskey. Probably should just get 2 out of it. But looking at McKenny Clark, I don't think Naim Young is telling himself that he could probably bowl him on a long stretch. Maybe a 5-6 over spell with how things have been going for him. So you would say down maybe a bowler and a half, maybe 2, almost, with Kelvin Pittman being out. Naim Young has already bowled 15 overs for the day, so he's put in some hard yards already, and we're just into the post-lunch session. So he's going to have to look to his spinners to do probably majority of the lifting. But at the same time, they too, I wouldn't necessarily say are leaking runs, but they haven't really been able to fully contain at the moment. So certainly a headache for Naim Young.
What I find very strange, Joel, is that Naim Young is bowling, but he's not looking to either shadow to the left or to his right. And that is a major concern for me. He has to be involved in the game. Over completed. 186 for 3. Seems like a long time ago that Tej Chandapal has gone back for 25. Water break. Umpire just indicating that the next 2 overs will have the water break. So he sent the Devon Thomas back off the field. McCaskey and King were looking for a small break.
It's certainly understandable given the heat that is out there. I believe that today, in fact, might be one of the days that a heat advisory was issued for. And if not, they probably should issue one for today, because the heat out there is absolutely oppressive. Kudos to the third umpire inside Bassarat for bearing the sun. He's currently underneath an umbrella down beneath our media center position. So So a change of bowling because I questioned how long Naim Young would have kept McKenny Clark going. And we're now going to see the introduction of Kevin Wickham into the bowling attack. So it certainly hasn't been a case of an injury or anything of the start that was keeping him out across what would have match number 1 or the first class championship are here today.
His body language, Joel, sort of reminds me of Mally Richards at the youth age, under 15 level. Always keen to do everything, bowl medium pace, bowl off spin, bowl wrist spin, his mannerisms. He's got his opportunity here now. Let's hope that he can strike a balance. Wickham starting for the first time in this series. Squeezed away down to the third man era. They're thinking about 2, and they get 2 runs quite easily. Kirk McKenzie chasing after that one. McCaskey moving closer to that score. His high score for the season for the competition would have been 92. Driving through cover, sweetly timed, the positioning of the cover. Don't think he will get to the boundary. They get a couple of runs and they get 2 more. If they want, they can get 3. Brandon King is not interested.
Well timed that shot by Zachary McCaskey. Didn't look to overhit that one. He certainly looked fantastic across this innings.
Back and slapping that out to backward point. No runs. McCaskey 82. Gets his 83rd run as he just works this into the leg side area. Scored 303 runs, is an average of 33.66. High score of 92. McCaskey. Yeah, when you look at the century makers during the tournament, you know, Alex Atenes would have led the way in that respect. Bravo also scored back-to-back centuries. Leon Johnson 150 not out. King driving. Can't beat Kevin Wickham. We also had Kevin Hodge, Shane Mosley, Kyron Powell, Matthew Nando, Kamal Savory, Kofi James from the Leeward Islands in his debut season. Driven again, can't score. The ball is coming off of Brandon King's bat sweet, as we would say. Good sound, good willow. He's picked up one of the good willows these days. Joel, you can go to the factory and you can get your bat made. Stand and look at the maker, put it together for you. Or not just bat, but your bats. Because these days, these professionals, they work with at least 7 bats. That's if you have a bat contract. Soon you'll get your brand, Joel. 191 for 3, 44 overs bowled. But on a serious note, Joel, where do we go from here? Because I just find that Young is he's just rolling over his hand. Nothing really. And he's lining up the deliveries, very, very, very poorly lined deliveries. Here was this one outside the line of the leg stump again. When Naim Young would want him, Joshua Bishop, to bowl wicket-to-wicket deliveries.
The string a bit there was Josh Bishop. And it's certainly not going to be hard for Zachary McCaskey to take advantage of that, especially given that the angle is going down that leg side as well. Prompts a change in the field now, whereby a man goes
under 45
to a short fine leg 45 position to cut off that shot. It's actually an area that Zachary McCaskey has accessed, I would say.
Lucky to get away with that, Joel. Oh, short and wide.
Yeah, probably just a little tighter, and that's why McCaskey couldn't pick the gap on that one.
I'd like to see him more bowling at the pads, really. Joshua Bishop tried to bowl an effort ball there. 4 runs out of the over so far. A boundary again, Joel.
Get it, don't they?
Wayward throw by Bishop. Who's on for Kelvin Pittman.
Oh, well, this pair has also done quite well in between the boundaries. Has been those singles whereby they've noticed these small opportunities.
Rotation of strike has been very important. Here is King back and really clobbering that past Anderson, who is on the edge of, as we said, the 30-yard circle and finding a boundary. Lovely shot, balance. He got deep into the crease, flexed his knees and caressed that down to the backward point area. He goes up to 61. And just look at the replay here. Got deep into his crease and cracked that. It had no spin, nothing on it. And Joshua Bishop is going to have to put some revolutions on those balls. So the break after lunch is brought up, this boundary is brought up to 200, 200 for 3, 45 overs bowl. McCaskey is 88 and Brandon King is 61. We'll have a double break in the mayor from Liberta in Seth Burton. And we'll also have young Mally Richards, Leeward Islands record holder. Still, that'll be wrong for a long time. I don't know if anybody will break that even in my lifetime. You know, maybe in my rocking chair. I'll be seeing the name Mally Richards for a very long time. Here comes Seth and Mally, and they will start after the water break.
Okay, so welcome back. We are at the break stage of this battle that is going into being a very strong resistance by Team Weeks. When I say that, I would like to put it in context, Marley. Before the lunch break, just after the first hour of lunch break, Team Weeks lost 2 wickets with the score on 82 for 2. Then 82 for 3. Those were Casey and then Atenez. And since then, we have seen a real fight back, a strong fight back, a partnership growing now. Has been dominant, 118 between McCaskey and King. They're now 200 for 3. And I think that these two are showing us that you can bat responsible and still be dominant. And they have really dominated the proceedings since then.
Yeah,
They went into lunch 123, and now they're off. In the hour after lunch, they have scored 77 runs.
Yeah, just a few too many boundaries from the CWI Team Academy's perspective, but good batting, led by Brandon King, and just more recently, later on, Zachary McCaskey. His fluency, just becoming more fluent as his innings grows. He's looking really good now. He's moved up to 88, just 12 away from a maiden first-class 100. Full toss. Doesn't find the gap, though. You'd expect someone on 88 maybe just to find the gap.
That's right. Seen it as big as we used to say breadfruit in Antigua.
It's best to forget about that one now, though.
Yes, and move forward. We need to get through this period after the break, because even that one was played a bit uppish. Short mid-wicket fielder.
It's my guy, Kevin Wickham, into the attack.
Yes.
I was wondering where he was. Didn't bowl in the
last game.
game.
What I like about it, he is not afraid to give it a lot of air.
At times just over pitching as well, but maybe not the most helpful conditions for his type of bowling, but a test nonetheless against a bona fide international player here in Brandon King. He's played every inch the international player. He's looked every inch the international player that in this match so far. His footwork has been superb. He's played shots on both sides of the ground, off both the back and the front foot. That punch earlier in the session comes to mind. I know you like that shot in particular.
Yes.
Stood quite tall, hit it at the top of the bounce.
Keep going here, boys.
So just building nicely. 62 now to him.
And Zachary McCaskey, he's growing in confidence. Started well, but then had a period of lull, not necessarily lull, where Brandon King started to dominate the batting. In fact, the 50 partnership, Brandon King had 36 of that. Since lunch, he has been the dominant partner. And now that he moves to 90, he must be eyeing the 100. They call it the nervous 90s. He's 2 away from his highest first-class score. Would like to get 100 here. That would add to his profile. 204 for 3.
I think where these guys can definitely improve. Even Brandon King is in the dot ball percentage. You know, these guys are boundary hitters. You can tell in McCaskey's 90, he's hit 13 fours on the 1-6, and Brandon King in his 63, 10 fours and 1-6. So these guys are quite prolific boundary hitters indeed, but it's everything that happens in between those boundaries, or the maximums, is where I think the West Indian batter, or the modern West Indian batter, can really improve that batsmanship. McCaskey maybe playing with softer hands, looking to rotate that strike a bit more. Not saying he's done a terrible job here. He's been absolutely fantastic, but there's always areas where these players can improve.
And I think that is key in terms of not only their personal game, but West Indies becoming more competitive. Because we often look at all the sides, but in terms of converting those dots into possible run, changing, batters facing bowlers, those are key parts of the game that I think we miss the trick on often.
Well, to be fair, I think the West Indies, what we've seen in the last 20 years or so, we've always been very competitive at home. It's away from home where at times we just struggle with the right combinations, and batters in particular struggle to adjust to away conditions.
That's noteworthy because in the recently concluded series in South Africa, we had 20 wickets, but just didn't have the batting to make the impact.
Yeah, not really getting those big scores consistently. If it's not Craig Brathwaite, more often than not, when you see Jermaine Blackwood being successful, it's the team's under pressure, 4 or 5 down, and he's come out and he's almost played a counter-attacking role.
Over.
205 for 3, just a single coming off that over.
So 10 away now for McCaskey.
Yes. And
Inching his way there, the nervous 90s.
well, he has a good partner, a man who knows what it's about, and a man who has gotten there in all versions, so he can listen to him and just move steadily forward. That would mean a lot to him.
To bring it up in this series as well, with the eyes watching this match. Both selectors here, Roland Butcher and Desmond Haynes. Multitude of West Indies personnel.
Have they announced the coaching staff for that series?
No, I haven't heard too much about the coaching staff. Probably important to note.
Yes.
Shivnarine Chandapal around the ground here as well.
Rocketed by Brandon King for a 6 down the leg side, and it was dispatched in that authoritative manner. And that's the point I've been making. Too many times baller angled down the leg side and they're pushed.
Yeah, Brandon King. You're probably seeing the effects of him being that globetrotter, playing that franchise cricket around the world, showing that positive intent. Just angled down the leg side from Wickham. Poor delivery, short, down the leg side. The player of Brandon King's class, he's going to put that away for 6, 9 times out of 10. And I think Wickham hasn't just quite found his length yet. At times, just a little too full. He's almost taken the pitch out of the equation. And with the conditions here, and I think it's an area where the CWI Team Academy has just erred. They've taken the pitch out of the equation. They haven't used the conditions to their advantage.
That's a key point. Because especially with him and his ability to flight, at times may need to pull back the line. The other question might be, wow, that's a wide. It's a full over pitch. How would the situation of not bowling at all in the previous game may have affected him, believing that he's not, top of the line?
I'm not sure, to be honest. Doesn't look the most confident with ball in hand. It's
Definitely.
What we've seen is probably why he hasn't been turned to just yet.
Come on, man.
Consistency, maybe the issue.
Where we come? Keep going, keep going.
And him being bored in the attack, the injury to Pittman, as I mentioned, heavily strapped thigh, I believe started by, aggravated by that run when he slid
That dive,
on the boundary.
Just going to squeeze through for a single. So sloppy stuff here for the Academy. Run scoring just becoming easier and easier almost by the delivery. McCaskey's strike rate has shot up to 65 now. It's hovering below 50 and around 50 for the majority of his innings. Stroked away nicely again by King. And also it's important at the end of that Wickham over though. His 3 overs have yielded some 19 runs so far. So the opening bowlers were a little expensive. McClenny, Clark and Kelvin Pittman, and Wickham as well going for just over 6 runs and over. But it's important with these young players to not necessarily just see what they are now, but
That's
also
right.
the potential, what they can be.
Yeah, it's a huge investment, a good investment.
And I think Kevin Wickham, what he can be is a consistent performer, genuine all-rounder. I think he's got the tools, the natural ability. Will he be developed into that, though?
And he must be given
He
opportunity
must be.
in order to develop, so he can't be too downhearted.
No, I saw him in the regional Super 50, and he bowled in what I consider to be more intense, pressurized situation. And he handled himself pretty well. Just looking like he's maybe a bit down on confidence with the ball. Full in length again. Once again, that's a good illustration of taking the pitch out of the equation. Almost landed on the toes of Brandon King there.
With the Bangladesh A-team tour coming up, especially with that gap between these games and the test when India comes, would you look at a team that is more or less an experienced team?
That's going down.
Would you look to an experienced team, or would you be looking for a youthful team?
For the Bangladesh series?
This A series.
Well, first and foremost, you're looking for players that pick themselves through their performances. I think regardless of whatever age or whatever stage of your career you're at, you're just looking for players who look like they've got the aptitude for international cricket. Not just the talent, but also the mental capacity, because that's so important. Just a little loose there from Brandon King. Every now and again, a little loose shot can creep into his game. So accustomed to feeling ball and bat. Oh, a bit of turn there. Important to note the pace as well from Joshua Bishop. Just slowed that one up a little bit. Got a bit of purchase out of that wicket. But it was slow. End of 49. 2:15 for 3 team weeks.
And you mentioned using the pitch. That is what is important. You have to determine the pace, determine how you got to flight it, where you got to drop it. See what happens and then utilize that. That may have been lacking, lack of experience, but they're building. What is building even greater is that partnership. Since in fact, if we were to recap, the first game we had one partnership worth 100 when the senior team, which is Headley, Team Headley batted. That partnership between Joshua De Silva and Akeem Jordan, and then we had another 100 partnership when the academy batted. So this is important that they show signs of building good partnerships as they develop the chemistry between players who may well go on.
Ned replaces Wickham. So there, just an illustration of maybe, as we said, Wickham being down on confidence, not really landing. His leg is just a little floaty at times, not really pulling through. So a few things for him to think about. Not using the pitch. Ned's gone one-day style here. Definitely feeling the pressure as you hear wicket keeper Imlak saying, bring him on the front foot, Neddy. Spin stroke sweetly. Should be at least 2. 8 away now for McCaskey. 7.
Well, he has gotten his highest first-class score.
Oh, he's gone past the 92.
Yes, so that's an inch further
Than he's ever been at this level.
So he's inching up to the 100. You have to take it in inches.
Or runs.
That's right, inching in runs. You may want to take that quantum leap, and then you're caught out on the boundary. So he is well conscious of what is ahead.
And to be fair, he would have taken his opportunity when presented earlier in this season, his debut first-class season. Would have gotten that opportunity because of that, owing to that West Indian tour and a few Barbados players not available.
And that is important, that you take those opportunities. 217 for 3. and McCaskey on 93, you have to take those opportunities
Yeah,
because they may not come otherwise.
exactly. And if he didn't, possibly when those players returned, he would have been the odd man out to miss out. But it wasn't to be this time because he had scored a good amount of runs for the Barbados team in the absence of the more established stars. And here he is now competing in this Headley Weeks Tri-Series, pushing for international honors.
That's right. And each player here must look to that because the truth is, let's be fair, you can't say who else are you got to pick. Based on the performance we have seen with the bat of the West Indies team in the past, in the Australia and the South Africa series, positions must be up for grab.
Yeah, especially the position he bats in, the
That's
opening
right.
position. We struggled to really find that partner for Craig Brathwaite, his long-term partner.
We have been struggling for a while with that.
Yeah, it's been Chandapal's turn now for the last few tours, and he's made a good fist of it in what is still quite a very short international career.
We were speaking earlier off air regarding the West Indies having quite a lot of two-match series.
Yeah, yeah, it's
And
the nature of where we are, or standing in the game now, to be honest.
And the truth is at that time that a player may just be acclimatizing. West Indies would have been out even with a formidable team with Brian Lara, Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walter. Would have been 2 down in Australia and storm back. You know, so these two-match series, they are not really cutting it, I think.
And he's
He gives it away, Mali.
He only gets an inch further in the end.
Wow.
93, he perishes for a nothing ball, really, outside that off stump. Mackenzie brought into the attack, the thickish outside edge taken, and disappointment for young Zachary McCaskey. He's going to have to depart for 93 from 146 deliveries. It brings to the end this partnership of 136 between Brandon King and
I'm
Zach
feeling
McCaskey.
it for him.
Yeah.
Look at it.
You do feel for the young man.
Second string bowler should have been driving down the ground or getting to the pitch, but he stretched out, Mali. And then the ball peeled from the outer half of the bat, and
Maybe
he would
just
not.
looked to hit it a bit too square, Seth. And when he was playing well, he was hitting the ball down the ground in front of him more often than not.
Yes, disappointing. When I say disappointing, I mean in the context of not his score, but how he got out at the time in which he got out. We recognize that he was perhaps being in the nervous 90s, perhaps just wasn't freeing up himself. And I think also a good move by the captain in Naeem Young to bring on that bowler. Perhaps Mackenzie now can say, I have a golden arm. I have disrupted the partnership. I have removed the leading scorer. That may have been a change, unanticipated.
Yeah, definitely. Mackenzie with his off spinners. Just a different look for Zachary McCaskey, and he perishes.
In comes the wicket keeper bat, Jamal Hamilton. Kirk McKenzie would be happy. He played a critical role in the first innings, in the first game against Headley. Scored a 50. Should have gone on, shown the capacity to be a good batter at this level. Now shows what he has with the ball. Hamilton gets off the mark with a couple.
Hammy's a busy player, isn't he? He's going to come in and look to push Brandon King. So Brandon King better be a fit guy.
Yes, if there is one player in this team or in this game
All of a
who's got to
sudden,
push you for every run, that's Jamal Hamilton.
we'd probably say they missed out on a couple of threes earlier, that partnership with McCaskey and King. Just a bit of leisurely running, but with Hamilton at the crease, no, he's like a whippet between the wickets. And I think an interesting phase of his career, Jamal Hamilton.
That's lovely.
Didn't time it as sweetly. Kevlin Anderson can't affect the footwork, and it runs into that boundary for 4. So Brandon King, he's going to continue on his merry way. Yet another drive through that offside.
Yes. You mentioned about the intricate part of Hamilton's career, because he got a look into Test cricket, but it was just only one opportunity.
Good timing again from King. Just coming down hard on a almost Yorker length delivery. It's the end of Mackenzie's first, a successful one, picking up the wicket of Zachary McCaskey. CWI team weeks at 226 for 4.
Well, they have found a good, should I say, prospect in Mackenzie. So therefore it gives Captain Naim Young a little lease on life here, because he can then keep some pressure on in terms of scoring pressure with Ned, who has really been the defensive bowler naturally, and then they can take it from here.
Yeah, they've needed him to play that defensive role, though, especially with King and McCaskey at the crease. They were finding runs scoring easier and easier. It's going to be Ned to continue, though. That man is pushed back to the long off boundary. Oh. Finally, a bit of air there by Ashmead Ned. Just going on with the arm, though, taking that thick inside edge.
Almost got a result.
Almost.
So perhaps he needs to do a bit more of that.
Pace on this wicket.
Yes.
Is absolutely key as well. You think back to Joshua Bishop's last over that he bowled. That one that just turned and bounced a little bit. A slower pace. It's been a little easy for the team weeks batters that have gotten in. You know, Athens and Carty fell quite cheaply.
Oh, ball Netty, ball Netty. I said, work in the pace, Netty, work in the pace, Netty.
So Hamilton coming in at number 6 here. No Devon Thomas, as you said, Seth, earlier, in the 11th.
Oh, lovely, Netty.
On the Thomas issue, I think there is a huge misconception that I think ought to be corrected, because he's a sound batter. But I think the statement was made that he was providing cover for the wicket keeper, and that I think is a mistake. He's
first and foremost a batsman.
A batsman, and he has not played as a wicket keeper in 4-day cricket in a while. Hamilton has done that job.
They both
for
represent
Leewards,
the Hurricanes.
both. That's right, and in fact, there were times when last season when they had Django did the wicket. So Thomas, yes, would wicket keep in ODI in limited overs
yep.
with the white ball. Not that he can't, but he has been really a leading light, in my view, an ideal batter for the middle order in the current context.
Yeah, I would have played in a Hurricanes team with these guys as well, Hamilton
That's right.
and Thomas. And at the time, it would have been Hamilton taking the 4-day first-class gloves, whereas Thomas would keep in the limited
And
overs.
do the batting.
And
he has done well. He provides that similar assurance of Brandon King as a batter when you look at him. And one thought that going into Australia, he would have been in the setup.
Brandon King, you mean? Or Hamilton?
No, I'm speaking about Thomas.
Oh, Thomas.
He was in the squad, but
yes,
I thought he would have started in the 11, especially given the form. I think in one of the lead-up games, he was on 97, and they declared. So that opportunity to pick him at the top form, and then injury forced someone to be out, and then he got into the second game.
I was surprised he didn't play a test in Zimbabwe.
That's right. That
Yeah.
opportunity.
Yeah, you'd have gotten his opportunity against that Australian attack.
And then in Zimbabwe, he was virtually out. So, interesting approach. Because you speak about Brandon King. If you have Brandon King, so assured that he's available. If you have Thomas, similar technique, similar, player of good, clean, steady performer, then you'd be really stabilizing a middle order, not around half all-rounders, that sort of thing. My reasoning on that subject.
Yeah, and it's where we've really struggled as a region. It's in that middle order more often than not, batting from 3 down to 6.
So we have sort of gone to a zone of half all-rounder who may patch up things and not strong batters. But I guess that would change. Here is Hamilton, though, trying to hammer the ball.
Yeah, it still seems like we're trying to figure out the best batting position for Kyle Mayers as well.
That's right.
Almost 2 years into his
career.
Test career.
Oh, driven back powerfully. And that came off his hand, also off the wicket and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, real power from Hamilton. It would have been parried by Mackenzie onto the stumps, but still not enough.
Mackenzie's favouring his hand.
Taking off that one. He picks up his first boundary here today. Jamal Hamilton. Powerful little guy, isn't he?
Yes, Mackenzie's still looking at his hand. He's down on the carpet then. That was ferociously driven.
Yeah, not the tallest guy, but built solidly. Short, stocky in nature. He's got some powerful forearms.
And this one, cutting with authority.
Bat speed there, Seth. All the bat speed of Jamal Hamilton on show there. Just staying leg side. Something we've seen from a few batters, in particular Brandon King, especially to the spinners, staying leg side, looking to hit through that offside, and Hamilton obliges. It's the end of the 53rd. The score is 236 for 4. We'll have a double change now. Brendan Springer, Joel Manning.
Thank you very much, Mali. 9 runs coming out of the over, and the stylish Jamal Hamilton, second player from Anguilla to have played Test cricket alongside Omari Banks. When you look at Hamilton's career, he played the lone Test in 2019. First class debut in 2000, playing in his 99th first class game. Before this, 4,558 runs. Say welcome back to Joel Manning. Hamilton 11, Brandon King 80. Joel, back with the action. Changes being rung. Ashwin Ned is going to have a long bowl here, and the captain trying to find someone to bowl. So Ned is going to start. He's going to move in now to bowl to Brandon King. He's up now, bowls to King. King is back and tugging this one down to mid-on. Can't score. 236 for 4. Into over number 54. Ned comes in to bowl to King. Good support here. Feeling to his own bowling. Something I didn't see happening from Joshua Bishop. So they just feel like they're in the game. They just need to pick up a couple of wickets. Hamilton and King would be great for them. Back and just working this into the leg side here. Hamilton, already King said 2. And they come back quite easily. Kevin Anderson fires a return back into the keeper. In the meantime, King goes up to 82 of 118 balls. Jamal Hamilton, Leeward Islands Hurricanes franchise captain. Stylish batsman. He's packed up power. Very strong player. A little shorter than Devon Smith. King drive in. Out to long off. They get an easy single. Kevin Wickham. No, it's not Wickham, it's Clark, who fires a return back. Some 30 boundaries have been hit in this inning so far, and 3 sixes. And Joel, as I was saying to you, when you can get a boundary every over, then you don't need to worry about anything.
Yeah, certainly runs have been ticking over for this team weeks here in this tri-series, this first match that they're playing. They found the boundaries, it's also found the gaps in the field as well to pick up those 1s and 2s.
Ned to Hamilton. Flatter, faster delivery, but Hamilton playing this ball from right under his eyes. The partnership is 21. Hamilton has got 11. King's got 10 out of it so far. But Hamilton is not going to stick around. He's going to play some shots, for sure. Anything short, he's going to be looking to break down backward point. Can tell you that. Over completed, 54 bowled. And when you look at the high percentage of dot balls so far, it's a whole lot. But as you rightly said, McKenny Clark, his 8 overs has cost 60 runs for 2 wickets. So he's been very much expensive and has not found his radar here at all. Headache for Naeem Young.
Well, Naeem Young's going to bring himself back into the attack now.
Don't think he has a choice right now. He's short of a bowler. Short of maybe 2. But the West Indies Academy, they're still bubbling with activity. Brandon King taking a middle stump guard. We've got a change in the bowling. Mackenzie would have done his job.
Yeah, certainly brought in to hopefully pick up a wicket and did just that. Maybe a lapse in concentration from Zachary McCarthy. Haven't gotten to 93, haven't batted from what would have been at the start of play this morning.
Needs to break that barrier. High score in the first class competition was 92. Here is an easy single stroke down to long on. Joshua Bishop coming off from that area. I want to say good afternoon to all the folks who are listening in Barbados. And it's a whole long list. Country rich when it comes in terms of cricketing history. Adrian Donovan, Milton Small. Yeah, those are my friends, Desi. Erskine King. You want to go on? Yeah, we worked together, Desi, for so many years with the 13 and under. St. Kitts Nevis 13 and under that has produced so many outstanding folks. Jason Holder, Shamar Brooks, Nicholas Curtin, Craig Brathwaite, Shane Dorish. Whole long list. We certainly need that back into our cricket. Kevin Hodge. It was good having a conversation with him from Dominica. And the thing about the Barbados team is that those guys came and lived in a community center. Brought their families. It was really a family outing in terms of what's happening. 240 for 4. Hamilton 11. Naeem Young just trying to put some pressure here on Hamilton. He's going to bowl maybe stump to stump down the onside. You don't want to bowl that because that's a gift for Hamilton. He missed out.
Yeah, certainly would have been a gift for many going down on the angle there. But just looking at the field that they have present, they've employed a man at gully, a man at a short cover, and a man at a short mid-wicket. And that's because of how Hamilton goes at the ball. And usually when he's driving, he usually drives on the ball usually travels in the air for some time.
Beautiful shot. It's good balance there, good stride. He got a stride out early. Saw Hamilton Joel play a blinder in a semi-final Super 50 in Trinidad and Tobago. I think it might have been 2018. Queen's Park Oval against Trinidad. He just took the game away from them. And then I think that's the same year that the emerging players would have won the Super 50 competition in the final. Hamilton coming quietly forward. He packs a punch. So very, very, very strong player. Almost like brute force. When he hits the ball, it stays hit. And one thing I can tell you, anything square, Hamilton is going to be looking to score. I followed with him every time. And I said, Hammy, the shot is just not on today. He says, no, Springs. Yeah, once it's there, it's got to go. Full toss, clipped away. Lucky to get away with that one, but that was darting towards the toes. And good control shot there by Hamilton, a little tempered. McCaskey, 93. Brandon King, 84 from 120. And seems like a long time ago. Tay Chandra, Paul, 25. Alex Atten is not.
It was just interesting listening to the conversation between umpire Leslie Reefer and Naeem Young on the stump mic there just now. Naeem Young inquiring with umpire Reefer with regards to had he missed that one, whether or not it would have been in line, and Leslie Reefer said, yeah, certainly had he missed that one, it would have been trouble for him.
So what did you expect him to tell Naeem Young?
Keep working at it.
I was just bringing over the conversation to the
No,
folks.
I just asked you. You didn't answer my question. You got defensive.
No.
If you were the umpire and he asked you, what would you have told him?
What would I have told him?
Yes, you would told him the same thing,
On
right?
that particular delivery, yes, because Hamilton did get across his stumps. It was full. Also,
I wouldn't even be bothering about trying to see if I could ask umpire Joel Manning. I'd go back and think about it again. King punching down the ground. Nice, easy single. I think Naeem Young just needs to give himself some room here, Joel. Because once the ball hits the practice surfaces, it tends to skid off. So maybe just give himself some room and cut that single out. You can't afford to allow Brandon King to just get a single down the ground. You got to force him to hit the ball to the left of you. That's too easy. And in fact, right now, they're just wandering. The long on and Naeem Young's they're almost in the same position. Got to work on the angles. This is going to be a good contest. Anytime he floats it, Hamilton is going. And if he's short, Hamilton is going to look to break down backward point. It's a busy player. Chama Hamilton. Kept low. Occasionally now, when you look at the track, Joel, when you give me your thoughts. This is the second game we're seeing here on how the surfaces have played here at Coolidge.
in terms of the surface that was used for the game of Barbados versus Jamaica, then onto the surface that's used for match in number one, I have to say that this one I'm currently playing on, it probably looks the better, or rather the best out of the three that I've seen being used here at Coolidge. And I make that comment because it was coming on to the afternoon of day one of Barbados versus Jamaica that we started to see the up and down nature of the ball. Saw that same thing in the first match of Headley versus the West Indies Academy. I think the real difference is that looking out there this morning, the end of another over 241 for 4, is that there was considerably more moisture in the surface for the start of today. Beyond that, the match that was used in match, the pitch that was used in match number one, the pitch that was used for the game that I saw Barbados versus Jamaica, before ball was even bowled, there were some very visible cracks as well. Looking at the surface out there to start play this morning, weren't many if any cracks out there. As I mentioned, the fact that there was a bit more moisture, the pitch looked as if it came together a lot better, and I guess you would have expected that overtime because they said that it was relayed and you needed to get some cricket on it. But I would have to say that this one this surface that we're playing on is probably the best of the three that I've seen so far at Coolidge.
Well, what I like about the tracks here is that they've been seaming around. So it's going to test the character of the batsmen from both teams. King coming quietly forward. You'll be thinking about 100 before tea. In overall, you'll be thinking about 100. I think this is King's first-class game inside a year. He's been globe-trotting, playing white ball cricket, T20, you name it. So it's good to come back with a bang in the Caribbean. Play that one late. There was no movement, but because he's in such good nick, he can afford to play that way. He's talking to himself as he walks away. Good thing about it is that Naim Young is very accurate. And so he'll be searching for those pads. He'll be attacking those stumps. So good afternoon to the folks in Anguilla, in Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, Dominica, St. Vincent, Guyana, Jamaica. Steered down to Anderson. You get one run. Brandon King working hard to get 100 here. You could see that he is concentrating on that. Wants to register and remind the selectors that I'm still good enough at the red ball game. Late full toss, dip in. Ned caught napping on his heels. Had to get to his left. Couldn't stop the single. Good calling from Hamilton and King.
Yeah, I think Ned is also quite deep as well, and that's because of how Hamilton goes. The ball, they don't expect him to really just push and prod. They expect him to keep going after the bowling, and hence why Ned was just a little deeper there mid-off, as well, allowing for Hamilton to get a single, especially given how early they called as well.
Current run rate is 4.29. 243 for 4. Ooh. I was searching for the toes again, Joel. Could see it. In swinger coming down nicely. Good revolutions on the ball. Seam up.
Yeah, just employing those limited over skills. Naim Young, you mentioned the fact that it's just his second first-class game, but he has quite a bit of experience in the shorter formats of the game, both the List A and the T20. He's been around the circuit.
Driven through cover. Good bat speed there. Both Hamilton and King. Over number 57 is completed. So good afternoon to, in fact, Trevor Shillingford is in Venezuela with the Alabama games. So he might be following this on the stream if made possible. 3 ones out of the 9 Youngs over. Completed 15 overs, 1 for 49. 244 for 4.
Keep working here, boys.
Ned starts his 14th over.
Going, Neddy. Oh, lovely, Neddy. Ball.
They need a wicket before tea. That would be adamant, maybe even 2. Would certainly help.
Nice.
Another dot ball. King, you could see he's concentrating. He's thinking about those 13 runs. He's not going to try anything daft. Back and looking to punch that past short extra cover. Every now and again, Joel, the ball tends to skid on Once Ned bowls a faster delivery and it keeps low.
Oh, lovely Ned. Oh, lovely
Certainly
Ned.
what you get with Ned. Not really a tall man.
Asha.
Yeah, the action as well when he's pushing it through.
They get a single
Keeper.
into the square leg area.
See that. Brother, what you do so?
Pittman still off the field. Let's hope that he will be back sooner rather than later. Partnership growing in confidence. Is now 27. Hamilton on 12 comes into strike. We are about 10 minutes away from tea. And strange things always happen. You either lose wickets before tea, or after, or before break. You name it. Hamilton will look into stay out there and come back after tea.
Oh, nothing.
Nice flighted delivery. Punch down the ground. Can't beat
You're playing ground ball.
Ned. So 58 overs have been bowled. The latest score here at the home of cricket, West Indies. Coolidge, Team Weeks, 245 for 4. McCaskey, 93. And Brandon King is on 88 from 131 deliveries.
West Indies Academy will certainly be hoping that trend in terms of losing wickets on either side of the break would happen. They would prefer it to happen on this side of the break because they've been made to work into here on day one. That partnership between Brandon King and Zachary McCaskey, and now a partnership forming between Hamilton and King.
On drive down the ground, Joshua Bishop walks. King also walks a single. He goes to 89. Hamilton is 12, comes into strike.
You probably think, with how things are at the moment, that the best chance that wicket stands with Hamilton, not just because he's a new batter to the crease, but because he's going to go at that ball.
Ball dying before it got to the second slip, more or less. Hamilton was more or less just steering it.
Not really offering much of a shot there. Hamilton caught almost on the crease, you would have to say, but didn't necessarily go pushing at it. That's probably why it died before. Just pulled back the hand slightly, takes the outside edge and falls just agonizingly short.
Still feel like he could have caught that, Joel. Got a bubble with those. That shot certainly not on today. Hamilton still looking to break down backward point. The bounce not there.
And that's why I mentioned that the wicket certainly, in terms of how things are shaping, that's not to say that they cannot take Brandon King, but in terms of how things are looking at the moment, with Hamilton going at the ball, looking to manufacture strokes almost at times, is the better option for them. Or the one that looks more likely, I would have to say, for them, because the better option would be taking Brandon King, who's currently set on 89 and truly playing that anchor of the innings and keeping things together. Yes, he had a fantastic partnership with Zachary McCaskey as well.
246 for 4. Naim Young, the West Indies Cricket Academy captain, is bowling his 16th over. Hamilton driving. Can't beat Simmons. A short extra cover. Little change, a little cutter there to Hamilton. Stopping on him. 59 overs bowled. 246 for 4. McKenny Clark 2 for 60. Naim Young 1 for 50. And Kirk McKenzie 1 for 18. Are the wicket takers to date.
Why don't end the session with me? Knocked out.
Maybe can get in another 2-3 overs depending how fast Ned will get through his spell. He maybe can bowl the final over before tea. I think 9 Young making sure that at least they maybe only have 2 overs before tea, but that depends on the umpires. Driven sweetly out to long off. Clark coming around to get 1 run. Let's see what the approach will be like from Hamilton. Keeper Savory says that he's not hearing those boys. You fault him, Joel?
Certainly not, especially how things are going at the moment. We just need one spark of brilliance, one moment, and with the encouragement of the guys, it's really to keep them alert and keep them in the game, because you just never know when that moment is coming.
Hamilton works this one down to the fine leg boundary. There's no one there. Hits the rope now. Boundary to Hamilton. Goes to 16. Brings up the 250 for Team Weeks. 251 for 4. And the worries continue so far. The partnership is 33. Hamilton has got 16 out of it so far. Some 55 deliveries bowled. They're facing this partnership. Looking to work this around. Ken can't score in the process. 90 to Brandon King. Hamilton 16.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely line here so far.
So probably just 1 over left now before we get to that tea break. You can hear the players out there asking whether or not this is the last. 251 for 4. It's going to be bowled by the skipper, Naeem Young.
Sounds as if this could be the last over. According to my watch, it's 2:38. Doesn't mean that it's the umpire's watch. Strange enough, Joel, they don't have a clock here. Because normally we'll be looking at the clock. Steered, pass backward point. King has to get back into his crease. Young's Simmons, we're in the number 32. So the score you think Team Weeks will be thinking about, Joel? We know 251 for 4.
Given the type of game that it is, I'm not sure if they might be looking at numbers, because in terms of the result, it doesn't necessarily matter. Yes, you want to win. Yes, you want to do well, but it's more so about the individuals performing on the day. So I'm not certain if they would have set themselves targets and say, okay, we want to get to 300, we want to get to 400. But a case of, okay, how long can Brandon King continue on? Can Jamar Hamilton get into a good stride here? Can he get some runs under his belt? Looking at the remainder of those to come, it's probably just the bowlers when you think about it, with the likes of Dominic Drakes, and then you have Versami Pramal, you have a few others in there. Well, Jerry McAllister, yeah. So just into the bowling. So really and truly, how things are setting up, these are the ones that would really and truly want to be out at the crease, the ones that would want to get the performances under their belt.
251 for 4. Make it 2. Just about to say make it to 52. The umpire is not interested.
Yeah, but given how things have gone for them today, another session to go after the 2 hours of cricket, probably getting maybe the remaining 29, 30 overs from it. The clip that they've gone, they might probably tell themselves that they want to be about 350, breaking down 400 plus, to be honest, by the end of the day, maybe like a 420 or so, if things continue on for this pair of Brandon King and Jamar Hamilton.
King driving, can't beat short extra cover. Akeem Ogis, wearing the number 55, knocks it down. Naim Young is not afraid to try his variations. Joel, King 90, he's got to be watchful. This is the final delivery before tea. Driven, can't beat Ogis.
Time, guys.
So, as we would say, it's time here. The Leeward Islands T20 tournament continues in St. Kitts and Nevis, but here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, Team Weeks batting first, 251 for 4. Brandon King not out, 90, 139 deliveries. Jamar Hamilton 16, Tej Chandapal 25, McCaskey 93, Casey Carty 12, Alex Atenez not to come next. A whole long list. Dominique Drakes, Niles Smith, Kevin Sinclair's got some runs so far. Permal, we wait and see what happens. So a T on behalf of the entire team, Seth Burton, Joel Manning, bowling figures. We got Clark, 2 for 60. Kelvin Pittman, not for 29. He's off to an injury. Naim Young, 1 for 50 from his 17. Joshua Bishop, not for 41 from his 12. Ashmin Ned, not for 30 from his 15. His 73 dot balls. Naim Young is 80 dot balls also. Kevin Wickham, not for 19 from his 3. And Kurt McKenzie, we've got to call him the ball changer. Some 2 overs, 18 runs, 1 wicket. At T, extras 15. Team Weeks, 251 for 4. The West Indies white ball international player and Jamaican Brandon King is on 90 not out, 139. Zachary McCaskey will be ruined with himself. He got out for 93 of 147 deliveries. And it seems like a long time ago. Tej Chandapal was LBW for 25. On behalf of the entire team, Seth Burton, Joel Manning, Marley Richards, I'm Vernon A. Springer. We'll take a tea water break, and we'll be back right after tea, along with Ronnie and the 360 crew here. These guys are really into their mission and doing an excellent job. Thank you guys, Ronnie. Thank the 360 team.
Welcome back to the afternoon session, the final session of day number 1 here. Match number 2 of this Headley Weeks Tri-Series Team Weeks, taking on the West Indies Academy. 251 for 4. Team Weeks are. The toss this morning, some time ago it seems, it was won by the West Indies Academy, and they opted to bowl first. McKenny Clark to get things started from the CIU end after tea. He's bowled 8 overs so far, picked up 2 wickets. Those 2 wickets coming in his second spell of the day. Started operating from this media centre end. Found it going a bit tough. Was just kept on for 2 overs. Was given a change of ends, and it changed the result for him. He's now about to bowl his 4th spell for the day. It's the first runs after tea. Go to Jamar Hamilton. Brandon King, not out on 90 at the moment, looking to bring up what will be another first-class 100. It's been mentioned that in Brandon King's last match before this, his last first-class match, he in fact got 100 in that one as well. 119 it was playing for Jamaica back in May 2022. So you could almost say back-to-back hundreds for him if he were to get one here. Quite some time in between those hundreds, though. May 2022, now April 2023. And he's really looked easy across today. Mentioned the fact that he looked as if he rolled out his own pitch out there this morning and started batting, because it looked very comfortable for him at the start. First runs was a 4 through mid-wicket. He never called himself back since then. He's really imposed himself onto the West Indies Academy. And probably looking at the possibility of being selected for that tour to Bangladesh. The A-team tour coming up quite shortly. The dates were announced for that tour. That's in a question there, McKenny Clark, but I'm pretty certain I heard a lot of bat in that one. A bit of a hop and a skip to start the run up from McKenny Clark. In fact, no bat there, but just seaming back in quite sharply off of the surface there. Apologies, McKenny. I'll say the song that I heard was definitely not bat. He completes the first over after tea. 253 for 4. Middle stump guard being taken for Brandon King, and to pair McKenny Clark from this media centre end, it's going to be Joshua Bishop. He's bowled 12 overs so far, none for 41. It's going to be his 3rd spell of the day. Bishop Started by bowling 6 in the morning session. Bowled another 6 after lunch. And he started an operation from the CIU end. And then he got switched to this media center end where he bowled his last 6. So he's going to give another spell from this end. Still quite hot conditions out there at Coolidge. A left arm around the wicket is Joshua Bishop.
So basically, you almost behind a black. That's what. If you don't me, I'll see up there.
He's going to be hoping to keep things tight here to start proceedings after tea. The batters, yes, will need to once again concentrate, and this is the time that they could look to take that wicket. Nothing though looking like it will fluster Brandon King. Just 8 runs away from another 100 here at the first class level. But it's in this period here that the West Indies Academy must be looking to at least pick up 1 or 2 if they're going to pull themselves back into this encounter. 254 before team weeks. Very soon I'll be joined by Chris Brabazon, the Cricket West Indies coaching manager. Have a bit of a chat with regards to the coaching structure currently being implemented by Cricket West Indies, some of the initiatives that have been put into place over the last few years. Looks to give himself that room again. Can't get it, can't find the gap. It's 255 for 4. And Brandon King has really given himself some space, especially going back towards that leg stump to create some room. Looking to give himself some room to access that offside. Has been relatively successful, would have to say, for him across today, as I'm now joined by Chris Brabazon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe. How you going?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Yeah, well, thanks. Good to see some cricket.
Certainly. It looked a little threatening yesterday. A few showers, a couple sprinkles this morning. But cricket, lovely cricket going on here at Coolidge. McKenny Clark to continue. And a good take down the leg side by Tevin Imlach. So, Chris, how long have you been in Cricket West Indies now?
About 3.5 years. Yeah, so moved over from Perth, Western Australia, December 2019, so just before COVID. So I've been here a while now, so it's been an interesting journey.
Interesting indeed. And in terms of your official title, the coaching manager of Cricket West Indies, correct?
Yeah, coach development
Coach
manager,
development manager.
Yeah.
So before we get into, I guess, the harder questions, you know, what does your role entail pretty much here with Cricket West Indies?
Yeah, so basically moved over, I said like 3.5 years ago to set up a coach development system. I think prior to that, we'd sort of had governing bodies come in and run coach development courses, or the accreditation courses basically. But it was quite sporadic. So my main role was to come in and actually sort of set up a cohesive coach development pathway really. So all our own accreditation courses, and then all the bits that sit around it as far as workshops and CDP and all the rest of it. So
Another no ball by McKenny Clark. He's really bowled quite a few today. In fact, that could probably be maybe about his 7th or 8th no ball for today. Not really getting that run up right. He started from this media centre end and switched to the CIU end, but things still continuing for him. So definitely going to have to look to work on that as we head through this match and beyond that. But getting back to you, Chris, in terms of, I guess, some of the programs then that you would have maybe implemented across your stint here as we wait for this delivery from McKenny Clark. In fact, he's going to have to start again. But yeah, in terms of some of the programs then that you have implemented, because I believe it's across all levels as well. So, like, what have been some of the coaching programs, I guess, that you've been implementing?
Well, the first thing was to work out exactly what type of player we're trying to create. So we had forums around the West Indies to try and get a feel for what type of person and what type of player we wanted to see representing the West Indies. So that was the initial piece of work.
Goes at that one. The edge is found. And the stay at the crease for Brandon King comes to an end. A brilliant 92 from him. And we thought that he was on the verge of what would have been another 100 here at the first class level. Probably not getting up, you know, how he probably thought it would have, Brandon King. But the 3rd wicket to McKenny Clark. You would have to say almost against the run of play there, because we didn't necessarily see that coming with how Brandon King was looking. Looked to pull that one, didn't necessarily get into the position to play the shot, a bottom edge, and an easy catch in the end for Tevin Imlach. So success after the break for the West Indies Academy. It's 257 for 5 from Brandon King. He goes for a well-played 92. Now I know that there's some part of a coach inside of you that wants to talk about that particular dismissal. So anything that you saw there, do you want to comment on, Chris?
Oh, look, I think he's seeing the ball like a beach ball at the moment. So he went at it, but I don't know if it was quite short enough for what he wanted to do, unfortunately. But would have been good to see a big ton, like a 150 sort of 200 job there. But unfortunate, he's got to go. Yeah,
Zachary McCaskey went for 93. Brandon King now goes for 92. And that now brings Kevin Sinclair to the crease for Team Weeks. But you were just getting into talking about the programs. So you talked about the fact that, you know, looking at what type of player do we want to see across the West Indies. Anything else?
Yeah, so from that point, once we got all that information in, it was then a matter of sort of refining the existing courses. So looking at our foundation, our level 1, level 2, and then looking to expand on our, basically build our own level 3 high performance course at the sort of top end of our pathway. So that was a pretty big body of work, but essentially it was making sure all those courses were aligned and that whether the coach or the player were going through that pathway, it made sense and it was being delivered in a cohesive way by Cricket West Indies, as opposed to one course from Cricket Australia, one from ECB, and so on.
Another no ball from McKenny Clark. And off the mark immediately is Kevin Sinclair. Oh, in fact, a question being asked of umpire Reefer. He says not out though. An interesting one there, given that Sinclair was it sliding the bat there on that occasion. A bit of a replay might give us an indication as to how close that was. You always say a direct hit, it invites a question. And you would have to say great work by Tevin Imlach, and just casually there in the end getting the foot home with Sinclair. So maybe he knew better than us in terms of the sense that he was comfortably home, but it was a little closer than Sinclair might have been comfortable with, you would have to say, on that occasion. But Chris, looking across the years that you've been here, probably I guess in the later stages, probably how many coaches would you say that we've been able to accredit across the West Indies?
Yeah, so we're up around the 1,000 mark now. So from foundation through to the high performance realm, so level 3, we're up to 1,000, which has been a huge effort considering we had sort of the COVID sort of period. But yeah, we pressed on. We moved a lot of content online and moved with the times. And yeah, so whatever we could move online and still have people access throughout that period, we did, which allowed us to keep engaging coaches and upskilling them. So we pressed on. So a huge number of coaches have been through accreditation courses, but I think my real passion lay in the in-between bits. So basically, once a coach becomes accredited, what are we doing for them to keep their learning going? So our workshop series that we've been able to put on for the various groups of coaches, whether it be the franchise coaches, whether it be level 2 coaches or our regional underage coaches or our senior women's coaches, so really doing bespoke work with those groups.
And then in terms of that number, because you mentioned just around 1,000, just maybe more than that, has there been, I don't want to say a balance, but an interest from both sides in terms of males and females for those courses?
Yeah, it's actually been really encouraging. There is quite a disparity between male and female involvement still, but we've had a lot more uptake for level 1s, which is on the back of a huge push to have we've run female-specific foundation courses. So the flow on from that is we've had a lot more women flow into doing the level 1 course, which is great. And then that's trickled through to the level 2, so really encouraging. I've got to say that a lot of the courses that we've run, the ladies have really stood up. Like, they've really, really impressed and put some of the blokes in the shade, I must admit. But yes, it's been encouraging. So, the more female role models we can have across our ecosystem, it's just going to bode well, because I think it's just a different feel. If the girls see a female coach up front, especially their local club, it's just such a great starting point for them. So yeah, it's been a real focus, and yeah, it's starting to sort of filter through to the sort of, I guess, higher echelons of our accreditation system, which is great.
Well, it felt like a fairly long over, and that's because there were 3 no balls in it. The end, though, of a successful over from Kenny Clark and the West Indies Academy comes to an end. It's 261 for 5. Just thinking also now along the terms of players now, because I guess you might find interest from those who aren't currently playing the game. Has there been a push to also ensure that players, let's say academy players and what's not, get a chance to also become a part of the coaching programs?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the younger that our players can sort of start understanding the coaching messaging and even cut their teeth coaching locally, the better they're going to understand their own game. It has been, a lot of times, players have finished playing and they'll come sit with me at my desk and say, I'm thinking about doing this coaching thing. And I'm actually going, well, we've actually missed probably like a decade or 15 years where you could have really been getting some coaching under your belt and you'd be in such a better place for this conversation. But that's been a real push. Is any players who are coming into our academies, we're making sure that they have that grounding. We did a similar thing. We've started a similar process with the senior women's side as well as the men's contracted players as well. So it's just planting a seed that coaching might be for you. For some of them, it might not be. But, it's just planting that seed. And hopefully we see a lot more players transitioning, not 10, 15 years after they've played, but very soon. As soon as they sort of basically finish playing, we can transition them into that coaching sphere. And they actually understand the difference between being a player and being a coach, which is vital.
It's interesting you mention that, because I'm pretty sure we have a couple of young viewers locked on here as well. How important would you then say is it for even those at that young age to even do like a level 1 or even get to maybe like a level 2 in the coaching?
I think the sooner they can do it, the better. So the online foundation modules are free and they can be done at their own pace. So I know especially young people love screens, love computers. It's there for them. So if they go to the Cricket West Indies website, they'll find the link to that course. So they can get them started. So they can do their foundation course online now, and it's free. And then basically, as soon as they turn 16, we'd love to see them, like as young as possible, coming to a face-to-face course. Because even if they haven't got a lot of coaching experience under their belt to that point, we're going to be able to give them messaging that's going to help them as a player to better understand their game, and also give them the opportunity and more so confidence to actually maybe get out and coach a younger brother and a younger sister. I reflect on my journey. That's definitely where my coaching started, was a younger brother. So if I wanted to play decent cricket in the backyard with him, I had to teach him some stuff. So I think these kids can start coaching from a younger age. And I guess throwing that over to the female side, there's a lot of mums out there who are coaching every day. You know what I mean? And if we can just put a few cricket pointers across to them, I think they can easily transition into being cricket coaches as well. So I think there's a few pockets of society that we haven't quite push too hard on the coaching message. We think it's still reserved for someone who's played 100 games and 200 games or Test cricket. But anyone can underarm a ball and ask a player to hit it through this side and through that side, and just do little basic things to get started. And that's essentially all coaching needs to be at the entry level. So, the younger they can start out, the better. Start cutting their teeth, and it's going to hold them in good stead, not just for coaching down the track, but for their games at present.
Well, Chris, it's certainly been wonderful having you here. Just 2 final questions for you. The first one is away from the cricket. How have you been enjoying the Caribbean and Antigua given your time here?
It's been fantastic, yeah. I must admit, I think probably the standout, besides the people, everywhere I've gone, people have been really, really welcoming and friendly. But the food has been fantastic, and definitely during COVID, where things were sort of a bit quiet around here on weekends, I was learning how to cook all the different dishes. So I think that's the thing I've enjoyed most is all the different cuisines, for sure.
And then finally, going back towards the cricket to close out this conversation. Currently and going forward, what would you say is the coaching philosophy currently for the West Indies? Yeah,
I think it probably cuts across every level of cricket and probably sport. It's just to make sure your players love the game. And to do that, you need to understand their needs and their motivation. So I think a lot of times we do what we think is fun, or we do what we think the players want. But I think the more we can put players at the centre of their journey and actually ask them and say, what do you want from this? And then cater to their needs. And that goes for every level. I think the quicker we can get to that point, the better we'll be served, because we're going to have players who are jumping out of their skin to actually come to training sessions and actually want to play the game, as opposed to players who have just been told they're doing this, told they're doing that. They have to be here at this time, that time, and all the rest of it. I don't think young people are really responding to that way of coaching anymore. So I'd say putting the players at the centre of the journey, finding out what's fun for them, and then meeting their needs. I think that's the way forward.
Well, Chris, it's been an absolute pleasure having you alongside of me. 4 deliveries left in this over, so I'm going to keep you alongside of me for this piece of commentary. Ever been in the commentary booth commentating before?
A couple times, yeah. It's definitely a bit alien, but enjoying it. It's good insight.
What I can tell you is that another no ball being delivered by McKenny Clark, so it really tells you that he's struggling from both ends. And as a coach, then I guess you could probably give me a little insight into this, because sometimes when you switch ends you find it might be a little easier, whether or not it's because of the hill, as offsetting the run up. So I guess maybe it's a little insight. What do you think might be going on right now for McKenny Clark?
Oh, look, it could be a multitude of things. I think I'm not really sure what his lead in looked like and how much bowling he'd had under his belt, but that could have something to do with it. It's a different format. I mean, he bowled a few early in the day, granted, but it could be tiring. It could be a multitude of different factors. But essentially what you're looking for is just a smooth, repeatable run-up. So that's probably something I'd be looking to sort of see how repeatable, how consistent is his run-up. But I'm sure the coaches are working they will be working pretty hard to get to the bottom of it. But yeah, sometimes you just have those days. So.
Boarding roughly, because I'm unable to see the full stats there, but I think it's probably about 10 no balls. I think, just roughly about there for McKenny Clark across what we need 4 spells he's bowled today.
Yeah.
Well, won't have the legs to go to the boundary. I've actually, in fact, been told to add 4 to that no ball count. So it's been 14 no balls, in fact, today by McKenny Clark.
Yeah, I think another factor is once you've bowled a few, it can really start to play on your mind. So you start chopping and changing things, and you go in half a step, or you come back half a step, and that doesn't always help either. But he's just going to have to try and get through this day as best he can, and hopefully at the end of it, we've seen some improvement.
It's interesting because this spell actually reminds me of one that I saw early in the first class championship. And it was in fact by Keon Harding, and it was a game versus Guyana. He simply could not get anything right in terms of the run up, in terms of the wides that he was bowling as well, and then somehow he managed to pick up wickets amongst that. And it's interesting, I'm looking now here at McKenny Clark, and you're going to see the no ball problems, the fact that he was pushing the ball down the leg side, pushing it wide at the off stump, but he's also still managed to pick up 3 wickets here and doing the job almost in inverted commas for the West Indies Academy. It's just interesting to see that kind of stat as well for him.
Yeah, I think for these young guys, it's just learning, you know what I mean? Like, if we were expecting to see the finished product of these guys, then we're really kidding ourselves. So I think he'll get better from this opportunity and, you know, find out what he needs to do. But unless you actually get to experience these things, you don't get to go through it. And better here than when he's playing for the West Indies, hopefully one day, in the middle of a packed stadium in a World Cup or something like that. So I'm sure he'll be better for the run.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't want to have that problem with 15,000 looking on and the expectations a bit higher. By the end, though, of another over, 266 for 5. I want to say thank you very much, Chris Brabazon, for being here with me. And I think that brings us both to the end of our commentary stint. I'm going to turn it over to Mally Richards. And I do believe that he might be joined by Seth Burton.
Into you some more thinking. Two. And thank them.
Quite informative stuff indeed there from Chris Brabazon and Joel Manning. But I'm joined by Vernon Springer.
Rebuilding time, 266 for 5. St. Clair, who scored quite some runs during the just concluded Cricket West Indies 4-day championship, and also picked up some wickets. Will be looking to establish himself here. We want him to get to Bangladesh in the 18 performance. Hamilton has looked good so far, 19 from 48.
Yeah, he has. He's dug in. There's been a bit of pressure being applied, losing the informed Brandon King. McCaskey wicket as well.
I was talking to someone outside Mali, and I was saying Brandon could have thought about just cashing in and decided that he wanted to bat until 6 o'clock because he looked so good. He looked like he got bored based on the shot that he played.
I don't think he was trying to get out, to be honest. His fluency never really waned throughout his innings. I think it's just the nature of the game, you know, taking an under edge through to the wicket keeper.
But that shot certainly was not because the bounce in. The bounce, really. This track is playing two pace more or less there. So
we've seen him time the ball sweetly, though, haven't we? Both back and front foot. Every shot seemed done for Brandon King.
St. Clair has to back up. He's in two minds. He's got the bat in his right hand. So straight away he's starting off from a wrong position. So his catch and mouse game, he's got to change that. Over 67 overs completed.
Yeah, and it's just the time in which Brandon King would have lost that wicket. He was in full control. McCaskey as well. Still waiting for that maiden first-class century.
Yeah. And again, soft dismissal.
Yeah, quite soft in the circumstances. New bowler, Kirk McKenzie. Almost just a nothing ball outside that off stump. Maybe just looking to hit it a bit too square. Just went away from what would have made him so successful in this innings. He's been looking to hit down the ground more often than not. But nonetheless, it's still a good, substantial innings from the young man. Someone who I anticipate we'll be seeing a lot more of in the future. Zachary McCaskey.
But this has been a real wake-up call for the West Indies Academy after coming off of a first high, their first victory over Team Headley. The real test here now, 67 overs bowled, 267 for 5. And I think this is going to test their character as to how well they survive. Umpire Leslie Reefer saying, come on, Naeem Young, we got to get on with this game. Too much time wasting. Let's get in the overs. We can't be playing around here at all. Net 15 overs, Mali.
Yeah,
Not for 30.
Yeah, he's played that holding role to date for the CWI team academy. Run scoring was quite easy. He's gone to his one-day skills. Hasn't looked to turn the ball too much. Just been flat, fast. The odd change of pace.
Had a season with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the Super 50. Performed well. I think picked up about 10, 12 wickets, and then just they didn't keep him for the 4-day version, but it was a good investment while it lasted. This year, with only 5 matches, he was in the team for the first 3 games, but when the big stars came back, he had to make way for the Moti and company.
Yeah, just a few spinners ahead of him in that pecking order. It's the nature of elite sport, Vernon. It's quite ruthless performance. So, well, it should be a real meritocracy. The best performers should be the ones afforded the opportunities.
I started a discussion today with Seth concerning everybody wanting to play Test cricket, Mali. I think Test cricket is going to become an event sooner rather than later. You're going to find a window, and they're going to say they're going to play Test matches within this period of time, because with 2 Test matches, I mean, what can you do in 2 Test matches? You know, imagine we went to Australia and we played 2 Test matches, Mali.
Yeah, there just isn't much time. You look at the calendar, to be honest. And I think we also have to recognize the nature of cricket. It's very unique. There's no other sport like it in terms of the different formats, always trying to fit these formats into a particular time frame. It's really hard. I'm not sure even football, you know, the world's biggest sport, could manage in those circumstances.
So it all boils down to dollars and cents when it is all said and done. And when you look at the push being made by the governing body, it's almost like the governing body competing with itself. You know, I mean, they're competing with a tournament to try to see how much money they can generate. So small countries like Ireland and Afghanistan and those countries will struggle to even get to play Test matches over a period of time.
Ireland taking part in the Test series against Sri Lanka now.
Yeah, I kind of saw the score of that, Bally. It was a very high-scoring game.
Yeah, just awarded Test status not too long ago, not too long in the distant past.
267 for 5. It's almost like Hamilton has decided that he wants to get a big one here, Mali. I don't know how you feel about that.
Well, it's just batting, to be honest. Obviously, every batter, I think, would have wanted to get a big one here in these conditions, but it just seems like he's really earning the right to go big.
Got to stop that. Naim Young diving away. Gave away 2 runs right there in the process. Good thing about it is that Hamilton stayed over the ball. We're talking about the Sri Lanka and Ireland Test match, the second Test match. Ireland scoring 492. Saw Paul Sterling getting a big 100, Mali. And Sri Lanka 357 for 1.
We're showing you the gulf in class almost between those 2 teams. One would have thought that Ireland would have put up a good fight in that first innings. But when you take into consideration the Sri Lankan attack, batting lineup, sorry.
Hamilton driving out to the sweeper.
And the Irish attack, you can see why. 357 for 1 indeed.
And the good thing about it, Mali, is that in the Ireland innings there were 2 centuries. Curtis Camper 111, Paul Sterling 103. Balburney scored 95, batting at number 3. And then we come down now where Jayasara picked up 5 for 174 from 58.3 overs. Jeez.
That match is taking place in Sri Lanka as well.
Yeah, so you understand that.
I think that would be a real benefit to this Irish team. They'll take a lot out of that first inning score in those Sri Lankan conditions.
But look at this scorecard.
doesn't matter. They've scored a lot in Sri Lankan conditions, especially, Vernon, we're here in the Headley Weeks Tri-Series, and when you juxtapose that to the West Indian performances in Sri Lanka, I'm not sure they would have had an innings as that Ireland first innings on the last time they toured. So just brings it into sharper focus, the batting woes here in the Caribbean. Even the Irish going out in quite unfamiliar conditions, spin-friendly conditions, and putting up a good performance.
Certainly.
To be fair, as well, and added to that, Ireland beating us at home in a limited overs series. That series would have gone a long way
in boosting their confidence.
Not only boosting their confidence, but knocking us out of the automatic qualification places for the World Cup.
They did. Very important point there raised by Mali.
So we're just seeing these associate teams just creeping up now.
And improving. Remember Scotland also defeated us. We got to pay attention to a whole lot of things which are happening around us.
Yeah, this game is definitely expanding.
Maiden over again, Mali by Ned.
Yeah, good stuff from Ned again. Just applying a bit of pressure onto Hamilton here. He'll probably be best served to look to rotate the strike. Still look to run hard. Can't just allow these bowlers to just bowl at you at some point. One has to be positive as well. But as you said, he set his stall out. He's faced some 60 deliveries now. A bit unlike him in terms of that strike rate. But that's what you want to see from these players, showing that adaptability as well. Very experienced now, Jamal Hamilton. You would expect to see someone who would have played as much cricket as he has, showing that adaptability. It's going to be Bishop to continue.
Yeah. Kevin Sinclair just slowing him down and says, we're not quite ready yet. So you go back to your mark and start all over again. Seems like a long time ago. So good afternoon to my brother, Henderson Springer in Barbados.
Is that a real brother or just a brother by name?
Cricketing brother. 270 for 5. You never know. It might be. People always say that we look alike, so I might have to ask the old man something.
We know how that goes, you know. We know how that goes. Me in particular.
I might have to ask the old man something. 270 for 5. Sinclair back, but he can't find the gap. He's trying to pull away, give himself some room. I think he's going to need to get closer to that ball and use the pace. They're attacking here right now. West Indies Academy, they got the slip. It's Anderson's slip. And they're pricing in. Driven. Past Bishop, down to the boundary for 4. That has to stick.
Power from Sinclair. Still head, got the length that he wanted. Allowed him to free the hands. And he smacked it straight back past Bishop before he can even get his hands together. So Sinclair now picking up his first boundary this afternoon.
I'll give you a story, Mali. I was talking to Lloyd and your dad one day, Sir Clive, and to Viv, and they said, well, you know, every time new personnel come around and somebody said that they're a good spin bowler, they always used to test them out. They'd hit the ball straight back at them and see how good their hands are.
He actually used to tell me that. That's something he used to speak about a lot. Facing a Greg Matthews in Australia. You know, those Indian spinners as well. Chandra Sekhar, Bishan Bedi.
Was that golf? Was that golf? Have a cup of coffee. All the best, sir. 272. 71 overs bowled, 274 for 5. McCaskey 93, Brandon King 92, Tage Chandapal 25. Both King and McCaskey missing out on important centuries here.
Yeah, and it's just the way they would have gotten out, especially Zachary McCaskey approaching that 100. Wouldn't have played too many false strokes in that innings of 93. Looked very composed as well at the crease, showed a good temperament, but just falling short of that maiden century. But I'm sure he'll have another opportunity in that second dig, batting at the top of the order.
Hamilton has really looked good here. He's spending some time at the crease. This is something, he's quite capable. He can play as a wicketkeeper batsman and he can play as a batsman as well. Back and finding the gap, something that Sinclair was not able to execute. Hamilton, they're going to come back for 3, but Sinclair is jogging.
Something that we've seen a little bit here today. The running has just been a little lackadaisical.
Yeah, very.
I think it's probably down to the conditions. A pretty hot day here as well. But especially Jamal Hamilton, he's one of the guys that loves to turn ones into twos, twos into three.
You made a very important point, Mali. I think most players will be looking here to try to register an excellent score. We saw Hakeem Jordan scoring his highest first-class score in the first game. So, you know, you'll see players looking to try to make sure that they can write their name in the history books. Remember this for a long time. Hamilton, 24, second in Gwillan to play Test cricket after Mari Banks. Mari Banks and Hamilton would have come to the 13 and under tournament, which was also played in St. Kitts. People like Terry Adams and Cardigan Connors, so would have been the real true backbone behind the cricket in Anguilla. Hamilton is cutting again, pass first slip, pass Wickham, down to the third man boundary for 4.
Yeah, really late cut there by Jamal Hamilton. Almost played it behind him. Hence why that's run down to that third man boundary. Moves on to 28 now.
You know, sometimes, Mally, when you look back at the talent that would have come out of Anguilla, you had the Proctor brothers, Wayne and Eustace Proctor. Eustace would have played for the West Indies under 19. And then you had somebody, I'm sure you would have played with him during some time too, Lanville Harrigan.
Lano.
Terry, Alex Adams also. In fact, Alex Adams was up there as one of the record holders in Leeward Islands cricket.
I think I broke his record.
I think yes, now that you talk about that.
Alex Adams, Terry Adams, Shaka Hodge.
So many outstanding players. Lyndall Richardson. And then you had Chesney Hughes, who scored a lot of runs in England and came back home to play.
Big nut.
Yeah. We got a good young crop coming through. You got the son of Terry Adams, Alexis Adams' son, Dimitri Adams, who's also a U.S. citizen, plays in the United States of America. Picked up, either the second or most wickets in the just concluded Leeward Islands tournament. Very decent player. Jada Richardson. Choo, that hurt.
Has hurt him. He's put the foot down, opted for the boot as opposed to the hand, but he's still walking, which is good to see.
I love that, Mali. I like how you said that. He's still walking.
Yeah. So he's escaped serious injury. I'll say. Saved a few runs as well.
Yeah, certainly. Maybe he might have, you know, these days, Mali, the Puma boots and the
they're reinforced.
And the Adidas, they have some enforcement on those areas. Not like when Seth played where he came in his normal shoes. So if you twisted your foot there, that would be the end of that. There's have a lot of cushion support, protection on the area.
And the boots of all, there wasn't much giving them, to be honest. That genuine leather, hard.
Rubbing on
the heels and the toes.
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, sometimes when you look at the spikes, Mali, you know, you're playing football and these guys used to have these spikes, you know, they come out, you get so scared. Kind of risk, as Seth was saying the other day, you look and you see the kind of crazy things you did when you were small. You'll be like, wow, did I do that?
Yeah, it was what, the six stud, the 6 pegs.
Oh. Six
When,
studs.
when we were in school, if we saw a player with the 6 studs, we were like, whoa, I wonder what's going to happen out here.
We're not going nowhere close there.
Even when it was dry, you know, at times you'd think, okay, the 6 studs for the wet conditions, but nah, in the dry conditions,
Out came
guys
the-
were studs up as well in the
Yeah.
challenges.
And the thing about those things, right, is that in those days, you know, somebody catch you, they rip your socks apart. So even though you had on socks, you remember people didn't used to worry about shin guards too much. You had your socks. Those guys who still rip them away.
Not just rip you, probably break your shin bone as well. The amount of players that would have suffered broken legs, especially in Antiguan football over the years.
So your uncle out there, Uncle Merv, maiden over.
Uncle Derv, as I call him.
He was just chatting there with Desi. Desi said that he think he always heard the lovely conversation about who had the most flair, whether it was Merv or Viv.
Merv would tell you it was him. That's for sure.
280 for 5, 73 overs bowl. Hamilton 28, Sinclair 10.
I tell you where he does have Viv Richards beat though.
Football.
Yeah, not only football, but in the comedy side, he's an absolute comedic genius. Is
He is.
Mervyn Richards.
He is.
A jack of all trades.
You know, he tormented Sinkit Smiley so many times in Leeward Islands football. Always was a terror. Sometimes they'll put 3-4 men to mark Mervyn Richards. It didn't matter what part of the field he was, he would get the ball off.
Another wide one to end the over. Not called wide and would not have been, but it was definitely quite away from Sinclair. 3 for 79 from his 12, but at the same time, he has been a bit on the expensive side, going at over 6 runs per over. But he has taken more than half of the wickets, so he may justify that with his returns in terms of wickets.
Yeah, I think for him it's a case of he'd be happy that he's taken the wickets, but he would know that it's not been his best overall effort. And not just looking at the runs column of it, because you could take that on a different surface and say it was just a batter's paradise. But not necessarily just looking only at the runs, but at how he bowled across the day in terms of the fact he's not gotten his run up right. He's not really gotten his lengths consistently right either. And I think that is where, where it would come in for him. So he would be happy that, yes, he's picked up 3 because his first class debut, certainly would not take away those wickets from him. But knowing that he can be better, he would certainly know that there's still work to be done.
Oh, that's a bad overthrow. Was not backed up by Bishop, and it could be. Well, it does not go into the boundary. They have ran about 4, I reckon. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think it was almost a case of Joshua Bishop doing the backing at 1, not thinking that Kevin Wickham would have taken the throw to his end, and then 2, he was not necessarily in the best of positions, given that the throw was just slightly off as well. He would have probably been gauging for the ball to go to his left. It in fact went to his right, and because of that.
Well, they ran 4. When last have you seen a pair running 4 in the Caribbean? Has been a while. Well, from my personal memory. Nicely played. But only a couple. So Hamilton is picking up things here. The 4, though, did not come from his batting prowess, but more from a feeling lapse. He has been batting well. That's wide. Outside the off stump, and he perishes.
Going at a wide one, Hamilton. And you can hear through the stump mic somebody saying that was the off cutter. But what it is also the dismissal of Jamar Hamilton. And he is certainly disappointed with that one. It came off the toe of the bat, and that's because of how wide he had to reach for it. And it was that swing as well on offer. He had to throw the hands at it, reach for it. A brilliant catch being taken by McKenny Clark. So Hamilton has to go for a well played of 57. It's 331 for 5. For 6. My apologies. 331 for 6.
It's coming down toward that end of the day. And the young academy players, they might be saying here, Joel, if they can pick up even 2 more, you know, they could be more comfortable. Because 2 more wickets, let's say they go in with 8 wickets. They would say in the morning, we can pick up 2 more and then we can start our reply. So Young with the new ball. He will be delighted for that wicket because he has worked hard and has now gotten his 2nd wicket. 2 for 56. And he's into his 19th over. Quite a lot of ball for the medium fast bowler in a day.
Yeah, just picking up those extra overs that he would have gotten from Kelvin Pittman. But that's the difference now that the new ball offers you, because we're just into the 3rd over of this new ball. And Jamar Hamilton, having been at the crease for some time with the older ball, the movement was not there. So he was able to stride out and drive the ball quite nicely through the covers, given that there was not much movement. So had that been the old ball, it would have probably made contact with the middle of the bat. No, it's the new ball, and that's that swing away from Hamilton is what meant the extra reach towards having to get it, and that's where it took the bottom of the bat. So the new ball doing the trick for the West Indies Academy.
And I like that move that Young made to get the new ball. Oftentimes teams, Dominic Drakes comes in. Oftentimes teams may delay the taking of the new ball because they want a defensive ploy not to concede runs. The fact that he went for it, he has justified it by getting success. And now you see they have brought in the 3 slips and the gully. The backward point is also short. Good move as well. The only man on the boundary is at fine leg. Yes. So an attacking field setting here from Nine Young beats him with a good delivery.
I wish that I could look to our technical team and our producer and say, could you allow me to see the degrees of swing between over 70 to 80 and now between 80 and 83. He looks at me and laughs. But it'd just be an interesting little comparison. But certainly the new ball doing the trick for them. Just that bit of extra movement, not necessarily making the adjustment, Hamilton.
Going down leg, but you can hear the enthusiasm from Young. I tell you what, the over has been completed, and if they go in on 350, it will be Vernon Springer and Mally Richards to tell you the tale of the tape, because all work is done for the day.
Young, 6 runs coming out of that over, plus a wicket of Hamilton, who just seemed to got restless. Just more or less was just looking to.
You were saying that off air, weren't you,
Yeah.
Vernon? We were having that conversation. You were just saying maybe he's just losing patience slightly.
Just got bored. Yeah. But batted beautifully outside of that. And sometimes you just have to cash in. I hope the youngsters also will be looking to realize that they've been almost in the field for an entire day. And so when they get the opportunity tomorrow, Clark starting with 3 slips of gully and a backward point to bowl to Drakes. Drakes with a big leave covering the line of his off stump.
It's been that man Naeem Young, especially with the new ball in hand. He's proven to be a real wicket taker, especially in these conditions here at the CCG. He'll be over the moon with that wicket with the new ball.
Drake's now taking a new guard, simply because Clark was threatening the line of that off stump. He's got 3. Somebody could be in trouble. Ned doesn't. He makes contact.
Looks like Simmons on the field for Pittman. And Josh James as well. I'm not sure who he's on for. Could be Akim Ogis, I think. Not seeing him in the outfield.
You seeing Wickham also? I'm not seeing. Where's Wickham?
He's probably in the slip. He's at second slip. No,
Yes,
Ogis is at third.
Third.
Someone's missing.
Might be the. Would it be Simmons?
Well, Simmons is on.
So Simmons is on. So
Simmons and
missing.
James are on.
Hold on. If we look around, is it Anderson?
Have another guess, Vern. We'll get there in the end. Process of elimination. Keegan Simmons, probably.
Well, that's why I was saying.
Yeah.
I did say Simmons in the initial.
Oh, right.
conversation.
Yes. I was saying, yeah, there are 2 Simmons. You're
Yeah.
right. You're right.
So Clark with a hop and a skip, like a triple jumper. Drake's driving 2 covers.
It's going to be 4.
Beautiful shot for 4. He's got long levers, and he just leaned into that half volley. And every now and again, every over almost, it'll be nice to see the percentage. They always almost serve up and half volley and caress through cover for 4. Dominique Drakes, the son of Vasbert Drakes.
Important little period here for the team, CWI Team Academy. Can't afford to let this new ball
go to waste. Got to make it count.
They've chosen to attack here, so there are a lot of spaces in that outfield. You've got the 3 slips and a gully.
It's going to be very important as you talk about Mali. They got to bowl stump to stump, because this track is still playing 2 pace. And then you just have to be patient to bowl into the right areas. I don't want Clark trying to bowl any short ball. He has to bowl full length and just land it into the right area. Anywhere between the 2 and the 4 meter area. Nick off Drake's. Good delivery. Back of the length delivery.
Oh. Sloppy.
Yeah, very, very, very sloppy. You really don't need that at this time.
And that's the thing with the new ball. It can bring wickets, but can also leak runs quite quickly as well. So balance here for the CWI Team Academy. Balance in terms of just how much they attack. In this, final 20 minutes or so here on day 1. I anticipate tomorrow, if we have no overnight rain or anything, tomorrow will probably be the best of the batting conditions here in this match.
But we're having some strange weather, Mali, so...
we never know.
Yeah, in the middle of the night sometimes the rain falls, so atmosphere might be better. Beautiful delivery. See, he was neither forward nor back. Uncertainty. Right now he's going to be a little worried. The most important thing there, he was caught on his toe, not on his heel, Sinclair. He's got to get that big stride out. Because once he comes on his toe, he's locked his knee.
That one wasn't quite there for the drive.
That one turned him right around. Leaning edge.
Was looking to play that into the onside somewhere. Ended up at, third man almost.
Yeah.
Turned him right around, as you said. So Naeem Young with new ball in hand.
And Sinclair would be advised to try and play the ball as straight as possible, Mally, because Naim Young does swing the ball.
He swings it and seams
and swings it late.
Yeah.
So you got to be able to turn your hips and look to hit the ball down the ground, down to mid-on. Can't be he's looking to go to square leg there, and it turned him right around.
You got to look to play late as well. You allow the ball to swing.
Now,
change of field.
It is important, Mali, that they keep their composure, take all of their chances, and end the day on a high.
Interesting field this. Just the extra cover and the man on point, really. The only two men on the offside. To the left-handed Drakes. So you can tell he's probably going to hang it out there and force Dominic Drakes to drive through that vacant region.
Shot.
Just like that.
4 more. Don't think it's held up there.
No, didn't time it.
Thinking about 3. They get 3 runs quite easily. So Young is thinking about it, whether he should take out one of the slips. He decides against it. But his control has been impressive. His figures won't indicate that. This is his 20th over. He's got 5 maidens to complement it. 2 for 60 so far. But he's got this ball to swing around all day, whether it be the old or the new.
I think he'd probably want Dominic Drakes to hit the ball a little squarer as opposed to in that vacant extra cover region. That's a beautiful shot by Sinclair.
Ned comes across and feels well. But that's a good cricket shot. He was into perfect position, got his knee, not his knee, but on his came forward on his heel. And he was a lot more balanced, head and shoulders leading towards the ball. Kevin Sinclair. Clipped away. Badly line delivery.
Yeah.
Can't bowl there.
The second time probably we've seen that here today. Just getting a little greedy. Naim Young overcompensating. Going for that full delivery, but too full on that occasion. Clipped away. So as you said, the customary boundary comes in that Naim Young over as well.
Yeah, high proportion of boundaries. 20 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 65. Naim Young, McKinney Clark, 3 for 83. To complement that, he's got 1 maiden. And somebody told him that he's a fast bowler, so he feels that he has to bowl short.
Well, I think he is a fast bowler, to be honest. I mean, don't be that disrespectful, Vernon. Nah, he is a fast bowler. Probably not his conditions here. I mean, if we think back to the regional Super 50, he had a few of these international batters hopping and bumping around. But here in these conditions, just seems to be slightly undercooked. Trying to bowl himself into rhythm, it looks like. You can tell by that run-up. It's not the McKenny Clark that we've grown accustomed to seeing.
I wonder if there's a new model to his run. Because he certainly looked like he's trying to feel his way for a rhythm, but nothing coming at all.
I think he's just a little undercooked for whatever reason. I think he would have been out of action for some time. It's definitely evident that his rhythm has been a bit off today, but he still picked up 3 wickets. That's a good illustration of that lack of rhythm, just all over the place in terms of his length. One shot, one's full. No real consistency here today for McKenny Clark.
And we even saw that from Kelvin Pittman. His first 2 overs, he was pitching at the ball, and he was moving around, and then he decided that he wanted to be a fast bowler, and he joined the Clark party. He went in and bowled short. Today was just not that day set. That's what I meant. It was a seaming wicket. There was no pace at all, so no need for you to try to bowl short deliveries. Banged away, took cover for 4.
I was hammered by Dominic Drake's long half volley there. Just had to get that stride out, and this outfield lightning quick now towards the end of the day. was a bit heavy to begin with this morning. But Dominic Drakes has come in. You can tell he's been playing quite a bit of white ball cricket. He's looked to get on with things from ball one. Long half volley there. You'd have been disappointed to miss out on that one.
Eyes lit up, Drakes.
Guess he was a fast bowler on that one, eh?
Drake said tomorrow I'll deal with that.
Yeah, no real bounce though for McKenny Clark. Not the conditions for consistent short bowling. I think the odd short delivery would suffice, but here maybe just a little too short in his, this is 14th over now.
And if you're going to bowl a short ball, you got to bowl a proper short ball. You got to look for the badge. Has to get up there, clipped away. More runs. They can get two. And they come back quite easily. Simmons can't stop it. They're inching closer to 350. According to the board, it looks like it's 350 for 6.
The board says 350. So I'll go with the board. 350 comes up in the 86th over.
There are two boards. Which one are you following?
85th over, actually. Huh? Sorry?
There are two boards. Just had to give my colleague a hard time. 6 runs off the over.
I'm going with the official.
The official screen.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's been like this for a while, though. I think Black's Jarvis over there believes in his scoring.
Yes, he's got his method.
He's saying 349 for 6.
Maybe nobody has reminded him yet. So 4 overs to go. In today's play, we're talking about 4:46, which is about 14 minutes to go. 3:46 in Jamaica. Sinclair is 37, approaching a half century. No one from the team academy has scored 100 for today. Sinclair maybe has his eyes set on that. First, he has to get to a half century.
Team Weeks got 2 90s, 92 and 93. Brandon King and Zach McCaskey.
They're still concentrating, Mali. Still got 3 slips and a gully.
Yeah, they want wickets. Ball's still hard. New. Naeem Young would know that if you can just find the right areas here consistently, the right areas being just that slightly fuller length, not exactly driving length, but on the fuller side, and allow this pitch just to do that work for you. Maybe he hasn't had the amount of assistance that we saw last week, Naeem Young, but he's been pretty accurate. Asked many a question. This one's down the leg side now, and it's going to be that customary boundary again, Vernon.
So it's a little strange. At one point in time, Mali, you would say it's going down to third man, but because he's getting the ball to swing so much, there's no fine leg, and it's raced away on this fast outfield here for another boundary.
I think maybe he's just trying a bit too much here. Better to stick in that stock length over and over again, and that's when we've seen him have the most success. He's almost worn the batters down. Endless deliveries over and over in that good area.
It's been a long spell from the captain. This is his 21st.
They've needed it though, haven't they?
Yeah, he's got 5 maidens to complement it. His figures won't really show how well he is bowled. That one starts wide and continues to go wider. If he was playing in the cool and smooth, he would be called wide.
Probably for the first time in this series, Young just looking a little tired now. That delivery just labored through to the wicket keeper.
He's got to bowl some cutters here, especially to Sinclair. I'd like to see him try a slow one just to see what's happening.
Oh, I swear that was...
They're appealing for a cut, but I don't think they convincingly went up for that.
I thought I heard something in my ears.
You did,
here.
Mali?
Yeah, I thought
that
so.
was brilliant.
I really did.
Are you sure that the keeper was convinced? He'll be appealing.
I mean, he threw it almost nearly to the fine leg boundary when throwing it up. Look at that.
But the slips didn't show the major supporters if they wanted that
No,
one.
they didn't.
Maybe that might have been the issue. You know, you almost you can't walk for that. Batsmen don't walk these days, Seth. That was long time cricket that you guys played, where people walk. The umpire have to do his job, turning him around again.
The video review system now as well. You don't get away with much.
You know, in fairness, right? After a time, I think the umpires are going to become robots.
I just don't think they'll actually need umpires in the not too distant future. I think AI and technology, the way it's going,
the human element will be taken away from the game.
Especially if it proves to be cheaper.
But secondly, Mali, the technology also makes mistakes. Don't we see that? We see it in football.
Well, to be fair, I disagree, you know, Ben.
You don't?
It's not the technology that's the issue.
It's the man who's
it's the human element. You know, it's the interpretation of rules and the subjective nature of these calls at times. I think that the technology is spot on. It's the human element that sometimes just causes confusion.
But life is not perfect.
No, it's not.
So
No, it's not.
we have to respect that. And I don't think we will ever get a proper decision on everything.
Life isn't like that. But if you can get the majority of the decisions right,
What is
especially the big ones.
What is the majority, Mali?
More right than you get wrong. That's the majority. It's pretty easy. And I think football gets it right more often than not.
Okay.
I think that's why when we have these massive talking points, they are talking points because of the almost odd nature of the call.
Who we have here now? Wickham bowling some medium pace?
I'm not sure what's going on, to be honest. He is Kevin Wickham bowling some medium pace. So there was me talking Kevin Wickham up for the last 2 weeks about his mystery leg spinners and just what I think he can bring to the game.
And he comes and bowls some medium pace today.
Well, before that, he didn't bowl as well as he would have liked with the leg spinners, and now he's bowling a few medium paces.
Yeah, the skipper has asked him to get the job done. And he doesn't look bad at all, Mali.
Is he a fast bowler?
No, he's a medium fast bowler. He's not as sharp as the Clark and Company.
So that's true medium then.
Really medium.
We're finally getting somewhere.
We certainly are. Oh, what a Jaffa. Where did that come from?
Okay, so now we're seeing something different from Kevin Wickham. An absolute Jaffa just pitched on that middle.
Woo!
And off stump pretty much. Just going away quite sharply off the seam.
Around the wicket.
Around the wicket to the left-handed Drakes.
Oh my gosh, he squared him up. That's a beauty.
Can he produce another one though?
I'll hope and see. I hope he can.
Oh
yes! Oh yes! Drakes is nicked off. What is he waiting for? The umpire's giving him out.
I think he's going to lose a bit of that match feet, to be honest.
Yes.
Still there, he's standing.
He can't believe it.
He's now just put that bat under his shoulder, makes that turn.
Let's look at that, Ronnie. We have to see that again, Ronnie. It turned him right around. We've been talking about him all the time, Kevin Wickham. And he comes on to bowl some medium pace here. And he touches it down into the right area. There he goes.
Easy measured run up. Good wrist. It's the length, that's the key.
Oh, that's a beauty.
Angled in and just went away off the seam.
Drakes turned his back. He seemed surprised, but the umpire was convinced.
Everyone was completely convinced on that one. All the slip fielders went up in unison along with the wicket keeper.
It would have been a faint edge.
It would have been.
Very, very, very faint. Jakes didn't feel it, but the umpire saw it.
And it kind of...
They knew.
It just took off a length
From
as
the
well.
length, the area that it hit, right into that area there. So we've seen another side, Mali, of Wickham.
Yeah, we have. It's with the new ball, though. But he's definitely produced genuine wicket-taking deliveries in this, his first over of medium pace. He would have bowled 4 overs of leg spin earlier in the day. Conceded 30.
So let's see what's going to be happening here. Permal comes out. And Permal is a busy customer. He's a fighter. Let's see if Wickham he's going to look to charge Wickham.
And look at that. He sends him back instantly. He's looking to send the man back. Or he was just saying, just motioning to...
He wants him to go back.
No, he sent him back.
He wants him to go back. And he's saying to Permal, you have to understand that I understand bowling. And in the meantime, Naim Young comes out of the third slip area, goes to the short mid-wicket. So this is going to turn out to be a good contest here.
I reckon he walks down again. Just like that. I reckon he was going to walk down again. Didn't anticipate Wickham bowling that short ball. Probably went for the bluff. But doesn't make contact.
Guess what? It's a maiden wicket.
Wow.
Over.
With the new ball.
With
Kevin
the new ball.
Wickham.
Kevin Wickham.
Probably didn't expect to see that when we turned up here this morning.
No, we didn't. But he just keeps surprising us.
He does. But he's got to knuckle down those leg spinners, though. I really do believe that.
Well, maybe Mali, we might see a different Wickham now, depending on the context of the game.
And the conditions.
And the conditions.
But I think he's got to master that art to begin with.
Yeah, I like him. Mali. I think for the CPL, if he gets a contract, he's gonna light up CPL. Oh God. Ooh.
It's a little sound here.
Yeah. No, I'm saying this to you, Mali. I know we this is our thing, right? West Indies thing. I want to see the rules change when we're playing the West Indies way there, where you get 2 bumpers. You know what I mean? You get 2 second there where here's Leslie Reefer telling you 1 for the over. You should get another one.
Wow. Just making up our own rules as we go along.
It's our competition. Lovely shot there, Sinclair. Don't think he will go into the boundary. He does. Ned can't stop it. Hope he doesn't injure himself. That's a big save by Ned. That's a big save by Ned.
Showing the benefits of that new fitness regime.
He chased it all the way.
Ashmead.
Came up with a screamer. Saved 2 runs. Kept Sinclair down to 43. Sinclair's batted well.
Yeah, he has. Approaching his half century.
From 72 deliveries, make it 73.
He's played straight. Showed good aggression at times. Think those 2 sixes, back-to-back sixes off of Josh Bishop. Straight back onto the roof here of the media center. Showed easy power, but also good solid defense.
I want to see Young to Permal. See if Permal will try to charge Young. Good commitment. The academy team putting up a fight here. Short delivery that was above him. Sinclair says, no, I don't want to expose you to Naim Young. You stay there.
Just back to Kevin Wickham, I think the best way to describe him is a cricketer, a true cricketer. Anything that the team requires, he's willing to put his hand up to try and make that contribution.
We saw him keep.
We've seen him do all.
Everything.
All
lovely
the
shot.
discipline.
Beautiful on drive by Kevin Sinclair. That's a lovely cricket shot by the young man from Guyana. He punched that down the ground. His second of the day. And to play the on drive as a coach, you have to master that. And he kept his composure and his balance. Just when he pulled that one back up on the replay. And we look at the composure of this young man. Beautiful. Balance.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Sinclair. The balance, the real thing that stood out. Didn't get that foot too close to the ball. Allowed it to come in. Beautiful cricket shot from the
He's
young
thinking
man.
about his 50, but Permal said no.
He
Goes up
probably
to
looked
48.
to get there this evening, you think?
I think he should.
Just the 1 over remaining.
1 over.
On this day 1.
You'd want to, by the time they're reading the Ghana news tonight, Akeem Green and Sean Devers and company in Ghana, you would hear that Kevin Sinclair is not out 50. He's got 6 deliveries, 361 for 7. Team Weeks, large and in control here. No centuries, 93 for McCaskey.
So we're just seeing young Sinclair developing himself into the genuine all-rounder, especially in this format, with a burst onto the scene in international cricket in the T20 format. But here in first-class cricket, looking every inch a first-class cricketer as well, which is good to see.
I know you and Lane would be looking at the cricket there. We send our greetings here to you, my brother, to your entire family. And certainly this one will be for you.
Good delivery again from Wickham. It's that length just in that corridor.
I was telling Joel that his mannerism sort of reminds me of you.
Who, Kevin Wickham?
Yeah, from the under 15 level.
You know, I was going to say, I see a lot of myself in Kevin Wickham, but I thought maybe that would have been too much. Yeah. Yeah.
I know I have an eye for talent. I've been around Mali for a long time.
Maybe that's why I like him so much.
Spanked away. 50. Is he going to get there? Hits the rope now. 50 to Kevin Sinclair. That's a masterful knock by the young man. He looks up to the skies. Kevin Sinclair, playing for Team Weeks, comes up with a half century, takes the score up to 365 for 7. What a knock. The young man wearing the number 77. 78 balls, 7 fours, and 2 sixes, a strike rate of 66.67. Congratulations, Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, well played from the young man. Showed no short amount of skill as well. I think his defense has been the one thing that stood out to me, how he's just defended the good balls, and when the balls has been in his area, he's committed fully to the attacking stroke. He'll be looking definitely to bring up 3 figures if he can get some support from the other end.
Beautiful. Wow. Wickham is getting the ball to get up to body line. That was.
Seems like he's impressing you with his pace.
That was. He's still a medium pacer. But that one hit the bat extra harder. He found a extra gear there. I still feel there's another twist of this innings. 2 deliveries to go. Wickham to Sinclair. Bang on target. He's having a chirp here to Sinclair. And he's saying, what is happening here? You don't want to play shots today? Same, just like Mali. Comes right down. Wickham turns his back on him.
There's a bit of gamesmanship going on, trying to get into the head of Kevin Wickham. I like this sort of stuff. That's what I used to be like as well on a cricket field, just trying to get into the head of the batter, especially the batter in form, knowing the importance of him to this total, the difference between 450 and being bowled out for 400.
Ooh, gosh. Ooh. So, I think it's the end of the day's play. 5:03 here in Antigua and Barbuda, and the day has concluded. Team Weeks close out the day 365 for 7. 90 overs bowled in the day's play. And what an exciting day. We'll go through the scorecard for you so you'll be able to get a chance to see in terms of what has happened. No centuries scored, but we have had 4 half centuries from Team Weeks. Tej Chandapal, LBW to 9 Young for 25. We roll again as we get our scorecard up going for us. Zachary McCaskey caught Akeem Geese, bowled Kurt McKenzie for 93, 147 balls, 13 boundaries and 1 6. Casey Carty caught Tevin Imla, bowled McKenny Clark for 12. Alex Atenes caught wicketkeeper Tevin Imla, bowled McKenny Clark without scoring. Brandon King caught Tevin Imla, bowled McKenny Clark for 92, 148 balls, 11 spanking boundaries and 2 sixes. Jama Hamilton, the wicketkeeper, caught McKenny Clark, bowled 9 young for 57, 100 balls faced, 8 boundaries and 1 6. Dominic Drakes caught Tevin Imla, bowled Kevin Wickham for 13. He had 2 boundaries in that. For Sammy Pamal, not out north, but the man of the day so far in the latter part of the innings has been Kevin Sinclair, not out on 52, 82 balls, 7 spanking boundaries and 2 huge sixes of Joshua Bishop. He's played well, and he'll be looking to get to 3 figures tomorrow. So 4 half centuries in the innings, 93, 92, 57, 52. Extras 21, 365 for 7. Let's go to the bowling figures. We go to the bowling figures and we see McKenny Clark, 3 for 89, 14 overs, 3 for 89. Then we see Kelvin Pittman, who is out injured, 4 overs, 29 runs, no wickets, 9 young. What a marathon spell from the young man. 22 overs, 75 runs, 2 wickets. Joshua Bishop really bowled below par, 20 overs, 76 runs, no wickets. Ashmin Ned, he bowled tight. He bowled with control and he built the pressure. 22 overs, 39 runs, no wickets. Kevin Wickham, he just turned up as a medium pacer after starting as a wrist spinner. 6 overs, 34 runs, 1 wicket. And Kurt McKenzie, he dispatched the man himself, McCaskey, 2 overs, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Wickets fell at 1 for 55, 2 for 82, 3 for 82, 4 for 218, 5 for 257, 6 for 331, 7 for 354. At the end of the day, at the end of 90, 365 for 7. Your thoughts, Smiley? What do you think is going to happen tomorrow?
Well, I think we're going to see probably the best batting conditions that we're going to see in this match tomorrow. So it looks like Team Weeks with Sinclair still at the crease, Veersamy Permar as well with some batting ability. They'll be looking to get as near to 500 possibly as they can get. And the CWI Team Academy, I would say they probably wouldn't have bowled as well as they did last week, but they're still young, inexperienced cricketers. Quite a few guys on debut as well. So they'll be coming back tomorrow, hoping that they could knock over this Team Weeks team for under 400 and give themselves a good opportunity in what should be pretty good batting conditions.
On behalf of Ronnie, our producer, and the entire technical team of 360, Marley Richards, Seth Burton, Joel Manning, I'm Vernon A. Springer signing out here from the home of Cricket West Indies. It's what we consider it to be the Tri-Series, Headley Weeks Tri-Series, involving the West Indies Cricket Academy, Team Headley and Team Weeks. Team Weeks certainly send in a statement. They close 365 for 7, 90 overs. Join us tomorrow morning at just about 9:50 when we'll be here to bring to you ball by ball coverage. God bless you. Have a safe evening. Thank you very much, Ronnie.